filed a case at Modipalli police station where he has objected to certain content in the film where you are showing the hero character played by Allu Arjun actually urinating into a swimming pool in which a police officer is there, and that has been taken objection to, saying that this is something that is humiliating or insulting the police force, and therefore the case has been filed against Allu Arjun, the producers as well as directors. Why not the censor board may be a question that could be asked. But I must say that ministers have also begun talking about the content of the film. For instance, the cinematography minister spoke about, encouraging only films that are talking about patriotism or history of Telangana or other kinds of films, and not films which are actually encouraging people to become anti-national. Minister Sitaka, who is a tribal minister as well, she said a film like Jai Bhim doesn't get a national award, whereas a film like Pushpa, which is showing a smuggler in a glorified light, is being given a national award. So the debate is going beyond the contours of the case itself, the legal case itself. Now, the debate is also expanding to include the content and what is being appreciated either by the audience or by the larger system in terms of the government and awards that were given. So the controversy in that sense becoming big, but we are hearing from the Chief Minister's office that ministers and others have now been asked to kind of put a lid on this and not continue to speak about it. Whatever needs to be said has already been said, and therefore they should now go to the courts of law. And from Allu Arjun's side also, we have seen his father in fact specifically say that we are going to exercise restraint and not make any kind of accusatory statements or rebuttals. Back to you.
All right, ma'am. Thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So this controversy certainly becoming extremely political, and all eyes on Allu Arjun appearing before the police for that routine questioning at 11 a.m. But moving now, there was some news from Mumbai. Well, a fire broke out in the early hours of Tuesday morning, in fact past midnight at about 2 a.m. at a residential building which reportedly houses singer Shan's apartment.
That's right. Fire tenders reached the spot as late as 2 a.m. and a dousing operation was underway, and visuals showing the plumes of smoke rising from the window of that apartment complex. So you can see how bad that fire was, and of course, like Vedant was mentioning, it houses singer Shan.
And well, moving now, Divya, to our big focus on the breakfast show this morning. Christmas chill is here, and how? Well, sub-zero temperatures being recorded in parts of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. In fact, indeed, across North India, in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand as well, in the plains as well, the lowest minimum temperature coming in from Amritsar at 6 degrees. Cold wave conditions, cold day conditions also prevailing across North India.
That's right. So when we talk about Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, that's where cold wave conditions are prevailing, and severe cold wave conditions in Himachal Pradesh, also ground frost conditions prevailing in those particular areas. And the big question being, when can we expect some sort of respite? And that's only going to take place after the 26th, because temperatures are going to continue dipping till the 26th. And it's between the 27th and the 28th that we can expect the temperature to rise by almost 2 to 4 degrees, Vedant. But also, it is the BMC issuing new guidelines when it comes to strict adherence in order to curb the pollution problem.
Absolutely. In fact, our reporters are now joining us from across North India. In fact, Kishore is joining us from Dehradun. I'll also be joined by Nazir, Shreya and Sujata. Kishore, Dehradun में और हिल्स में इस समय क्या सिचुएशन है? कल जो तमाम तस्वीरें आई हिमाचल से और उत्तराखंड से, काफ़ी ज़्यादा वहाँ पर इस समय टेम्परेचर्स डिप कर रहे हैं. इस समय क्या सिचुएशन है उत्तराखंड में?
देखिए, उत्तराखंड की सिचुएशन की बात करें तो सोमवार को यानी मंडे को जब बर्फबारी हुई थी तो उससे काफ़ी तापमान नीचे गिर गया था. चारों धाम और पहाड़ों पे कई जगह तापमान माइनस में रिकॉर्ड किया गया. चमोली के नीति में जहां पर झरने और नदी जम गए थे वहां पर -11 तक तापमान गया. इसके अलावा केदारनाथ, बद्रीनाथ, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री में भी माइनस टेम्परेचर गया. दूसरी तरफ जो प्लेन्स के इलाके, खासकर जो देहरादून या फिर निचले इलाके हैं, उनमें भी तापमान करीबन 4 से 5 डिग्री तक रिकॉर्ड किया गया. मौसम विभाग ने आज भी यानी 24 दिसंबर को भी बारिश और बर्फबारी की संभावना जताई है. इस वक्त अगर कई जगहों पर बादल लगे हुए हैं और ऊपरी इलाकों में, खासकर पहाड़ी इलाकों में 1800 मीटर की जिनकी हाइट है उनमें बर्फबारी की संभावना जताई है. बर्फबारी से और बारिश से यहाँ का तापमान ज़रूर गिरा है. शीतलहर काफ़ी होगी, ठंड काफ़ी बढ़ गई है और तापमान काफ़ी जो 4 डिग्री और 5 डिग्री और पहाड़ों पर माइनस तक रिकॉर्ड किया गया है. जी.
All right, Kishore, बहुत शुक्रिया तमाम जानकारी के लिए. In fact, Nazir Masoodi is now also joining us from Srinagar. Nazir, it's again another chilly morning in Srinagar. Is the situation slightly better than yesterday? Of course, Srinagar witnessed one of its coldest days this season.
Well, yesterday was the coldest day, 2.8 degrees. You can see when maximum temperature in the town or the valley is 2 degrees. So you can imagine what would be minimum. It is hovering between -3 to -8.5, and -8.5 was the coldest in December month in last many years, rather more than 50 years. So it's extreme cold way in the valley, though not unusual cold, season of cold, but clearly it is causing a lot of problems. As you can see in the visual, large parts of the Dal Lake have frozen, so are the other water bodies. There are issues of electricity, though largely it has been addressed after the power department augmented more power supplies and to remain so that there are no unscheduled power cuts. But there are also problems when the water taps freeze in your home. What will you do? So those are something when you can't do much except just waiting, and there's improvement in the weather situation. And these are hardships locals face, but at the same time, we see tourists are enjoying this weather. They are coming in large numbers. Many of them were coming with the hope that there would be white Christmas in Srinagar, but so far, snow has given a miss. We are expecting that there would be some snow, but the fact is that the Met Department are saying that till 26, there's no forecast of any major snowfall in any part of the valley. There may be some snowfall in the higher reaches, but clearly this cold wave continues. It will rather intensify in the coming days. And this night was really very cold. We are going to get the exact, details from the Met Office in an hour or so. That whether it was colder than yesterday, it appears it was. So clearly, cold wave continues in the valley, and it causes many challenges for the locals here in the valley.
Right, Nazir, thank you so much for getting us those details. We also have Sujata joining us from Mumbai and Shreya joining us from Delhi. Shreya, would you first take a look at what the forecast really holds for Christmas when it comes to the national capital, and it could be rain that could be playing spoil sport.
Well, of course, Divya and Vedant, there is this phrase, winter is coming, from the show Game of Thrones, which is not just the weather forecast, but also dire warning of the difficult times ahead. Delhi residents can sort of relate to this phrase because of the harsh winter conditions, and on top of that, the smog levels. Right here behind me, you can see that there is an overcast sky. It is quite cloudy today, and on top of that, we know that IMD has predicted below normal cold wave days, not only in Delhi, but in entire northwest India this winters. And in Delhi particularly, temperature is expected to hover around 19 degrees Celsius and 9 degrees. The AQI is around 368, which is in the severe category, and PM 2.5 is 200, which is much higher than the recommended WHO safe limits. So of course today we will see a light rainfall as predicted by IMD that will hopefully bring some relief in terms of the pollution. But yesterday we saw early morning showers that kind of increased the temperature, decreased the temperature, and it kind of aggravated the cold wave conditions. In Delhi particularly, we know that there is a large homeless population, so special attention should be given to the kind of shelters that are provided to them, because last year we saw that due to extreme winter conditions, cold wave conditions, almost 180 people died because of lack of adequate facilities and shelter homes. So it's important to highlight the vulnerable sections who are out in the open, who are exposed to this biting cold temperatures, which is now at around 11 degrees Celsius, but it can go down to almost 9 degrees Celsius, and that will further aggravate the AQI, which is constantly in the severe category. And we know that the GRAP 4 condition, the GRAP 4 measures, the court mandated emergency measures are put in place, and yet we see that there is no improvement whatsoever in the air quality in the national capital. Back to you.
All right, Shreya, thanks so much for joining us with that. And you made an important point that Delhi has, the largest homeless population in the country, in fact, and that becomes extremely important, particularly during the winters. Homeless shelters also coming up. But Sujata is also with us. Sujata, in Mumbai, it's of course the winter that has brought pollution as well. In fact, the AQI is in the moderate to poor category. That's extremely concerning for a city like Mumbai, and fresh guidelines have also now been implemented.
Well, Vedant, yes, and looking at the deteriorating condition of air pollution in Mumbai, the BMC has now come up with several strict measures with regards to its solid waste department, and it has directed its officials to take stringent measures to curb the air pollution. Because if we talk about the AQI, yesterday it was around 132 on an average, but in areas like Malad and Santa Cruz and Andheri, where usually heavy vehicles which move towards the construction sites, they are often on the roads, because of which the BMC has now laid out a plan and stringent rules for them, where there will be an eye that will be kept on the construction sites, and also with regards to the debris management, and also an eye will be kept on the vehicles which carry the construction materials, because they are supposed to possess the stipulated documents that should be with them, otherwise heavy penalty will be charged on them. So the BMC is trying to ensure that Mumbaikars breathe good and safe air. However, if we speak about the recent times, Mumbaikars have seen the soaring levels of the AQI, leading to which the BMC has now laid out this strict plan, which has already been mentioned in the Mumbai Air Pollution Mitigation Plan that was prepared almost years ago. But now BMC once again has come to its attention, and now efforts are being made to ensure that especially in Mumbai suburbs, where there are a large number of construction sites, and there are projects being built up, and because of which it has now become mandatory for these construction sites to have water sprinklers around them, so that whenever to settle the dust as well as the pollution that is rising up, these water sprinklers seems to be of great help. And also at the same time, at the heavy traffic zones, for example, I am currently at Gundavli, which is a 4-lane road, and here often there are big vehicles traveling to all the directions of the city. So here there are water sprinklers to be made available, so that the city can breathe good air. Over to you.
All right, Sujata, thanks very much for joining us with that. So Divya, one thing is clear, that these emergency measures, whether it's GRAB or of course the emergency measures in Mumbai, they do little good in terms of bringing down pollution. We need round-the-year attention. That's what's going to solve the pollution menace.
Right, absolutely. And the pollution problem that's panning across India now, and it's not just a North India problem. And of course, Mumbai, they're taking cognizance and trying to take steps in the right direction. We will keep tracking that story. Thank you so much, Riya, for joining us. With that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives.
news that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news.
Welcome back. Now, in a significant shift in school education, the centre has scrapped the no detention policy for students in classes 5 and 8 in schools governed by the central government. This move will allow schools to retain students who fail to clear their year-end exams without.
Absolutely, but there is of course a caveat. If a student does not meet the promotion criteria after regular exams, they will be given an additional opportunity for re-examination within 2 months of the result declaration. If they fail again, the student will be held back in the same class. But of course, the focus is, as the government says, on providing additional assistance to students, particularly those with special needs, teachers assisting students there in terms of making sure that their requirements are met and no student can ultimately be expelled. In fact, I'm being told my colleague Shreya Ghosh is now joining us live. Shreya, what are some of the reactions that you're picking up from, of course, school teachers and also parents? Because this could be a contentious move. Many would say that this is judging too early. The central government, of course, pitching it as some sort of a cue for larger school reforms.
Well, of course, Vedant, I am joined by some of the parents here, and we know that the no detention policy had come to place to ensure that students from disadvantaged background continue with their education even if they don't meet the promotion criteria. Although I'm joined by parents of certain privileged background studying in private schools, but it is important to highlight how this no detention policy, the removal of this no detention policy will eventually help the children. Sir, what do you think about this particular policy being removed? How would you personally feel if your child gets held back in standard 5 or 8?
I though personally feel that the policy which government has or a decision which government has taken is right, because if a child or if anyone who is supposed to pass class 5th and class 8th with a proper standard, if he is not getting a proper education, then he will become a more liability to a society than an asset to a society. Because our purpose of making an elementary education mandatory is not to have a checkbox in my books that X number of students have passed class 5th, class 8th, but they are not able to solve simple mathematics, they are not able to read even a single piece of paper. Even they can allowed to read in their own language. I am not saying they should be reading in English or Hindi, but they should be able to read it in their own language. But if you look at the report, it is not happening.
Right. Sir, for the longest time we have seen that students from marginalized background, they drop out from school once they fail, and it becomes very difficult to retain them. Do you think the removal of no detention policy will work in their favor or against them?
See, ultimately it's in their favor, because if you promote a child, see, our culture is all about meritocracy, right? And if you promote a child, just because there is a relaxed policy. Now you see the difference between Western and Indian education system, right? You see most of CEOs, most of the top rank holders in US companies or in European companies are Indian. Why? Because of this meritocratic culture. And if we kill that, like US, like other countries where it is much more relaxed, like you whether you pass or fail, it doesn't matter. So you see the results, right? So I strongly feel that this should not be there. There should be a culture of meritocracy. If a child needs special help, teachers have to give that help, and again let them reappear for examination, and they have to pass, because if they don't pass now and if you promote them, they will face this music in future.
So how much belief do you have in the education system, in the teachers particularly, helping and giving additional support to the students who are not as bright, or as is not being able to meet the promotion criteria? Do you think they will be able to get that help from teachers?
I strongly believe that the role of the teachers in this non-detention policy and in these scenarios will be very, very crucial, because I also believe that these education systems should not be checkboxed, to make the students enable for a larger scheme of things in terms of their enablement for better things.
Basic education.
You think there should be certain training given to teachers to give additional support?
At least teachers required to be trained on that much side, that they should at least train their pupils and the complete society that जितना उनको चाहिए वो कर सके.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Of course, we know that the students of class 5 and 8, if they don't pass the exams, they will be given a time of 2 months, and they will have to reappear for the exam. And if they don't meet the promotion criteria, then they will be detained. In several of these states, it has already been implemented. But we have seen opposition from other states like Tamil Nadu. We have seen they have criticized the removal of no detention policy, stating that it will add extra pressure on young learners. Back to you.
That's right, Shreya. Of course, we have Sam joining us. Sam, the Minister for Education in Tamil Nadu, has said this is going to be a stumbling block when it comes to underprivileged section of the students, and adding that the state will continue to follow the current model of automatic promotions in the said classes.
That's right, Divya. The State Education Minister, Mahesh Anbil Poyamali, has clarified that the Tamil Nadu government will continue to have its all-pass till class 8 system, and he has advised parents and the general public not to get panicky over the announcement by the central government. And he has again clarified that the central government's amendment would apply only for schools that come under the central boards or central government-run schools in Tamil Nadu, which follow the new education policy, and that Tamil Nadu is developing or evolving its own education policy, and according to that, there will be no exams, there will be no detention till class 8, he says. And the centre's amendment to the Right to Education Act, he says, will be a huge obstruction for seamless education till class 8. He says Tamil Nadu believes education is the only thing that could transform lives, and they believe in this kind of a system that does not fail students till class 8. The larger picture, of course, is Tamil Nadu has always opposed the new education policy being pushed by the central government, saying that besides other factors, it's a tacit way by the central government to push or to impose Hindi in non-Hindi speaking states, and it does not believe in that 3-language formula. And this feature of detention in class 5 and class 8 is being seen as a key factor of the new education policy. That's another reason why Tamil Nadu is again opposing this one, believing in its own system of education. Also, the larger picture, both in terms of the gross enrollment ratio and in terms of the overall performance, the Tamil Nadu school education level is much, much ahead of the national average.
All right, Sam, thanks very much for joining us with that. So Tamil Nadu vociferously opposing the centre's scrapping of the no detention policy. But Divya joining us on the breakfast show this morning, Anubha Srivastav Sahai, President, India-wide Parents Association, and also a child rights activist. Also with us, Anil Kumar, Principal, DPS Faridabad. Thanks both very much for being with us. Going across to you first, Ms. Sahai, how do you see the centre's move to scrap the no detention policy? It was included in the right to education with this idea that there should be some basic level of education that every child gets, which is why there has to be this sort of automatic promotion as was mandated in right to education. But the criticism is that this lowers education quality. So how do you see that as a parent, as somebody who interacts with parents as well? That stigma of failure again is something that parents and children are again extremely fearful about.
Yeah, thank you for having me on this show, and a very important topic, and which will decide the career and future of lakhs and lakhs of students of our country. And see, this no detention policy, we are not supporting this at all, because government schools, most of the children in our country who are from underprivileged background, they are now out of school. Government should bring policies to bring them back to school. If you're coming up with such policies, where you're going to detain children in 5th standard, and today the children who are from underprivileged background, from EWS category, they're studying till 9th standard. After that, once the detention policy is there in all the schools after 9th, most of the children, they don't continue their education after 9th. Now what will happen? Most of these children, they will continue their education only till 5th standard. They won't get even basic education. And how can you assess or how can you evaluate any child on the basis of just their academic performance? What about their overall development? Some children are good in music, some are good in art, some are good in sports. So overall development, new education policy talks about overall development of the children. So continuous assessment is what we need if we want to grow as a country where the youth are unemployed today. Most of the children are out of school. Many are not even educated. So such kind of policy will definitely bring more and more children to not join the school, especially from underprivileged children, underprivileged background. And in government schools, especially, you don't have proper teachers also. Teachers are just on paper. They don't come and teach. So first, government should focus on improving the education quality and teacher training programs also. They're not doing it. First, you start improving the quality of education in schools, then definitely these students will excel. Why not? When they will get all the opportunities. I'm not talking to the children, 20% or 15% children studying in private school. Most of the children are studying in aided school and government schools also.
Right.
So I think this policy is going to have a very bad impact on the career and future of our young children.
Right, we have Anil Kumar, the principal of DPS Faridabad, joining us as well. Sir, when we talk about the government of Tamil Nadu that is opposing this no detention policy, saying that students from underprivileged sections and rural areas need to get enough chances so that they are able to complete their education, and this is going to hamper their progress.
What I will say on this is that, truly speaking, there are facets to this particular question. It cannot be seen in isolation. Like, if I were to talk about in the terms of a psychology of a child and the pedagogical part and administrative part, it has 3 different parameters in my opinion. So I'll say psychologically, it's a bad impact on the mind of the child, because nobody is ready to take a failure at that early stage. And as an individual, if we want to teach them how to deal with the failure, it is something which is primarily very important for a person to be successful later in life. But is this the right age to tell them? That's a debatable question. Particularly for class 5, I'll say no. We need to find, and what do you say? If you say that after 2 months you are going to test the child again, somebody who has not learnt it over a period of a year, what they will achieve within 2 months, that is again not going to serve any purpose. This is particularly grade 5. I'm talking from the side of pedagogy, from the side of psychology. From the administrative point of view, it will again create a problem. For example, you have a certain structure of children in a particular classroom, and if you start detaining children at an early age, it will be a huge volume, wherein the age appropriateness cannot be matched up in the same section.
Right.
So if you look at it from the perspective, from the administrative perspective, it has a difficulty. From the psychological point, it has a greater difficulty. From the pedagogy point of view, what the madam has just now mentioned, from the perspective of the teachers, it has to be brought down that we have to bring in learning. It cannot happen by assessment.
I think that's a very important point you're making, Mr. Anil Kumar, that, as we look at reforms in schools, reforms in early education, evaluation or assessment cannot be the priority. And Ms. Sahai, come in on this. How do we, sort of look at school reforms when the focus is so much on skill development, on learning, on life skills? Can evaluation and assessment be given priority at such an early stage?
Not at all. It cannot be. See,
yes, Mr. Kumar, we'll come back to you. Ms. Sahai, go ahead.
Yeah, see, no, I don't think that only on the basis of academic assessment or evaluation, we should grade the children, or we should assess or evaluate any child. As far as the entrance exams are concerned, definitely after 12, many students who are brilliant or who have performed well, or who could get proper education and coaching also, they do crack the IIT and JEE exams and NEET exams. But many underprivileged children, they don't have even sufficient means to even pass a basic exam at primary level and 10th board exam. They are not able to crack and pass because we don't have proper infrastructure in place. When I was in school, I have studied in KV, that is a government school. During my time, the teachers' quality was very good. The teachers were trained properly, but nowadays you go to any government school, you will not find a proper teacher. Even in some of the private school, they are also facing a lot of problem. Low budget private schools especially, they're facing problem. They don't have proper teaching faculties in their school because of they're not getting proper aid. So government should first focus on providing proper education.
DPS, Anil Kumar, the rule also states that no student will be expelled, but that also opens up the debate for this rule perhaps to be misused.
That's what I'm saying. See, the broader point which I was trying to make at that point of time is that administratively, when you're saying first of all, expulsion is not a right word for it. It's like asking children to withdraw from that particular age group. On one hand, we are talking about bringing more children to the classroom, and on the other hand, we are discouraging it by way of either detaining them in the same class, and if a child doesn't improve even in the next year, what are you going to do with that? So the age gap versus the class in which the child is, you need to provide that support at an early level. That is a bigger question to be addressed. Honestly speaking, this is not the way it is to be looked at, because no detention has its merits, it has its demerits.
Right.
Both systems will have its own perspectives. But at the end of the day, I'll say it is too early for a child to be detained. I'll say even at a grade 8 level, we can give them an opportunity to maybe say another 3 months time or a 6 months time, semester time, rather than saying that, okay, you repeat for throughout the year. Because I've over 34 years of teaching, what I've noticed is that there are hardly any children who, by virtue of being detained, perform very well. That's my personal experience. I'm not saying that it is applicable universally, but what I'm trying to say is, rather, if you pick up the statistics of the, let's say, competitive examinations, you will find children, those who are attempting for the first time, like IIT toppers, majorly IIT toppers will be the first attempt ones, not the ones those are repeated.
I think that's an important point you're making, that detention essentially wouldn't mean that it's going to be reinforcement enough for a child to perhaps perform better next time. I think that's a good note to end the discussion on. Thanks both very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And let's get you some more news coming in, and that is India has confirmed receiving a diplomatic note from Bangladesh after the interim government sent a diplomatic note and urged India to send a deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina back to Dhaka. This is according to sources. India has not commented on that note yet.
Absolutely. In fact, my colleague Saurabh Gupta is now joining us live. So Saurabh, of course, India has not officially said anything, in terms of what its diplomatic strategy is going to be following this. But how do you see this playing out on the ground as far as Bangladesh is concerned? What was, the thinking behind Bangladesh sending this diplomatic note to India?
Well, to be honest, the situation in Bangladesh is very different now from then, what it was, say, in August. And after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina left the country, there have been a lot of demands within Bangladesh to get her back. What they say is to make her face trial for, the crackdown that took place during those agitations in the month of August. Now, here's what's happened. The Indian Foreign Secretary has visited Bangladesh. He, of course, has outlined what the foreign policy and what the relationship with Bangladesh means. And what is very clear is that it goes far beyond one particular issue. But this issue, the issue of Bangladesh asking for, the return of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is something that's going to be a niggling issue, because this is something that the current political forces in Bangladesh are very, very adamant about. So how India balances this particular demand with the rest of the aspects of the relationship, and there is a lot at stake. And I think Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri was very clear when he mentioned that the India-Bangladesh relationship doesn't hinge on one particular issue. There are a lot of issues. There's trade, there's, there is the neighborhood, there is all sorts of things. And economic interests in cooperation. So there are a lot of things at stake, and therefore, while this is going to be a niggling issue, while Bangladesh and the political forces in Bangladesh are going to demand this, India will, of course, have to show some diplomatic finesse in dealing with this particular demand.
All right, Saurav, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So certainly Delhi's Dhaka dilemma there. This, of course, as Bangladesh has now sent a diplomatic note to India.
That's right, Vedant, and more news coming in. And of course, this is an exclusive interview with the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, who's gone on to say that Naxalism will be history soon.
Absolutely. In this exclusive interview to our senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg, he says that, well, I believe in the Home Minister's plan to wipe out Naxalism.
और ये बताइए मुख्यमंत्री जी कि बाकी जो आपके टूरिज़्म के रास्ते में एक बड़ा रोड़ा आएगा, वो आएगा ये कि पुरानी छवि जो छत्तीसगढ़ की है वो नक्सलवाद से जोड़कर देखी जाती है। कुछ लोग बस्तर के इलाके को पहले नक्सलगढ़ भी बोलते थे। अभी आप कह रहे हैं मुख्यमंत्री, इन्होंने गृह मंत्री जी ने भी अभी कहा कि 2026 तक हम उसका सफाया कर लेंगे, लेकिन आप वहाँ के लोकल नेता हैं, ट्राइबल नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, आपने ज़मीन से जुड़ के बड़ा लंबा सफ़र एक तय किया है। आपको लगता है कि ये रियलिस्टिकली संभव है कि 2026 तक आपकी सरकार नक्सलवाद का सफाया कर लेगी? ऐसे दावे पास्ट में बहुत हुए हैं मुख्यमंत्री।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है, और आप ये भी स्वीकार करेंगे कि जिस तरह की लड़ाई पिछले एक वर्षों में छत्तीसगढ़ की सरकार और हमारे सुरक्षा बल लड़े हैं, तो उससे आपको भी ये विश्वास होता होगा कि संभव हो जाएगा। और हम लोग सिर्फ नक्सलियों को गोली से मारने की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनको आह्वान कर रहे हैं कि आप विकास के मुख्यधारा से जुड़िए और एक गोली बारूद की भाषा को छोड़िए, तो उसका भी असर हो रहा है। आज एक वर्षों में 1,500 से ज़्यादा नक्सली या तो आत्मसमर्पण किए हैं या उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है, और हम लोग उस क्षेत्र में विकास की भी बात कर रहे हैं। आज नियद नेलानार योजना, नियद नेलानार गोंडी भाषा में है, जिसका हिंदी अनुवाद है आपका अच्छा गाँव, और इस योजना के माध्यम से जो 5 ज़िले हैं और जो संवेदनशील गांव हैं, वहाँ सब जगह हम लोग सरकार की योजनाओं को पहुँचा रहे हैं। इसके पहले वहाँ पर विकास पहुँचती नहीं थी, लेकिन इस योजना के माध्यम से लगातार वहाँ सड़कें बना रहे हैं, घरों में बिजली पहुँच रही है, घरों में नल द्वारा पानी पहुँचा रहे हैं, वहाँ स्कूल बंद पड़े थे उनको खुलवा रहे हैं, अस्पताल खुलवा रहे हैं, वहाँ राशन पहुँच रहा है, राशन कार्ड बन रहे हैं। अभी माननीय गृह मंत्री जी भी होके आए तो वहाँ स्कूल का विजिट किए, आंगनबाड़ी का विजिट किए, एक राशन दुकान का भी विजिट किए, और लगातार सुरक्षा कैंप खोले जा रहे हैं। 37 से ज़्यादा सुरक्षा कैंप अभी एक खुल चुके हैं एक वर्षों में, उसके पहले और खुले हैं। और सुरक्षा कैंप जहाँ भी खुल रहे हैं उसके 5 किलोमीटर रेडियस में जितने भी गांव आते हैं वहाँ से नक्सली भाग जाते हैं, और वहाँ पर अपने सुरक्षा बलों का कब्जा हो जाता है। तो इस तरह से मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि मार्च 2026 तक निश्चित रूप से हम लोग नक्सलवाद का खात्मा करने में सफल होंगे, और लगातार जो पीड़ित लोग हैं, जो आत्मसमर्पित नक्सली हैं, उनके लिए हम लोग बेहतर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने भारत सरकार से गुहार लगाया था कि इनके लिए अलग से आवास की व्यवस्था हो, और आपको बताते हुए गौरव हो रहा है कि 15,000 प्रधानमंत्री आवास इनके लिए अलग से भारत सरकार, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी ने स्वीकृत कराया है। तो इस तरह से सारी सुविधा, उनका स्किलिंग का भी हम लोग चिंता कर रहे हैं कि जो आत्मसमर्पण किए हैं उनको मतलब स्किलिंग करा के कोई ना कोई रोज़गार से उनको जोड़ने का काम करेंगे ताकि उनका भविष्य आगे ठीक रहे। और नौकरी भी दे रहे हैं। 4th क्लास में जो पीड़ित परिवार हैं, उनके जो पढ़े लिखे बच्चे हैं, उनको नौकरी देने का भी काम कर रहे हैं। इस तरह से सरकार उनके लिए बिल्कुल चिंतित है। अभी एक बस्तर ओलंपिक खेल हुआ जिसमें 1,65,000 18 से लेकर 45 साल के जो युवा उन्होंने पंजीयन कराया और वो खेल में भाग लिए, जिसमें महिलाओं की संख्या आधी थी। तो आप इससे अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि उस क्षेत्र के युवा लोग भी और लोग भी नक्सलवाद से मुक्ति चाहते हैं और विकास की मुख्यधारा से जुड़ना चाहते हैं।
In very tragic news coming in, Vedant, a renowned filmmaker Shyam Benegal has died at the age of 90. He was reportedly suffering from kidney-related issues, but unrelenting at the age of 90, he'd in fact announced that he's working on 2-3 projects while celebrating his 90th birthday. And it was just days after that he was admitted into the ICU.
Absolutely, Divya. I think you put it very well. Unrelenting at the age of 90. He is somebody who was seen as a pioneer of parallel cinema. He was, of course, conferred with Padma Shri back in 1976 and also Padma Bhushan. And some of his most successful films include Manthan, Zubeda and Sardari Begum as well.
आज हम सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही दुखद अवसर है कि प्रसिद्ध डायरेक्टर श्याम बेनेगल जी, इनका अभी अभी दुखद निधन हुआ है। श्याम बेनेगल जी ने पैरेलल सिनेमा को सामने लाने का काम किया। कई नेशनल अवार्ड्स उनको मिले और उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से हमारे भारतीय सिनेमा की सेवा की, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ वो अद्वितीय इस प्रकार की सेवा है। आज उनके जाने के बाद मैं ऐसा कह सकता हूं कि एक युग का अंत हमारे सिनेमा में हुआ है। मैं उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि देना चाहता हूं।
And to get more on this, we have our colleague Abira joining us. Abira, we just heard Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, saying that he brought parallel cinema to the forefront. The Prime Minister saying that, Shyam Benegal's storytelling had an impact on Indian cinema. Take us through his work. He started out with a film called Ankur back in 1974, and straight from his first film, he made quite an impact, and he continued to work all the way up until his 90th birthday.
Absolutely, he started off with Ankur, but let me take you back. When he made his first film with a camera that his father gave, he was only 12 years old. So that was his first filmmaking with his father's camera. And later on, like he said, the Ankur was his first film, and later he came with so many other great films. Manthan, he took Manthan. We talk about Cannes Film Festival and how every star nowadays want to take their film to Cannes Film Festival or walk the red carpet. He was the OG of Cannes Film Festival because he took India, he took his film Manthan with his heroines Shabana Azmi, Smita Patil in 1976. That's where he took Manthan. And again, 2024, this year, Manthan was restored, and the whole cast with Shyam Benegal, they went to Cannes Film Festival again this year. So what a historic moment that was, taking Manthan to Cannes Film Festival. And just not that, he studied economics in Hyderabad. When he decided that he wanted to be a filmmaker, he was doing advertising, and then he went into movies. And his love for movies never ended. He turned 90 on this year, December 14th, and he told the media that everybody says I'm old. It's a part of life, but I am still working on 2 or 3 projects, but I can't decide which film to make. Right. So he was working to the end. He never gave up because filmmaking was absolute love for him.
Absolutely. Abira, thanks very much for joining us with that. And all those tributes pouring in from across the world. What a genius filmmaker there. He's left behind an unparalleled legacy.
And let's just get you the latest from the Mahakumbh that's going to start next year in January. Of course, it's Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister who's gone on to say that Mahakumbh is not really just a religious festival, but also an exceptional opportunity for Prayagraj to showcase its outstanding hospitality.
Absolutely. What a festival of faith there. Over 40 crore devotees, remember, are all set to take that holy dip. And preparations underway for this grand festival, the biggest religious congregation in the world.
And it's that time of the year, Vedant, with the Christmas cheer all over the world. And of course, let's just get you the feel of Christmas from the Christmas first carols in Chennai.
Absolutely, Divya. I do know it's your favorite time of the year, certainly. And across India, Christmas carols, dazzling streets, and of course, Christmas cheer. Take a look.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including fresh trouble for Allu Arjun, who's been summoned by the police. This is the second round of questioning in a matter of 10 days. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. In the Pushpa 2 stampede, the police has re-summoned actor Allu Arjun for questioning. He is to appear before the police at 11 o'clock this morning. This is the second round of questioning in less than 10 days. This is part of routine, is what the police is saying. The investigation as far as the case is concerned to file a counter on the granting of bail to the actor. And fresh flash brews over no detention policy. The centre has scrapped that no detention policy for class 5 and 8, but it's the Tamil Nadu government there saying that they won't change the state policy. The Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Vishnu Deo Asai, has spoken exclusively to NDTV's Nikunj Garg, says that we'll end Maoist terror by March of 2026. Israel confirms killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. Haniyeh was killed on the 31st of July in a blast in an Iranian capital, hours after he attended the inauguration of the new Iranian president, and now Israel has finally claimed responsibility. And it is an AI boost when it comes to Tirumala for efficient darshan. The temple board now aims to reduce the waiting time. Let's get your top story, and that's Telangana Hyderabad police has issued a notice to actor Allu Arjun to appear for questioning today. The police has issued a fresh notice to the actor, summoning him for questioning at 11 o'clock this morning. So he was arrested on the 13th of December and is listed as accused number 11 in the case. He's currently on 4 weeks of conditional bail, but it is the Chief Minister, Revanth Reddy, who has, said he's come down very heavily against the actor for visiting the theatre without really having the permission by the police, and also conducting a roadshow right after that stampede. While Allu Arjun has gone ahead and said those allegations are all false, and he's saying that this is nothing but character assassination of the actor.
सीतेज का एंड कंडीशन अभी स्टिल एज पर पहले दिन लाए थे वैसी है. हम एक ही भगवान को जो प्रे करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं, वो जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक जो हो जाए. और एक दुखी का इंसिडेंट हुआ, अनफॉर्चुनेट थिंग तेलंगाना में. हम वही डॉक्टर्स को बोले, हॉस्पिटल वालों को बोले कितना खर्च भी होने दो, ऑन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तेलंगाना से पूरा आपको हम देख लेते. वी विल पे द व्हाट एवर इवन यू कंसल्ट बिग कंसल्टेंट थ्रूआउट इंडिया.
And more trouble brewing for the actor, with the Congress MLC there filing a complaint against Allu Arjun over the scenes in the film. He's gone on to lodge a complaint at the police station against the actor, the director and the producers of Pushpa 2. In the complaint, he's alleged that there's a scene in the movie that's insulting the police force. So he has demanded action against not just the actor but also those involved in the making of the film, including the producer and the director. And he's urging authorities to take strict measures to address what he calls as an offensive portrayal of the police. And my colleague Uma Sudhir has the details.
Allu Arjun has been summoned now by the police as part of the investigation into the stampede that caused the death of Revati and sent her son into the ICU for the last 20 days. So he is to appear before the Chikatpalli police at 11 a.m. And this is after, of course, he was arrested first, named as accused number 11, arrested and then got bail. But the courts had said that the investigation per se can continue, and therefore, as part of that routine process, he is being summoned by the police. The second one is Tirmar Mallanna, who is a MLC with the Congress here. He has filed a case at Modipalli police station where he has objected to certain content in the film where you are showing the hero character played by Allu Arjun actually urinating into a swimming pool in which a police officer is there, and that has been taken objection to, saying that this is something that is humiliating or insulting the police force, and therefore the case has been filed against Allu Arjun, the producers as well as directors. Why not the censor board may be a question that could be asked. But I must say that ministers have also begun talking about the content of the film. For instance, the cinematography minister spoke about, encouraging only films that are talking about patriotism or history of Telangana or other kinds of films, and not films which are actually encouraging people to become anti-national. Minister Sitaka, who is a tribal minister as well, she said a film like Jai Bhim doesn't get a national award, whereas a film like Pushpa, which is showing a smuggler in a glorified light, is being given a national award. So the debate is going beyond the contours of the case itself, the legal case itself. Now, the debate is also expanding to include the content and what is being appreciated either by the audience or by the larger system in terms of the government and awards that were given. So the controversy in that sense becoming big, but we are hearing from the Chief Minister's office that ministers and others have now been asked to kind of put a lid on this and not continue to speak about it. Whatever needs to be said has already been said, and therefore they should now go to the courts of law. And from Allu Arjun's side also, we have seen his father in fact specifically say that we are going to exercise restraint and not make any kind of accusatory statements or rebuttals. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. And switching tracks to tragic news coming in regard to what's really taken place in Rajasthan. A 3.5-year-old girl has fallen into a borewell in Rajasthan, and the NDRF and the SDRF have been deployed to rescue her from the 150 feet deep borewell. The girl, Chetna, was playing on her father's field this is in the area in Rajasthan when she accidentally slipped into the borewell. Now, rescue operations are underway, but this is the second such incident that's coming to light from Rajasthan. This is very shocking incident of yet another child that has slipped into a borewell on their own farm, the farm of the parents. So this is the second such incident coming to light in a matter of a month. And switching tracks now to Mumbai, a fire broke out in the wee hours of this morning at a residential building which reportedly houses singer Shan's residence in Maharashtra's Mumbai. Well, fire tenders reached the spot and a dousing operation has been underway. Visuals showing plumes of smoke rising from that apartment building. However, Sham's family is unhurt in the incident. A woman we hear has been injured. An 80-year-old woman was rescued after suffering breathing problems. She was admitted to a private hospital and remains in the ICU and is said to be critical. And let's just get you a check on the weather conditions. Sub-zero temperatures being recorded in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir as well as Ladakh, where the temperature is now in the range of 5 to 10 degrees. This is the minimum temperature we're talking about in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, where cold wave conditions are prevailing. Over the plains of the northwest, the lowest temperature is coming in from Amritsar at 6 degrees. Cold wave conditions prevailing not just there, but also the northwest plains of Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, as well as ground frost conditions that are prevailing. But the big question being, when can we expect some sort of respite from this bitter cold that we're experiencing, and it's only going to get worse between now and the 26th. It's from the 27th that we can expect some respite when temperature will start to dip. The temperatures will start to dip by almost 2 to 4 degrees between the 27th and the 28th as far as the northwest plains are concerned. On the other side, the BMC has issued new guidelines calling for strict adherence when it comes to curbing the air pollution menace, particularly due to construction-related situation and the road road dust, which is adding to the pollution count in the city of Mumbai. Let's just go across now first to my colleague Shreya, who's joining us from Delhi. Shreya, from what we're hearing is that it could rain today, and that could in fact make matters worse when it comes to Christmas celebrations, those looking out to celebrating Christmas between tonight and tomorrow.
Of course, Divya, we know that the temperature is quite low right now. It's around 10 degrees Celsius. And on top of that, the IMD has predicted light showers. Right now, you can see it's 9 in the morning yet. There is no sun to be seen. It's an overcast sky. It's quite cloudy out here. And I'm right now in Dwarka. And as you can see the visuals right here, this is a proper field which is completely seen as an open waste dump, and we know besides the pollution caused by industrial emission, dust pollution from construction work areas, open burning and disposal of waste also releases harmful substances into the air which can make it difficult to breathe and worsen existing health problems. So proper waste management is a key issue that needs to be looked at, because we have seen that despite the implementation of the GRAP 4 measures, the pollution levels remain in the severe category. The AQI has hit 400 mark. The temperature is around 11 degrees Celsius. We are expecting light showers later in the day. But yesterday also we saw light drizzle, but that did not really change the scenario in the national capital. Rather, it intensified the cold wave conditions and made the air quality worse. So today also being the Christmas Eve, it will definitely affect the celebrations of the people, because light shower is expected and the sun is not out. It's quite cloudy, and on top of that, the AQI continues to be in the severe category.
Right. Thank you so much, Shreya, for getting us details of the minimum temperature that's going to go up slightly because of every time it rains and there's a cloud cover, the minimum temperature goes up, and that's why it's coming in at 9 degrees a degree more than usual. But that's not the case as far as Srinagar is concerned, where the temperature is dipped below 0 degrees and the maximum temperature is all of 2 degrees. And my colleague Nazir has all the details.
Well, yesterday was the coldest day. 2.8 degrees. You can see when maximum temperature in the town for the valley is 2 degrees. So you can imagine what would be minimum. It is hovering between -3 to -8.5, and -8.5 was the coldest in December month in last many years, rather more than 50 years. So it's extreme cold way in the valley, though not unusual cold, season of cold, but clearly, it is causing a lot of problems, as you can see in the visual. Large parts of the Dal Lake are frozen, so are the other water bodies. There are issues of, electricity, though largely it has been addressed after the power department augmented more power supplies and to remain so that there are no unscheduled, power cuts. But there are also problems when the water taps freeze in your home. What will you do? So those are something when you can't do much except just waiting, and there's improvement in the weather situation. And these are hardships locals face, but at the same time, we see tourists are enjoying this weather. They are coming in large numbers. Many of them were coming with the hope that there would be white Christmas in Srinagar, but so far, snow has given a miss. We are expecting that there would be some snow, but the fact is that the Met Department are saying that till 26, there's no forecast of any major snowfall in any part of the valley. There may be some snowfall in the higher reaches, but clearly this cold wave continues. It will rather intensify in the coming days. And this night was really very cold. We are going to get the exact, details from the Met Office in an hour or so, that whether it was colder than yesterday. It appears it was. So clearly cold wave continues in the valley, and it causes many challenges for the locals here in the valley.
Right, Nazir, thank you so much for joining us with those details. And like Nazir said, no fresh snowfall as of yet, but of course the temperature has dipped considerably, and we are expecting no change when it comes to the temperature. It's going to be very cold in the run-up between Christmas and New Year's. Now let's just take into account as far as Mumbai is concerned, and to in order to curb the pollution problem that Mumbai seems to be facing. Fresh measures have been included, including prohibiting the use of wood or similar material as fuel for cooking and the lighting of bonfires at construction sites. Those are the measures that the BMC is taking, and my colleague Sujata has all the details.
Looking at the deteriorating condition of air pollution in Mumbai, the BMC has now come up with several strict measures with regards to its solid waste department, and it has directed its officials to take stringent measures to curb the air pollution. Because if we talk about the AQI, yesterday it was around 132 on an average, but in areas like Malad and Santa Cruz and Andheri, where usually heavy vehicles which move towards the construction sites, they are often on the roads, because of which the BMC has now laid out a plan and stringent rules for them, where there will be an eye that will be kept on the construction sites, and also with regards to the debris management, and also an eye will be kept on the vehicles which carry the construction materials, because they are supposed to possess the stipulated documents that should be with them, otherwise heavy penalty will be charged on them. So the BMC is trying to ensure that Mumbaikars breathe good and safe air. However, if we speak about the recent times, Mumbaikars have seen the soaring levels of the AQI, leading to which the BMC has now laid out this strict plan, which has already been mentioned in the Mumbai Air Pollution Mitigation Plan that was prepared almost years ago. But now BMC once again has come to its attention, and now efforts are being made to ensure that especially in Mumbai suburbs, where there are a large number of construction sites and there are projects being built up, and because of which it has now become mandatory for these construction sites to have water sprinklers around them, so that whenever to settle the dust as well as the pollution that is rising up, these water sprinklers seems to be of great help. And also at the same time, at the heavy traffic zones, for example, I am currently at Gundavli, which is a 4-lane road, and here often there are big vehicles traveling to all the directions of the city. So here there are water sprinklers to be made available so that the city can breathe good air. Over to you.
Right, and also let's get you a sense of how cool it is in Himachal Pradesh. It's about 1 degree in Chimoli. It's about 3 degrees in Mussoorie. It's about 4 degrees in Nainital. When we talk about Dehradun, it's about 6 degrees. Is this normal for this time of the year? Let's find out with my colleague Kishore.
उत्तराखंड की सिचुएशन की बात करें तो सोमवार को यानी मंडे को जब बर्फबारी हुई थी तो उससे काफ़ी तापमान नीचे गिर गया था। चारों धाम और पहाड़ों पे कई जगह तापमान माइनस में रिकॉर्ड किया गया। चमोली के नीति में जहां पर झरने और नदी जम गए थे वहां पर -11 तक तापमान गया। इसके अलावा केदारनाथ, बद्रीनाथ, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री में भी माइनस टेम्परेचर गया। दूसरी तरफ जो प्लेन्स के इलाके, खासकर जो देहरादून या फिर निचले इलाके हैं, उनमें भी तापमान करीबन 4 से 5 डिग्री तक रिकॉर्ड किया गया। मौसम विभाग ने आज भी यानी 24 दिसंबर को भी बारिश और बर्फबारी की संभावना जताई है। इस वक्त अगर कई जगहों पर बादल लगे हुए हैं और ऊपरी इलाकों में, खासकर पहाड़ी इलाकों में 1800 मीटर की जिनकी हाइट है, उनमें बर्फबारी की संभावना जताई है। बर्फबारी से और बारिश से यहाँ का तापमान ज़रूर गिरा है। शीतलहर काफ़ी होगी, ठंड काफ़ी बढ़ गई है और तापमान काफ़ी जो 4 डिग्री और 5 डिग्री और पहाड़ों पर माइनस तक रिकॉर्ड किया गया है।
Right, thank you so much, Kishore, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking the weather for you. For now, we're sitting in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And it is a second round of questioning by the police. Alu Arjun has to appear before the police at 11 o'clock this morning. It's part of the routine investigation. Fresh clash brews over no detention policy, but Tamil Nadu is opposing that and saying they won't change the state policy. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister speaks to NDTV's Nikunj Garg, says will end Maoist terror by March of 2026. Noted filmmaker Shyam Benegal has died at the age of 90. He was admitted to the ICU right after he turned 90 on the 14th of December. The Prime Minister says that his storytelling had a profound impact on cinema.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that inform. Welcome back. News coming in from Gujarat. A fire that erupted in a high-rise building in Ahmedabad on the 10th floor of this building in Ahmedabad. No fatalities have been reported so far. This fire that broke out on the 10th floor of the Titanium building at Thaltej. The fire was brought under control and there seemed to be no casualties in the incident. Switching tracks now, in a significant shift as far as school education is concerned, the centre has scrapped the no detention policy for students in classes 5 and 8 in schools governed by the central government. The move will allow schools to retain students who fail to clear this year-end exams, while there is also provision here if a student does not meet the promotion criteria after regular exams, they will be given an additional opportunity for re-examination within 2 months of the result being declared. If they fail again, the student will be held back in the same class, and the class teacher will provide guidance to the students and their parents, offering specialized help to address learning gaps. However, a new rule is in place that no student will be expelled. We have my colleague Shreya joining us. Shreya, of course, while this is being met with a lot of criticism as far as this move is concerned, take us through what does this really mean for the students of class 5 and 8?
Well, the no detention policy has always been seen as the cornerstone for Indian education framework since the enactment of the RTE Act. It was aimed at preventing students from disadvantaged backgrounds from dropping out due to failure. But critics have argued for years now that it led to reduced academic rigor, less accountability, students not being able to acquire the foundational literacy, and they are being promoted, and therefore leading to a higher failure rate in their board exams in class 10. But in several states, including the national capital, they had scrapped the no detention policy. But several states are yet to remove the no detention policy. Now the central government has said that the no detention policy will not be in place anymore. That means that students will be held back if they are unable to secure 33% in each subject and 25% in their midterm exams and annual exams for each subject. Obviously, they will be given 2 months' time to appear for the re-examination, and if they still, fail to meet the promotional criteria with the help of additional instructional support from the teachers, and still if they fail, then they will be retained. They will have to reappear, this includes students for class 5 and class 8. This is essentially seen as a move to meet the learning gap, because we have seen time and again that class 8 students, especially from government schools and in remote areas, they are not being able to read and write. Class 2, class 3 books and numerical problems, they are not being able to solve. Therefore, to meet this gap, this no detention policy has been scrapped. Now students will have to take their class 5, class 8 exams as seriously as possible, and we have seen that this will be implemented in all the central government controlled schools, both private and government. But some of the states like Tamil Nadu has shown strong opposition towards this policy, and they said that they will continue with the no detention policy because they believe that removing this no detention policy will increase the pressure on young students, especially students from marginalized background who more often than not drop out when they fail their exams, and it's very difficult to keep them encourage them to pursue their education. But of course, most people believe that this will definitely encourage and motivate the students to work harder with the help of trained teachers who will give them the additional instructional support to pass their exam and do better in their life. Back to you.
Right, Shreya, like you mentioned, of course, the Tamil Nadu Minister for Education, they're saying that the centre's decision is a stumbling block when it comes especially to the underprivileged section of the students, and has gone on to say that the state will continue to follow their current model of automatic promotions in the said classes. And to get more on this, we have our colleague Sam joining us. Sam, basically, Tamil Nadu government, they're putting its foot down, saying that they will continue with their policy and they're not going to adhere to this new policy that's being implemented.
State Education Minister Mahesh Anbil Poyamoli has clarified that the Tamil Nadu government will continue to have its all-pass till class 8 system, and he has advised parents and the general public not to get panicky over the announcement by the central government, and he has again clarified that the central government's amendment would apply only for schools that come under the central boards or central government run schools in Tamil Nadu, which follow the new education policy, and that Tamil Nadu is developing or evolving its own education policy, and according to that, there will be no exams, there will be no detention till class 8, he says, and the centre's amendment to the Right to Education Act, he says, will be a huge obstruction for seamless education till class 8. He says Tamil Nadu believes education is the only thing that could transform lives, and they believe in this kind of a system that does not fail students till class 8. The larger picture, of course, as Tamil Nadu has always opposed the new education policy being pushed by the central government, saying that besides other factors, it's a tacit way by the central government to push or to impose Hindi in non-Hindi speaking states, and it does not believe in that 3-language formula. And this feature of detention in class 5 and class 8 is being seen as a key factor of the new education policy. That's another reason why Tamil Nadu was again opposing this one, believing in its own system of education. Also, the larger picture, both in terms of the gross enrollment ratio and in terms of the overall performance, the Tamil Nadu school education level is much ahead of the national average.
Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us those details. And now switching tracks to Delhi, and it's the LG here in the national capital that's improved, it has gone ahead and approved the enhancement of threshold limit of annual income from 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh rupees for students to get admission in private schools under the economically weaker section quota. So VK Saxena, the LG, has approved that proposal to increase the threshold limit in order for the capital's private schools, and this is a move that will make a much larger chunk of the students belonging to all categories, reserved as well as general, eligible for admission to private schools, is what the LG had to say. But Raj Niwas officials have been attacking the Aam Aadmi Party. They're saying that the Aam Aadmi Party government had been dragging its feet despite the High Court judgment in this regard and the advice by the LG to raise that limit to 5 lakh rupees. So the LG there, making his point, saying that this is a move that has been brought about in order to make a much larger chunk of students. So those students, not just, the weaker section, the economically weaker section, but all students in all categories will now be eligible for admission to private schools. But this, of course, is a move in which the threshold limit of the annual income has now been increased from 2.5 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for students who will be availing the section, the quota in the capital's private schools for the economically weaker section. So now people who are earning up to 5 lakh rupees will also be in the economically weaker section quota when they go to apply for private schools. And we have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, so a move that is, something that the Aam Aadmi Party that, claims are being made that they did not adhere to this, even though there was an order by the High Court in this regard, and that the LG had, advised them regarding the same in order to increase that limit from 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakh rupees. So now finally, it is the LG there who has, approved of this, and this basically means that more students will be, going to schools, and this is what is the aim behind increasing that limit.
Well, yes, Diva, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, now the threshold limit for, in fact, being admitted in, in a private school here in Delhi under the EWS category has been increased, and this has been approved by the LG. Earlier, it was 2.5 lakhs, which has now been increased to 5 lakh rupees. Now here, what the Raj Niwas officials tell us is that, it was only after the High Court order, and the High Court order stated that the Delhi government should increase the threshold limit from 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees. Now, it was back in 2023, but at that time, the Chief Minister's office only had sent a proposal for increasing the amount from 1 lakh rupees to 2.5 lakh rupees. Now, this was again, took into cognizance by the High Court, and High Court in 2024 did acknowledge the fact that there was a disobedience on the part of the Delhi government, after which now the Delhi government again sent a proposal, this time from increasing the threshold limit from 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakh rupees, and this now has been approved by the Lieutenant Governor. So certainly this move is going to benefit a lot of students that come under the EWS quota, but it is also going to erupt into a slugfest just ahead of the election, because certainly in election season, this is only going to catch more heat between the Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for joining us with those details. Switching tracks now to Rajasthan, a second incident is now being reported of a child that's fallen into a borewell. Do remember that this is the second incident coming about in a matter of a month. It's been over 18 hours, and that 3.5-year-old girl is stuck in a borewell on her own field. She was playing on her field when she fell into the borewell 18 hours ago. Now, the NDRF and the SDRF have been deployed in order to rescue her. She's down that borewell, 150 feet deep into that borewell. The girl Chetna was playing, and that is when that tragic incident that took place. Now, the NDRF team and the SDRF team who are conducting the rescue operations, but it is so far there has been no sort of progress in the matter. It's been 18 hours since that 3.5-year-old girl fell, and the second incident that's coming to light from Rajasthan in a matter of a month.
देखिए, अभी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बच्ची को किसी तरीके से ग्रिप कर लिया जाए। उसके लिए हमें दिक्कत ये आ रही है कि उसके चारों तरफ जो मिट्टी जमा हो रखी है और कुछ नमी की वजह से मिट्टी जो है वो सेट हो गई है उसके चारों तरफ। तो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अभी एक पत्तीनुमा हमने जुगाड़ तैयार किया, उस पत्तीनुमा जुगाड़ से हम पीछे की तरफ से जो बोर है उसकी मिट्टी को कुरेद के हम जगह बना रहे हैं और वहाँ से फिर हम इक्विपमेंट डाल के उसको बाहर ले लेंगे बच्चे को।
जैसा कि अपन देख रहे हैं कि पिछले 14-15 घंटे से पूरी एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ, पूरा प्रशासन यहाँ पे लगा हुआ है। बच्ची को सकुशल निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ऑक्सीजन प्रॉपर जा रही है, पाइप बच्ची के पास ही है जो ऑक्सीजन जा रही है, और मिट्टी जो साइड में थी वो साइड की मिट्टी वो नीचे हो गई है। बच्ची के ऊपर अभी कोई मिट्टी नहीं है। अभी एनडीआरएफ टीम जैसे अभी देखा था कि जो रिंग है वो बच्ची के नीचे सेट हो गए हैं और धीरे धीरे बच्ची को बाहर निकालने की कोशिश जारी है।
Switching tracks now to more news coming in, and India has confirmed receiving a diplomatic note from Bangladesh after the interim government sent that diplomatic note urging India to send deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina back to Dhaka. Now, India has not commented on the note, and this is after Sheikh Hasina, who moved to India since the 5th of August when she fled Bangladesh amid that massive protest that took place that brought down her 16-year-old regime and forced her to flee. The Dhaka-based International Crimes Tribunal has issued arrest warrants in the names of Sheikh Hasina and her ministers, advisors and former military and civil officials, accusing them of crimes against humanity and genocide. We have Saurabh joining us. Saurabh, with Dhaka demanding that Delhi send Sheikh Hasina back, what is the stand that India will take is the big question.
Well, you know, India's position is very clear vis-a-vis the India-Bangladesh relationship, that it's a multifaceted relationship, that there are many issues at stake, and one particular issue or one single issue cannot overshadow all other issues. That's something that's been set straight by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri when he visited Bangladesh earlier. And that remains India's position. At this point, on this specific note from Bangladesh, India hasn't offered any comment. But in political circles, in discussions that have taken place around Bangladesh, one does get the sense from certain quarters is that, you know, there are multiple issues. For example, the treatment of minorities, the treatment of Hindus in Bangladesh, you know, the attacks on the minorities. So that was one issue that also was, a large part of the discussions. And maybe many feel, or at least a certain section of, those watching this relationship very closely feel that perhaps Bangladesh wants some of that attention from that issue to move away, which is why this Sheikh Hasina issue gives them a platform to do so. And India has not offered any comment, but India's position is very clear that no one issue can overshadow all issues. The bilateral relationship is important. The region is important. The neighborhood is important. India and Bangladesh have collaborated on several projects, and those collaborations have yielded gains for both countries. And that is something that will be the focus of how India deals with the India-Bangladesh relationship. But on this specific niggling issue of the demand of return of Sheikh Hasina, it will require some diplomatic finesse from India's side to ensure that it doesn't, snowball further, and it doesn't become sort of the centerpiece of, the strained ties that we've seen in the last few months.
Right, Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with those details. And switching tracks now to a very exclusive interview with Chhattisgarh's Chief Minister, who's gone on to say that the first tribal Chief Minister, he's saying Naxalism will be history soon, and that the Home Ministry has plans to wipe out Naxalism. Let's listen in to this exclusive interview with NDTV's Nikunj Garg.
और ये बताइए मुख्यमंत्री जी कि बाकी जो आपके टूरिज़्म के रास्ते में एक बड़ा रोड़ा आएगा, वो आएगा ये कि पुरानी छवि जो छत्तीसगढ़ की है वो नक्सलवाद से जोड़कर देखी जाती है। कुछ लोग बस्तर के इलाके को पहले नक्सलगढ़ भी बोलते थे। अभी आप कह रहे हैं मुख्यमंत्री इन्होंने गृह मंत्री जी ने भी अभी कहा कि 2026 तक हम उसका सफाया कर लेंगे। लेकिन आप वहाँ के लोकल नेता हैं, ट्राइबल नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, आपने ज़मीन से जुड़ के बड़ा लंबा सफ़र एक तय किया है। आपको लगता है कि ये रियलिस्टिकली संभव है कि 2026 तक आपकी सरकार नक्सलवाद का सफाया कर लेगी? ऐसे दावे पास्ट में बहुत हुए हैं मुख्यमंत्री जी।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है, और आप ये भी स्वीकार करेंगे कि जिस तरह की लड़ाई पिछले एक वर्षों में छत्तीसगढ़ की सरकार और हमारे सुरक्षा बल लड़े हैं, तो उससे आपको भी ये विश्वास होता होगा कि संभव हो जाएगा। और हम लोग सिर्फ मतलब नक्सलियों को गोली से मारने की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनको आह्वान कर रहे हैं कि आप विकास के मुख्यधारा से जुड़िए और एक गोली बारूद की भाषा को छोड़िए, तो उसका भी असर हो रहा है। आज एक वर्षों में 1,500 से ज़्यादा नक्सली या तो आत्मसमर्पण किए हैं या उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है, और हम लोग उस क्षेत्र में विकास की भी बात कर रहे हैं। आज नियद नेलानार योजना, नियद नेलानार गोंडी भाषा में है, जिसका हिंदी अनुवाद है आपका अच्छा गांव, और इस योजना के माध्यम से जो 5 ज़िले हैं और जो संवेदनशील गांव हैं, वहाँ सब जगह हम लोग सरकार की योजनाओं को पहुंचा रहे हैं। इसके पहले वहाँ पर विकास पहुंचती नहीं थी, लेकिन इस योजना के माध्यम से लगातार वहाँ सड़कें बना रहे हैं, घरों में बिजली पहुंच रही है, घरों में नल द्वारा पानी पहुंचा रहे हैं, वहाँ स्कूल बंद पड़े थे उनको खुलवा रहे हैं, अस्पताल खुलवा रहे हैं, वहाँ राशन पहुंच रहा है, राशन कार्ड बन रहे हैं। अभी माननीय गृह मंत्री जी भी मतलब होके आए तो वहाँ स्कूल का विजिट किए, आंगनबाड़ी का विजिट किए, एक राशन दुकान का भी विजिट किए, और लगातार सुरक्षा कैंप खोले जा रहे हैं। 37 से ज़्यादा सुरक्षा कैंप अभी एक खुल चुके हैं एक वर्षों में, उसके पहले और खुले हैं। और सुरक्षा कैंप जहाँ भी खुल रहे हैं उसके 5 किलोमीटर रेडियस में जितने भी गांव आते हैं वहाँ से नक्सली भाग जाते हैं, और वहाँ पर अपने सुरक्षा बलों का कब्जा हो जाता है। तो इस तरह से मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि मार्च 2026 तक निश्चित रूप से हम लोग नक्सलवाद का खात्मा करने में सफल होंगे, और लगातार जो पीड़ित लोग हैं, जो आत्मसमर्पित नक्सली हैं, उनके लिए हम लोग बेहतर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने भारत सरकार से गुहार लगाया था कि इनके लिए अलग से आवास की व्यवस्था हो, और आपको बताते हुए गौरव हो रहा है कि 15,000 प्रधानमंत्री आवास इनके लिए अलग से भारत सरकार, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी ने स्वीकृत कराया है। तो इस तरह से सारी सुविधा, उनका स्किलिंग का भी हम लोग चिंता कर रहे हैं कि जो आत्मसमर्पण किए हैं उनको मतलब स्किलिंग करा के कोई ना कोई रोज़गार से उनको जोड़ने का काम करेंगे, ताकि उनका भविष्य आगे ठीक रहे। और नौकरी भी दे रहे हैं। 4th क्लास में जो पीड़ित परिवार हैं, उनके जो पढ़े लिखे बच्चे हैं, उनको नौकरी देने का भी काम कर रहे हैं। इस तरह से सरकार उनके लिए बिल्कुल चिंतित है। अभी एक बस्तर ओलंपिक खेल हुआ, जिसमें 1,65,000 18 से लेकर 45 साल के जो युवा, उन्होंने पंजीयन कराया और वो खेल में भाग लिए, जिसमें महिलाओं की संख्या आधी थी। तो आप इससे अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि उस क्षेत्र के युवा लोग भी और लोग भी नक्सलवाद से मुक्ति चाहते हैं और विकास की मुख्यधारा से जुड़ना चाहते हैं।
And getting you some other news that's coming in, very tragic news coming in of renowned filmmaker Shyam Benegal, who's died at 6:30 in the evening on the 23rd of December. He was 90 years of age. He was reportedly suffering from kidney-related issues. This is the renowned filmmaker. He had just turned 90 on the 14th of December, and just days after he turned 90, he was admitted to the ICU. The Welcome to Sarjanpur director celebrated his 90th birthday with his friends, including Nasiruddin Shah and Shabana Azmi, amongst others. He was honoured by the government of India with the Padma Shri in 1976. To remember, he started his career in 1974 with the film Ankur, and the Padma Bhushan in 1991. His successful films include Zubeda and Sardari Begum. It is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra who's gone on to say that he brought parallel cinema to the forefront, while the Prime Minister says that his storytelling has had a huge impact on cinema. Let's listen in to what the Chief Minister of Maharashtra had to say.
आज हम सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही दुखद अवसर है कि प्रसिद्ध डायरेक्टर श्याम बेनेगल जी, इनका अभी अभी दुखद निधन हुआ है। श्याम बेनेगल जी ने पैरेलल सिनेमा को सामने लाने का काम किया, कई नेशनल अवार्ड्स उनको मिले और उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से हमारे भारतीय सिनेमा की सेवा की, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ वो अद्वितीय इस प्रकार की सेवा है। आज उनके जाने के बाद मैं ऐसा कह सकता हूँ कि एक युग का अंत हमारे सिनेमा में हुआ है। मैं उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि देना चाहता हूँ।
He started off with Ankur, but let me take you back when he made his first film with a camera that his father gave. He was only 12 years old. So that was his first filmmaking with his father's camera. And later on, like he said, the Ankur was his first film, and later he came with so many other great films. Manthan, he took Manthan. We talk about Cannes Film Festival and how every star nowadays want to take their film to Cannes Film Festival or walk the red carpet. He was the OG of Cannes Film Festival because he took India, he took his film Manthan with his heroines Shabana Azmi, Smita Patil in 1976. That's where he took Manthan. And again, 2024, this year, Manthan was restored, you know, and the whole cast with Shyam Benegal, they went to Cannes Film Festival again this year. So what a historic moment that was, taking Manthan to Cannes Film Festival. And you know, just not that, he studied economics in Hyderabad. When he decided that he wanted to be a filmmaker, he was doing advertising and then he went into movies, and his love for movies never ended. You know, on his he turned 90 on this year, December 14th, and he said, he told the media that everybody you know, says I'm old. It's a part of life, but I am still working on 2 or 3 projects, but I can't decide which film to make. So he was working to the end. He never gave up because filmmaking was absolute love for him.
And switching tracks now, the Tirumala Tirupati is considering AI as the introduction as far as artificial intelligence is concerned to enhance transparency as well as efficiency in the services at the Sri Venkateshwar temple. This is what the officials there have gone on to say, that they are taking a significant step towards leveraging technology in order to enhance the devotee experience by incorporating artificial intelligence into their system. The temple authorities aim to reduce waiting time and also make the process a lot more efficient. In other news, it's been an outstanding year for India in space. Not only were there's been landmark launches, but the government has given ISRO a roadmap for the next 15 years with a big bang announcement aiming to land an Indian on the moon by 2040. The Prime Minister-led government also cleared unprecedented funding of 31,000 crore rupees for ISRO. And NDTV Science editor Pallav Bagla reviewed the year's achievements with the ISRO chairman S. Somnath. Let's listen in.
I have with me Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization, who has steered ISRO into a new orbit. Thanks a lot for speaking to me, Dr. Somnath.
Thank you.
What were the big announcements within this year and which excited India and ISRO?
I believe that this year has been a very splendid year for us in terms of the missions that we accomplished and also the future roadmap that we have set for ourselves based on the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. The very first time in the history of space program, we have a vision for next 25 years announced. That I consider as a very milestone thing that in the future, that will define the way the organization is going to take or the space program is going to take it forward. As you know that the space sector opening up and reforms announced, I think there has been a huge amount of interest. And this also multiplied by the success of Chandrayaan-3, made ISRO to be looked upon as a very promising organization, an organization which is delivering. But regularly we have been looking at only the missions in terms of the rocket launches and the satellites.
Now let's talk about the approvals.
Okay.
We had big announcements made. Tell me more.
Okay, on the announcements, I can tell you that the very first time I told a long-term program has been announced. The essence of the program is exploration, where the human being or Indian will go and land on the moon before the end of this Amrit Kal. When we celebrate the 100th year of our independence, an Indian flag will be flying on the moon with our person going and putting it back and returning safely. That is targeted in 2040. But before that we achieve that, there are many things to be done. And that is the beauty of it, that we cleared a program in which the space station is an essential element of achieving that, using space station as a platform.
Which is the Bharatiya
Antarisha Station.
By 2035.
We will build the Bharatiya Antarisha Station to be its fullest operational complement by 2035. First module will be launched in 2028. To achieve that, we will have a series of missions to Moon. The Chandrayaan 4, which is a sample return mission, has been cleared. Also, an exploration mission for Venus orbital mission has also been cleared. To do all of this, we need enhanced payload capability. So for that, next generation launch vehicle, NGLV, with a future-ready rocket, reusable, greener, and modular, which can send human beings to space and to Moon, is also cleared. So these are the bigger announcements.
You also had a test of a reusable launch vehicle, which excited India no end, because no other country is doing that.
Reusable launch vehicle is always very exciting, because it gives a feeling of like an aircraft, you can go to space and come back. The space shuttle gave that dream. But today the approach is to have compact reusable launch vehicles where human beings are not part of it, but it is fully autonomous and go to space and come back to do specific tasks. So reusable launch vehicle RLV-LEX to demonstrate the landing autonomously has been a big work in the last year. After having perfected the mission, we did a 2 perfect landing, demonstrating its versatility. Not nominal landing, off nominal landing we demonstrated and landed perfectly. With that, we closed that program, and we are going to the next phase of scaled up full version that goes to orbit.
Now, I said the Indian space ecosystem now, it's more than ISRO. We also had the private sector contributing.
Last year, we saw the growth of private sector in many ways. First and foremost, the number of startups increased to almost 250 in the last year. And we also announced a foreign direct investment policy by the government, which allows up to 100% FDI investment in space, of course, with some specifications how it should be.
And also a venture fund.
And also an announcement of a venture VC fund for supporting NGEs in this sector. But my belief is that it's not the biggest thing. The investment that has come into private companies from venture investments have reached crossed 1,000 crores last year. And we also had successful launches of liquid-propelled rocket by a private startup company.
Agnikul launch.
Correct.
Agnikul launch,
suborbital launch, which is a very complex achievement for a liquid engine development. Then coming to ISRO, we also transitioned from an operational work to more into R&D. It's something very important as a cultural change. We are making the steps to make NSIL an operational partner and take on R&D. So I can tell you last year has been the biggest R&D year, and that results will show up not next year, but in the coming years in a big manner. And we already have 2 R&D launches in the SSLV. SSLV D3 hosted 2 important R&D payloads, including the automatic identification payload. We also launched a GNSS reflectometry as an experimental payload. We are going to have a quantum experiment successfully achieved, and we are developing a quantum key distribution payload. Full electric propulsion system has been qualified. We are going to build the technology development satellite next, and many others. So you can see the new proposals, the Bharatiya Antarisha Station, the Gaganyaan, the Chandrayaan 4, everywhere these new technologies will be coming, including artificial intelligence.
A very exciting year for ISRO. India was also very excited.
Of course it is, because we are excited about looking at the future. Looking at the technological growth is important, but bigger goals that we have set for ourselves is expanding the space economy. When you talk about the space enterprise of this country, which involves ISRO, the technology ecosystem, and as well as industries. With our effort is to expand the space to the industries, so that there is a contribution in economy which will bring businesses, which bring for example, jobs to people and ultimately revenues to the country. So I think we are moving in the right direction, and we are very happy that Department of Space and ISRO plays the right role along with other stakeholders like InSpace and NSIL to make this transition.
Thanks a lot for speaking to me, Dr. Somnath.
And let's get you the latest as far as the Mahakumbh that's going to start in Prayagraj from the 30th of January to the 26th of February. It is the Chief Minister of the state of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, who's gone on to say that this is not merely a religious festival, but also an exceptional opportunity for Prayagraj to showcase its outstanding hospitality. And let's get you the Christmas cheer around the world with the season's first carols that have taken place in Chennai, and jingle bells pan India with celebrations that have started and will continue till tomorrow, the day of Christmas. Take a look.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And Shimla comes alive as light snowfall blanketed the region, bringing a wave of excitement to the locals as well as tourists. While the higher reaches of Himachal Pradesh were treated to heavy snowfall, Shimla's Ridge and Mall Road saw delicate snowfall and snowflakes while adding magic to the already charming town. And popular nearby destinations like Kufri and Narkanda also received light snowfall, much to the delight of travellers who had been waiting for this winter spectacle.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you from news from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Cops are expected to quiz Allu Arjun in the Stampede case at 11 a.m. Police have summoned Allu Arjun for the second time in 10 days. It's the superstar versus the state, as police is expected to grill Allu Arjun in about 1 hour. A Congress leader files a complaint against Allu Arjun. The complaint is over a scene in Pushpa 2. The Congress leader says this particular scene insults the police in Pushpa 2. The Congress slams the BJP over the new human rights body chief. The Congress says the selection process of the NHRC chief is flawed. This row after the ex-Supreme Court judge chief has been appointed as the NHRC chief. The Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams is considering automation and the introduction of an artificial intelligence chatbot to enhance transparency and efficiency in pilgrim services at the Sri Venkateshwara temple. Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has pleaded not guilty to murder and terrorism charges in New York. Well, the Telangana police have issued a notice to actor Allu Arjun requesting his presence for questioning in connection with the stampede at Sandhya Theatre during the Pushpa 2 premiere. This was on the 4th of December, which resulted in the death of a woman. The actor has been asked to appear at 11 a.m. and police have actually named Allu Arjun as accused number 11 in this case. He is currently out on 4 weeks of conditional bail. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, speaking in the assembly, had actually come down heavily on Allu Arjun for visiting the theatre without police permission and also conducting a roadshow even after the stampede. Allu Arjun had addressed a press conference terming the allegations as false. In fact, he also said he was hurt over the character assassination attempt. We have a reaction from a Telangana minister lined up for you. Here's what Komati Reddy Venkat Reddy had to say.
सीतेज का एंड कंडीशन अभी स्टिल एज पर पहले दिन लाए थे वैसी है. हम एक ही भगवान को जो प्रे करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं, वो जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक जो हो जाए. और एक दुखी का इंसिडेंट हुआ, अनफॉर्चुनेट थिंग तेलंगाना में. हम वही डॉक्टर्स को बोले, हॉस्पिटल वालों को बोले कितना खर्च भी होने दो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तेलंगाना से पूरा आपको हम देख लेते. वी विल पे द व्हाट एवर अमाउंट यू कंसल्ट बिग कंसल्टेंट थ्रू आउट इंडिया.
Meanwhile, a senior leader of the Congress in Telangana has filed a complaint with the police against Allu Arjun over his new movie and said that a scene in it insults the police force. Thinmar Malana has specifically criticized a scene where the protagonist urinates in a swimming pool while a police officer is in it. In fact, the MLC described the scene as disrespectful and degrading to the dignity of law enforcement officers. Uma Sudhir has been tracking all the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Uma, in his complaint, the Congress leader has demanded action against the film's director as well as Allu Arjun.
So I'm here outside the Chikatpalli police station where Mr. Allu Arjun has been summoned this morning at 11 a.m. And of course there is huge police deployment here with barricades on both sides, as you would know, as you would all reckon. This is going to be a place that's going to be hugely watched by everyone. So the roads on either side have been barricaded by the police, public not being allowed. Already we have had a stampede situation at the premiere of the movie, and now Allu Arjun appearing in person for part of the investigation into the stampede death that happened on the 4th of December. That is what we are expecting here at Chikatpalli. Three things. The government is likely to, of course, appeal against the bail itself and is likely to go to the Supreme Court, and that's the reason why I'm told that the actor is also being summoned, because even though he was arrested on the 13th of December and he was granted bail within a couple of hours, and the court had in fact said that the investigation can continue, and therefore they would want to understand from Allu Arjun whether he indeed was not given the message about permission being denied, whether he was, all the statements that have been made in the public domain that are at variance with what the police has said. So they would want to cross-examine him on that, and very clearly all this should have actually be spoken about inside a court of law, but because public perception and political voices have been speaking about it, and therefore with the Chief Minister speaking up, with Mr. Allu Arjun also speaking out in the public about what had transpired on the 4th of December, therefore all this has now become part of our stories and our narrative as well when we are telling this tale of events. More trouble, of course, for Mr. Allu Arjun because of the case that has been filed now by MLC Mr. Thinmar Malana, who is in fact questioned a particular scene in the film and saying that that is insulting to the police force, and that seems to have irked, in fact, the police force also, we understand. But I guess even though it's the director, producer and actor who have been named in this particular case, it may have been better to, in fact, ask the censor board this question, which is supposed to look at the content. The second part of it is that even as all this is happening, the ministers have begun speaking about the content in the film, and Minister Sitaka in fact said that a film like Jai Bhim was not given a national award, whereas a film that's glorifying a smuggler has been given a national award. So now the debate expanding not just into the political sphere and their reactions, but also in a sense getting into the space of what kind of content needs to be consumed or needs to be celebrated in the cine world. That is also now coming up for question. Back to you.
Uma, thanks so much for joining us with that live update from outside the police station where Allu Arjun is expected at in Hyderabad. We also have a reaction lined up from the BJP. Listen in to what Pradeep Bhandari had to say.
Revanth Reddy is ensuring and orchestrating a state-sponsored violence and state-sponsored attack on Allu Arjun. He is completely rattled because a neutral star who believes in free speech and is loved by the people of Telangana and has not toed the line of the Congress party is not working as per the whims and the fancies of the Congress party. This is the emergency thinking of the Congress party, which is common in Jawaharlal Nehru, who banned and jailed Majru Sultanpuri, Indira Gandhi, who stopped the songs of Kishore Kumar, and now Revanth Reddy, who is going on a rampage to attack, physically ensure that his goons attack Allu Arjun.
Well, for further clarity on the broadcast, we also have with us Syed Asad Abbas, political analyst, who is supportive of the Congress. Also with us from the BRS at the moment, Rekha Rao, and of course, Uma Sudhir continues to be with us from Ground Zero. I'd like to come to you, Mr. Abbas, first. You've just heard the BJP claiming that Allu Arjun has not toed the line of the Congress party. So Revanth Reddy is orchestrating a state-sponsored attack. What's your rebuttal?
I really wish that the leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the Delhi and the center would kindly visit the deceased and the family. You know, they are politicizing the issue. What really hurts my heart is there is a death of a 35-year-old mother. Her son has been in the coma for 20 days, but they do not speak about it. Also, since the BJP spokesperson mentioned about the attack at the place of Mr. Allu Arjun, all 6 of them have been arrested. They are out on bail. And also, Revant Reddy ji ordered the state DGP that there should be no laxity whatsoever in dealing with them in the strict law and order. Now coming to the issue, let us understand that Mr. Allu Arjun is a fantastic actor. There are no two ways about it. He's got a great fan following. But be it Allu Arjun, be it Amitabh Bachchan, or even Amir Khan, everybody and anybody, including the CM and PM of this country, are all under the aegis of the law. So therefore, if there are complaints filed against him, if there is an FIR against him, like you and me, he's also supposed to report to the police station. Not just that, let us understand the demography of what has taken place. The fact of the matter, there are two timestamps video released by the Hyderabad police. The Hyderabad police, first Allu Arjun ji, in a statement said that no police escorted him out of the theatre, it was his personal bodyguards. The Hyderabad police has released with timestamp at 12:10 p.m. when there was an assistant commissioner of police and a deputy commissioner of police who escorted Mr. Allu Arjun safely to his car. Not only that, time and again, we see there are lapses in acquiring the permission. The Sandhya Theatre organizers and the event people did not even meet the ACP or DCP as per protocol. Right. Knowing the magnitude of this mammoth event of Sandhya Theatre and also anticipating how big this event is. Despite that, the Telangana police, the Hyderabad police did everything in their best capacity to provide a bandobast. The fact of the matter is, let us speak of what has happened to the deceased, the death of the family member, of the innocent child who's battling his life in coma. Therefore, BJP needs to stop this politicization as this is not going to help the case whatsoever. Allu Arjun is a great star, but like you and I, he is also a citizen of this country and he has to go through the process of law. Let me also tell you, it is the same law which gave him a bail.
From Ms. Rao at the moment, who joins us on the broadcast. Ms. Rao, a spokesperson from the BRS has made serious allegations without actually presenting clear evidence of any Congress involvement in this attack. But then would you say this is just another example of political mudslinging?
No, it is not political mudslinging. It is a question of life. It is a question of death. The rules have to be same. And again, what I feel is that the amount of time which is being spent nationwide for this episode, it shouldn't happen. It is a sad story that someone has lost their life and the child is battling. It is the worst thing in the history of Indian cinema, I would rather say. But spending so much of time in Legislative Assembly, the CM talking so much and everything, I don't think it deserves so much. The police is doing a wonderful job, and I think it should have been left to the police instead of the whole nation taking part on this. There are so many important things to do. Yes, the tragedy has happened, and let us be aware, let us be alert. Next time we need to take steps. This does not repeat, but spending so much of time, I don't think it is required.
Right, I believe my colleague Uma Sudhir has a question. Go ahead, Uma.
Rekha ji, I want to ask you this. This is obviously something that should be dealt within a court of law. Why did the BRS leader, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, wade into the controversy, making a comment about the manner in which Mr. Allu Arjun has been arrested, and subsequently as well, a lot of comments on social media have actually triggered this into, escalated into a huge political controversy now?
That is, it has become a political controversy. There are different schools of thoughts why this particular issue has become out of proportions. Few feel that the current government, they want money from the heroes. Some people, they say the name or the actor has forgotten. That could be one of the reasons. There are many factors in that. But me as a citizen, I feel so much of time shouldn't be wasted. And even the CM should not have reacted so much in the legislative. It was actually OIC who did it, bringing the thing into the Legislative Assembly. We should stop it, and the precious time we should divert towards the constructive things, I think.
Right. Does your party have a stand really on public safety and celebrities? And celebrities would not be limited to just film world personalities, but also political leaders. Very often we see in rallies that are conducted by political leaders where you in fact mobilize crowds, we see accidents happening, we see people getting electrocuted as well. Do you believe that larger guidelines need to be brought in for public safety?
Who is the question for?
Rekha ji, I'm asking you this question because Mr. Abbas doesn't really represent the Congress. He's an analyst who is supporter of the Congress.
Once more, can you repeat the question? Little, I was not able to get it.
Right, Mr. Rao, my colleague Uma was actually asking you, what legal responsibility do these public figures like Allu Arjun bear when their presence actually leads to large crowds in a public space and leads to tragic incidents like the one that happened at the Sandhya Theatre?
I'm not able to get the question properly. Whatever I could understand is that whether it is a public figure or whoever, the rules, regulations have to be there. And it's time and let the police handle rather than it's taking a hit of a political issue.
Right, I believe Mr. Abbas has a point. Go ahead.
I think that's a very, very important question by Umaji. The fact of the matter that, celebrities or the politicians or even the police, of course, everyone has a role to play. It is very important. Public safety must be sacrosanct. These are the fans who are being electrocuted, who are losing their lives, which is absolutely not okay. Therefore, yes, I completely agree with Umaji, and I think it's a good stand taken by Rekha Raoji, who also commented that the police is doing its duty. What I would say is, police here, we need to understand, are human beings like you and I. They're not Avengers with superpowers. So therefore, we need to be a little more humane in that. What is wrong in this episode is politicization of the matter. I think the politicization needs
Mr. Abbas is that while Mr. Allu Arjun has been named as an accused in this case, in most of the cases where the presence of a celebrity has led to a tragedy, a stampede, an electrocution, never has any political leader or a celebrity been prosecuted for it. So that is the reason why there is this conspiracy theory about whether something else, an ego hassle, has led to this kind of a naming of a celebrity in an FIR and subsequently his arrest as well.
I will answer that, Umaji. Umaji, had Revant Reddy ji and the Congress government along with the police dealt with Mr. Allu Arjun with kid gloves, being soft on him, nice on him, or letting go, the same BJP BRS would come tom-tomming saying that, oh, Revant Reddy supports VIP culture. Revant Reddy stands for the stars. Revant Reddy will not stand with the common man. The fact that Chief Minister Revant Reddy has took a stand here and said that you could be a great star celebrity, but you're doing a movie, making the money and going back home. But what about the life of a 35-year-old woman, a mother? The 9-year-old son has lost his mother. He's now battling his life in coma. Who is answerable for that? So therefore, yes, it is a collective effort. Everybody needs to come together here. Life has been lost. So therefore, justice must prevail. Be it Allu Arjun accused number 11, the event organizers, Sandhya theatre owners, all of them are answerable. And I am sure the Telangana police will get to the root of this. There is a Supreme Court, there is an apex court, and those who are found to be guilty will be punished. Undoubtedly, there is a death here. It isn't like nobody killed anybody. There is a death and somebody is responsible and somebody needs to be answerable. So therefore, stop politicization of this, I'd say, to the BJP and
about
the PRS.
Celebrity responsibility in this particular case, we should also ask the question whether the police seems to have had some kind of a communication gap. While the letter written by the circle inspector to the theatre management was made public subsequently, actually much after the arrest had happened and much after the bail was given. But was there a lack in communication or a gap in communication because of which, even though there is no permission, why was Mr. Allu Arjun allowed to come into the venue of the theatre itself, the premiere show?
Umaji, that's a very, very brilliant question you've asked. Yes, there is a loophole here, and I'll tell you what it is. For an event of this magnitude, it was a mammoth event which took place. We're all aware of Pushpa 2 across the screen. It is the largest, highest earning movie of the year. It has beaten the likes of Jawan and Pathan. Now your question you've asked, What is the laxity here? And I'll tell you what it is. The organizers, Mr. Allu Arjun's team, the producers team, Sandhya Theatre's team, did not, as per the protocol, were supposed to meet the ACP or the DCP for an event like this. That team member came in, he left the permission acknowledgement letter at the inward section of the police station, which is not enough. Despite all of these, the Telangana police did their best, sending their police officials to control the crowd. What happens then? Mr. Allu Arjun comes in a car with a sunroof, waves at the crowd. His bodyguards who are surrounding the car start pushing the people, which causes a chaos. So therefore, the bodyguards, his security team is also answerable to this. The fact of the matter that police is there to help us. Police is there to support us. We cannot make police an arch nemesis here. The simple fact here is stop politicization, let the police, let the law and order take its course. It is the same law and order which gave the bail to Mr. Allu Arjun, and also those 6 vandals who were arrested. But of course, we need to understand that the city civil court judge gave him a 14-day judicial custody. Nevertheless, Mr. Allu Arjun and his legal counsel were able to hit the High Court and able to get the interim bail. So therefore, those who are questioning the wisdom of the court...
Mr. Abbas, the question still remains that at this point in time, whether Allu Arjun was conveyed to by the theatre management, that the permission has been denied for his arrival for the premiere show, that is not yet clear. Of course, that's a matter of investigation. But the police did not stop him when he came in his vehicle there, and there was already a huge crowd there. On the ground, the officers on the ground may not have conveyed to Mr. Allu Arjun that he is not allowed to come there, because he's on record, the actor is on record, saying that he was not told that there is no permission, and that's the reason he went ahead, because the roads were attempted to be cleared by the police force, after which, of course, the police has said that his own private security guards had got into the act and had in fact moved people, leading to the kind of a chaos and a stampede situation that had led to the death of the woman and the 8-year-old boy still in ICU on a ventilator in hospital. But the bigger questions remain about the investigations itself and about the government. I know you are a representative or a supporter of the Congress, but is the government now planning to go to the Supreme Court to challenge the bail that was granted to Mr. Allu Arjun?
Right, Uma, I have a question for you. How has this entire allegation of Congress ties to this attack affected the public perception as far as Revanth Reddy is concerned and his leadership in Telangana?
See, soon after this episode happened, there was an element of shock, because like Allu Arjun has said, he has multiple times come to the same theatre and watched the premiere movie. But of course, Allu Arjun before Pushpa and Allu Arjun post his huge success of Pushpa, the crowds are huge, and therefore his coming there needed all the appropriate kind of permissions. After the tragedy happened and after the arrest of Mr. Allu Arjun, his being named as accused number 11 in this particular case, the fact that there are so many actors, film personalities who came to meet Mr. Allu Arjun, it seemed that the government had lost the narrative at that time, and the public perception seemed to be that the actor was being singled out, even though he is not singularly responsible for what had happened, because at that time only the letter from the Sandhya Theatre management seeking permissions was in the public domain. I would in fact think that there was a gap in the communication strategy of the police. Even though they have presented the letter that was written by the circle inspector denying permission to the theatre management for the arrival of the hero, heroine and the production unit to the theatre on the 4th of December, that was not put out in the public domain, and therefore it appeared that the narrative seemed to be favoring the actor, supporting the actor. Subsequently, with all the kind of gunfire that the government was receiving for having singled out an actor for arrest, even though it appeared like the administration and the government had failed, I would rather say that several political leaders had also in fact pointed fingers at the administration here, including Union Information Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav and several BJP leaders here as well, and the BRS as well, speaking about failure of the administration in managing it. That's when the police and the government seem to have got it act together. They put out this letter that was written by the circle inspector in the public domain. They started coming back with the narrative of the sequence of events. They even put out a video that says judge for yourself. And the icing on the cake was the Chief Minister himself speaking in the Assembly, of course, in response to a question that was asked by MIM leader Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, who made a comment which of course is something that is again a matter of debate about what the actor had said. It was hearsay, but using the immunity that may be available to the MLAs, he had made a comment inside the Assembly, after which the Chief Minister had put forth the reasons why he believes that Allu Arjun did not do right going to the theatre, and he also found fault with the film industry for having lined up, queued up to inquire about his stay in jail or his being taken to the Chanchalguda prison and having spent a night there. And then the Chief Minister in fact drew attention to the fact that a woman has died and a child is in ICU, and in that sense I think they once again were able to grab the narrative back and tell the people about what had happened, and saying that we are treating everyone equally, and that's why even a VIP will have to take responsibility for what happened. And therefore now I think the government in that sense has been able to put across the point that there is no permission for Allu Arjun to come there, that he had not violated police orders in doing so. Now of course it's a matter of investigation whether the version of the put out by the police saying that they had conveyed to the actor and yet he continued to stay in the theatre, or is it right that Allu Arjun was not told by his own managers about what had transpired outside, the huge tragedy that had happened outside the theatre, and is that the situation in which he had in fact waved at people even while leaving the theatre. So all that being a matter of now investigation and something that will come up in court, but in the public domain, all this playing out almost like a movie. I should say in fact, Parmeshwar, that this is almost like the parallel of what happens in the movie itself. In the movie you see, in the film Pushpa 2 again, there is a standoff between the Chief Minister, or the person who plays the Chief Minister in this film, and the hero himself, because his wife asks for a photograph in fact with the Chief Minister, but he does not want to oblige for that because he knows that Pushpa as the character in the film is an antisocial element and that would not be good for his image. So the standoff that starts off in the film seems to have been in the public perception becoming a standoff that has happened between Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and an Allu Arjun here. While it is not just a CM versus actor standoff, it's also been perceived now as a government versus the film industry standoff, and also a political narrative that's coming along with the BRS and the BJP seemingly supporting the stand of the actor and the film industry, while the government and the police are talking about the safety, public safety and the responsibility of a celebrity, and also about the life that has been lost, a 35-year-old woman who has died in the stampede and her 9-year-old son still in hospital. Incidentally, I did meet with the young Sri Tej yesterday in hospital. He is still unconscious with a tracheostomy and a foot tube running there, and his father told us, of course, that he's opening his eyes and seeing but not able to recognize. He's responding to pain. So they are trying to talk to him. His young sister is coming in and talking. The father is talking to him about his friends, about the birthday party that he will go to, all those things, because the doctors have said that more you engage with the child, more chances that he will recover and come faster. But that's going to be a long road to recovery. And Sri Tej's father, in fact, Bhaskar, who I should mention that he has in fact said that he is even willing to withdraw the case against Allu Arjun, because for him the larger issue is the concern for his child, the medical treatment that his child will get, the support that he will get, and he's hoping that that will continue long after this issue stops being in the headlines on different media channels. Back to you.
Right, Uma, do stay with us as you join us with those live updates from outside the police station where Allu Arjun is expected to reach in about half an hour from now. We're getting live visuals at the moment of Allu Arjun perhaps leaving his residence. The Telangana police have issued a notice to Allu Arjun requesting his presence for questioning in connection with the stampede that took place on the 4th of December at Sandhya Theatre during the Pushpa 2 premiere. Now, that resulted in the death of one woman, as Uma Sudhir has been reporting. But Allu Arjun has been asked to appear at 11 a.m. Police have named him as accused number 11 in the case, and these are live visuals coming in of the actor leaving his residence to head to the police station. We have with us Mr. Abbas, who's a political analyst, also who's a Congress supporter, also with us at the moment. BRS's Rekha Rao. Ms. Rao, undoubtedly this incident has raised questions about the accountability of public figures in maintaining order during large events, as we've extensively discussed as well. But do you think there should be more stringent regulations for organizing celebrity events, or is the responsibility shared equally between the star and the authorities? Right, while we reconnect with Rekha Rao of the BRS, we will go across to Mr. Abbas at the moment. Saeed Abbas, I believe you had a point to make.
Yes, certainly. Well, that's a very important question that you've asked, ma'am. I've always believed with great power, there's great responsibility and equal accountability. Yes, there must be accountability coming in from stars, film personalities, celebrities. We need to understand that many people here in India look up to them like demigod-like figures. So therefore, yes, they need to be a lot more responsible. There must be stricter, stringent, more permissions to be done. I think the right acknowledgement needs to be done. We need to understand that the state, the government, and the police is here to have a smooth process of control. So therefore, the Allu Arjun Stars team, the police, all of them need to work together to ensure that there is a best layout out there, so that the fans come in, they're able to jubilate, they're able to celebrate, but also go back peacefully without any grievous injury or any harm to anyone. The fact what has happened is this is truly heartbreaking. I'm sure for everybody, even Allu Arjun or the people of Telangana, Hyderabad, Sandhya Theatre, to see that, in a beautiful celebration of a movie, a life has been lost. And, I'd like to thank Uma Sudirji for bringing out that, giving out the news that this 9-year-old boy who's been battling in coma for the last 20 days is able to respond. But it's very unfortunate that a very small child is able to go through so much of pain. Let us understand that the political parties need to stop politicizing these affairs, keep the politics aside. Let us speak for the justice of the 35-year-old woman who is a mother here, and also for the 9-year-old innocent boy. So the justice needs to come to take place. Also, as a matter of fact, that be it Allu Arjun, who's the accused number 11, or be it the Sandhya Theatre organizers, the event organizers, the other 10 A1 to A10 accused need to be brought to the books. Let us allow the police, the state police, also the government, let us also allow the courts to declare the wisdom in their own process of law. Let us not cast aspersions here. Let us not cast any judgments, which is not going to help the case. Therefore, like the saying goes, Satyamev Jayate.
That the husband of the victim had actually informed my colleague Uma Sudhir that he's willing to withdraw the case, and that Allu Arjun cannot be single-handedly held responsible for the events that happened on the 4th of December. This is what the husband of the victim has told NDTV. But Uma Sudhir is joining us with a live update from outside the police station where Allu Arjun is expected. Uma, it's over to you. What are you seeing around you at the moment? Is Allu Arjun expected shortly?
So dozens of TV cameras, of course, here, and all the journalists and reporters reporting live from here, because not just the attention of the state, but the entire country, in fact, focused really on the Chikatpalli police station, where we are expecting Mr. Allu Arjun to come in a short while from now. Outside the Jubilee Hills residence of Mr. Allu Arjun, we do know that the cars are being readied there in anticipation of the actor coming in there, and it will be about a half-hour ride from Jubilee Hills to Chikatpalli to arrive at the police station a little before 11 o'clock. If he's able to start in a short while from now, he should be here a little before 11 o'clock. So the watch on the police station where Mr. Allu Arjun is expected to be questioned in the case of the December 4 stampede, in which we do know that multiple accused have been named. There are Sandhya Theatre managements, the managers who are managing the crowd at the theatre premises, those who had sought the permission, and Allu Arjun being named as accused number 11 in this particular case. Of course, all the attention has been on the actor because of the high-profile nature of the accused in this particular case, and the comments that he has made in the public domain as well after being released on bail, and also after the Chief Minister made his own comment on the sequence of events that had happened on the 4th of December and the subsequent developments as well. So all this has become more than just a case for the court of law. It is being played out in the public domain, in the social media as well, and unfortunately also turning in a sense into a street fight that of course everyone has condemned, from the BRS party to the BJP to the Congress themselves. Of course, fingers being pointed at the Congress party, saying that some of those activists were in fact belonging to the Youth Congress and from the Chief Minister's own constituency belonging to the Youth Congress. But the Congress distancing itself, saying that if at all they do belong to the Youth Congress, we are disqualifying them. It has no nod from the Congress at all, and we do not want to see this kind of street fights breaking out. And we are being told that the Chief Minister has in fact said that let us now not escalate this any further. Whatever will happen in a court of law.
As always, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those live updates. We'll continue to bring you the latest from Allu Arjun's residence and the police station, where he is expected to reach at 11 a.m. These are live visuals playing out on your screens on NDTV at the moment. Regular news updates continue right after this very short break. We're back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and
These are live shots coming in as Allu Arjun is headed to the police station that he is expected to appear at 11 a.m. In fact, a political slugfest has played out with the BJP and BRS slinging allegations against the Congress party. But as you know, the Telangana police have issued a notice to Allu Arjun requesting his presence for questioning in the case that pertains to the stampede that happened at Sandhya Theatre on the 4th of December. That resulted in the death of a woman, and her son remains critically injured at the moment as we speak. The actor has been asked to appear at 11 a.m. Police, as we have been covering, have named Allu Arjun as accused number 11 in the case. He is currently out on 4 weeks of conditional bail. Meanwhile, I must inform you that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, speaking in the Assembly, had come down heavily on Allu Arjun for visiting the theatre without police permission and conducting a roadshow even after the stampede. Allu Arjun had addressed a press conference, terming the allegations as false. He also said he was hurt over the attempt of character assassination. But there you can see the actor making his way for questioning as he has been summoned for the second time in 10 days. Our sources have said this is part of a routine probe, but Allu Arjun has been asked to appear at 11 o'clock. This as the opposition is slamming the Telangana government. Telangana minister, meanwhile, has denied the government's role. And the victim's father, on the other hand, has also said he is ready to withdraw the case against the actor. I must also inform you that there has been a complaint. A senior leader of the Congress in Telangana has filed a complaint with the police against Allu Arjun over Pushpa 2. In fact, the Congress leader alleges a scene in it insults the police force. That's the latest angle to the story. Thina Marmalana has specifically criticized a scene where the protagonist urinates in a swimming pool while a police officer is in it, and the MLC described the scene as disrespectful and degrading to the dignity of law enforcement officers. As far as what's going on your screens is concerned, live visuals coming in from the residence of Allu Arjun as he makes his way for questioning the second time in 10 days. I'm told we have Mr. Abbas with us at the moment as well. Mr. Abbas, as far as the Congress leader's complaint is concerned, does a scene in a movie where something is being depicted, does it risk actually undermining the respect one holds for law enforcement officials?
Like discussed earlier, ma'am, I think there needs to be, a great sense of responsibility coming in from the superstars. When you see somebody like a Pushpa 2, also Mr. Allu Arjun, with a scene which denigrates the police force, it's absolutely not called for. He could have done away with the scene. Not just the MLC, Mr. Malana, but it could be anybody from any state or city from India who could take offense to it and file an objection. The fact is, this is a free country and everybody is allowed to register their complaint on the same front. Why so, I tell you? Because lakhs and crores of people look up to Allu Arjun. If this is going to be a precedent set in the movie, this is certainly going to hurt. Many a times, many occasions, we saw it with the movie like Padmavat as well. And not just that, if you take up even regional movies to even Hindi movies, many a times when there have been objection, which is common from the citizens of this country, law and order has taken its course. Therefore, this will be submitted to the magistrate, and magistrate will certainly declare a statement on the same front. The larger point I'd like to derive here is that stars like Allu Arjun or anybody, even an Amitabh Bachchan, Amir Khan or a Shah Rukh Khan, need to be a lot more responsible because they know they have hordes of fans, millions of fans out there who look up to them. But if there is a scene which denigrates the police force, that would certainly hurt the sentiments of the force. But nevertheless, we leave it to the best wisdom of the judges, and they will accordingly take this forward.
Right. Also, Mr. Abbas, many are questioning why the Congress has remained silent on the BRS allegations that are connecting Revant Reddy to the attack on Allu Arjun's residence. Do you think the Congress's silence is deliberate?
If the Congress was silent, yesterday, a Hindustan Times article that I read, where Shri Revant Reddy ji condemned the attack in the highest of order and immediately ordered the State Director General of Police to take the strictest action against those vandals who attacked Mr. Allu Arjun's house. Not just that, he warned the police saying that any laxity found in the process will not be tolerated. Had it been, he could have been silenced about it. Or had Congress been complicit of it, he wouldn't be taking that action. The fact is, those rogue elements, those vandals who attacked Mr. Allu Arjun's house were arrested immediately by the Telangana police. Also, they were had time taken to the courts. No doubt they're out on bail now. But also, let me tell you, the Congress government has also ordered full security at the house of Mr. Allu Arjun.
Right.
So therefore, Mr. Revant Reddy is doing everything in his capacity. In fact, he also said they could be of Congress party or BRS party or any party. What they have done is wrong and that should be condemned. And that is being condemned. The fact of the matter is politicization needs to stop. Where Mr. Revant Reddy is right is, had he supported or been soft on Mr. Allu Arjun, the same BJP, BRS would politicize this issue that he's favoring the film stars, that he supports the VIP culture, which is, I think, Mr. Revant Reddy has done the right thing. Like you and I, Mr. Allu Arjun could be a big star, film star with lakhs and millions of people loving him. But the fact is, like you and I, like the CMPM of this country or any celebrity, he's the same under the law. The purview of the law remains the same for every citizen of our beautiful country of India. So therefore, if he's been summoned twice, he needs to go to the police station. I'm sure that he's been summoned. There will be questions which he needs to answer. The fact that we are looking at a prism of a celebrity is unfair. The fact is, be it Allu Arjun or even a big superstar like a Chiranjeevi or Pawan Kalyan, they're all the same. And if the police summons come in, there are complaints registered, they need to come and face the police. But let us understand here, this is a serious issue. The deceased family, the husband has been kind enough or very generous enough to say that he's willing to withdraw the case. But even if he's willing to withdraw the case, I'm sure the Telangana police will take a suo motu action accordingly. And when that is taken, his withdrawal of the case will not matter. The fact is, a life has been lost. 35-year-old woman, Revati ji, has lost her life.
Yes.
Her son has been orphaned. Her son is battling his life over the last 20 days. So therefore, there needs to be justice. So for justice to prevail, there needs to be a clear-cut, free, fair investigation, and there needs to be a trial on this front, which will go through no matter what. Revant Reddy ji said he has taken this matter very, very seriously, and he will ensure that the courts, the police, the state government will completely coordinate, cooperate with whatever necessary to bring justice to Revati ji. The real question needs to be asked to the BJP, BRS leaders. They are speaking so much for Mr. Allu Arjun. It clearly shows that they support VIP culture. The fact is, how much have they really spoken or gone to the Kim's hospital in Hyderabad and attended to the deceased families? What have they really done to the innocent boy who's battling his life?
Very pertinent questions you're highlighting there, Mr. Abbas. How would you then say these allegations of Congress ties to this attack have affected the public perception of Revanth Reddy and its leadership? Has it necessarily been in a negative way?
I've always believed, ma'am, that ये public है, ये सब जानती है. You know, ये दिमाग वालों की public है. They also know that, of course, they could love. I have a confession to make here. I'm a big Allu Arjun fan myself. I loved his movie Pushpa 1. I'm yet to watch Pushpa 2. But the fact is, my love for him is for his on-screen personality. The fact is, due to his presence, his bodyguards, there was a chaos there. There was a stampede there, which took place. Due to the stampede at the Pushpa 2 screening, there is a death which resulted there. So to me, as a thinking man, and to millions of others in Telangana, they will certainly think about it. They will certainly question. I do not think that the people are so unfair only because if he's a star, they will let go. No. Every single person here in Telangana are aware that this is absolutely unfortunate which happened. And I'm sure they're also asking for justice. As much as politicization might take place, there are also people saying that the Congress government and Shri Revanth Reddy, the Honorable Chief Minister, is taking a strong stand. It could be an unpopular, with the fans of Allu Arjun, but he is doing the right dharma and the right thing, where he will, no matter how big a star his celebrity is, he will bring Revati ji, the deceased, here to justice, without which I think we cannot succumb to the of actors. Justice needs to prevail. Satyamev Jayate. And let me take a step ahead and say that if Mr. Allu Arjun is indeed innocent here, has nothing to do with it, like the High Court gave him a bail of 4 weeks. If you previously look, the City Civil Court judge gave him a 14-day judicial custody.
Right.
Nevertheless, within a matter of couple of hours or during the next day, he was out on bail by the High Court. The fact is, let us leave it to the wisdom of the judges. The High Court, the Supreme Court are the best minds to decide on the same front. In the meantime, let us not politicize this issue. In the meantime, let us not pressurize the Telangana police. Let the
Mr.
Telangana
Abbas, do
police
hold your
take
thoughts and
its
stay
course.
on with us. I must also inform our viewers that Allu Arjun has announced assistance of 25 lakh rupees for the victim's family, while the producers of the movie Pushpa 2 have actually extended financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees. People continue to question whether this is enough. But Uma Sudhir also joins us from outside the police station where Allu Arjun is expected shortly in about 15 minutes. Uma, what's happening around you?
So we are outside the Chikatpalli police station where Mr. Allu Arjun has been asked to appear for questioning before the police, and of course huge deployment of security forces here. After the experience that they have had outside Sandhya Theatre, the police certainly not wanting to take any chances, and therefore the public has been kept away. Barricades have been kept away, placed on either side of the road to try and ensure that no public in fact gathers at this particular area, and huge numbers of media channels, YouTube channels, those with the cameras and those without cameras as well, standing here waiting for him to come in. And you will also find people, in fact, on buildings waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Allu Arjun while he comes to the police station. While all this is on, there is talk about the government wanting to challenge the bail that has been given by the High Court. It was a conditional bail for 4 weeks, and what we are being told is that they may go to the Apex Court, in fact, to challenge the bail that has been given. And will that happen immediately or not is something that will be debated, because obviously the Supreme Court is on a vacation right now, and the actor here, what we do understand is that he's going to be facing other charges as well. He has another case that's been filed by an MLC, Mr. Tinmar Mallana, who has questioned the content of the movie, where there is a scene in which the hero is shown urinating in a swimming pool in which a police officer, an IPS officer, is there, and that has been seen as a gesture that humiliated the police force, insulted the police force, and that is something that perhaps should have been looked at by the censor board if they thought this was something objectionable, but they allowed it to pass, and now this MLC has in fact filed a case naming the actor, the directors, as well as the producers as should be made accused in that particular case. Back to you, Parameshwar.
As always, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. Our regular updates and coverage continues from outside the police station where Allu Arjun is expected. to appear for questioning for the second time within 10 days. Uma Sudhir will continue to bring you the latest. For now, we're taking a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a moment.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage.
Well, our big focus continues to be that actor Arjun Allu has been summoned by Hyderabad police at 11 a.m. This is part of the ongoing probe into the stampede during the screening of his movie Pushpa 2. A woman was killed and a son is critically injured. And this incident actually happened on the 4th of December. But these are live visuals on the left side of your screen coming in from Chikatpalli police station, where Uma Sudhir is reporting live from. The right side of your screens has visuals of Allu Arjun before he departed his residence for the police station. Now, Allu Arjun has been called to the Chikkarpalli police station at 11 a.m. He's supposed to reach there any minute now. He has earlier said he would cooperate with the investigation. This is the second time he's been summoned in the last 10 days. Now, Allu Arjun, his security team, and the theatre management have been charged with culpable homicide, not amounting to murder. The theatre owner, general manager, and security manager were actually arrested on the 8th of December. Meanwhile, I must also inform our viewers that the husband of the victim, who spoke to my colleague Uma Sudhir, has clearly said he does not blame Allu Arjun for the events of the 4th of December at the Sandhya Theatre and is ready to withdraw the police case filed against him. But currently, it's the Hyderabad cops versus Allu Arjun, as he's expected to reach the police station any minute now. We'll continue to bring you the latest from Hyderabad. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy.
This is our continuous coverage of the big stampede showdown in Hyderabad. The Hyderabad police is all set to question Allu Arjun. He's left his residence for the police station. We'll get you all the latest on that. The big showdown, the big standoff in Telangana over the Pushpa 2 theatre stampede. All of that more coming up. First up, the headlines. The Telangana Stampede Showdown, cops versus Allu Arjun. The Telugu star has left for questioning. The Hyderabad police is all set to quiz Allu Arjun in the Pushpa Stampede case. The Congress hits out of the BJP over the new human rights body chief. The Congress says the entire selection process is fundamentally flawed. The political row after a former Supreme Court judge was appointed the chief of the NSRC. A 3-year-old has been rescued from the Rajasthan borewell, a 20-hour ordeal for the child, and finally ending with the rescue. The Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams is considering automation and introduction of artificial intelligence chatbot to enhance transparency and efficiency in the pilgrim services at the Sri Venkateshwara temple. Luigi Mangione, the accused of, in the killing of the United Healthcare CEO, has pleaded not guilty to murder and terrorism charges in the New York state. And our big focus at this hour, well, Allu Arjun has left for questioning. This is round 2 of his summons in the Pushpa 2 theatre stampede case. He's left for questioning just a short while back. The Hyderabad police is all set to quiz him. Remember, the police at the outset has said that this is part of routine questioning, but certainly the investigation picking pace given the fact that the entire case has become extremely political, given the fact that you have the BRS and the Congress up in arms against each other. You had that huge political war yesterday, but the focus very much today on Allu Arjun's questioning. Round 2 of his summons, the police probe picking pace. The police, remember, has squarely blamed Allu Arjun for the crowd going out of control. In fact, the Telangana top cop had earlier said on record that he waved at the crowd, which exacerbated the situation as far as that the prelude to that stampede is concerned. But Allu Arjun there, seeming very defiant in a sense, but also maintaining that he is cooperating with the police as far as the probe is concerned. Those are the pictures there of Allu Arjun right before he left his residence for questioning. Heavy security at his residence, of course, members of his family meeting him before he left for questioning. It's going to be an important day, a decisive day in this entire case that has really set off a storm in Telangana, a huge showdown between the film industry and the state. But let me bring in my guests at this hour. Mr. Sanjay Sahai, former cop, is joining us. Mr. Sahai, you have said this time and again that this has become a battle of perception now. Your story versus my story, your version versus my version. But it's a complete showdown between the film fraternity and the state in Telangana. How do you see this now playing out, given the fact that accountability has to be fixed? It's difficult to say who was really responsible, on the face of it, but investigation now picking pace.
See, the script is playing as it has been scripted, and objectivity and empirical evidence that is losing out in this criminal investigation. There is no denying the fact that it has become more of a political criminal investigation rather than a pure criminal investigation, where it should have been left with the cops and they would have done as it was deemed fit. But the problem with this whole story is that the cops themselves were involved in hushing up or creating a cover, where they first said that they did not get any application to provide the bandobast arrangements, which later turned out to be untrue. Currently, what has happened is that Allu Arjun, he is on bail. He is on interim bail, and as per the conditions of the bail, the police is well within the rights to call him and to interrogate him or inquire him and find out details of the case. Suffice to say that it seems to be a closed and shut case from the very manner in which calibrated leakage of information, videos, papers that is being done, both from the side of the police and Allu Arjun also at some time or the other, he has tried to defend himself, and quite rightly so. So currently, to best of my understanding, subjectivity is playing the game. Uncontested facts are very clear. On those uncontested facts, how you build up the story is left to the police. If police has failed somewhere, that is not going to come in the criminal investigation. The criminal investigation broadly looks into the culpability of Allu Arjun and those other Allu Arjun and all the other accused in this particular case. So that is broadly where we stand. The evidence is out there, from video evidence, from time evidence to his movement, circumstantial evidence, everything is there.
So that's an important point you're making, that, while of course this battle of perception management plays out. In fact, I'm also being joined by Mr. Krishank Mane, spokesperson of the BRS, and we have Mr. Nikhil Jain, a political analyst who supports the Congress. But before I bring in my political guest, Mrs. Sahai, you made an important point that the focus has to be right now on culpability, given the fact that there's a criminal investigation right now that is underway. Based on what has played out, based on the arguments of the Telangana police, they seem to suggest that Allu Arjun did not follow police instructions. All right, these are live pictures now coming in of Allu Arjun perhaps reaching the police station, if I'm not wrong. This seems to be Allu Arjun's convoy. All right.
Outside the police station where Mr. Allu Arjun has just arrived a short while ago. He's just arrived less than 30 seconds ago. A police escort vehicle along with him, and he is in fact entered the police station premises even as we speak. Allu Arjun had started from his home, and given the fact that he will not be having his private security coming along with him, there are police escort vehicles that accompanied, because after we saw the assault that happened at his residence just 2 days ago, the police not wanting to take any chances, and that's the reason why he came accompanied by two vehicles in front and then another vehicle as well behind. And the police has made a huge deployment of security forces, those in Mufti as well, to try and ensure that there are no antisocial elements lurking here, because what happened at Mr. Allu Arjun's residence also had taken the police and security forces by surprise, and therefore not wanting to take any chances when they have summoned him here to the police station in order to be questioned by the police forces. This is of course with regard to the case that has been registered after the incident that happened on the 4th of December, in which a middle-aged woman, 39-year-old Revati, had died, and her son is still in hospital. 20 days on, he is still on a ventilator. And in that particular case, Allu Arjun has been named as accused number 11. He was, of course, arrested on the 13th of December, and he was subsequently sent to on judicial remand for 14 days. But a higher court, which was hearing a quash plea filed by the actor, has in fact now said that they are they have given him four weeks of reprieve, and that is how Allu Arjun has in fact been out on bail. And of course, there was many visitors who came to his home after he spent a night in jail and came out, and that in a sense seems to have challenged or irked both the police as well as the government, and that's why we saw not just the Chief Minister, but also the Police Commissioner, from the DGP to the Police Commissioner to the area DCP, ACP, and also the Circle Inspector started speaking about their version of the events, because they felt in many senses that the narrative had been taken over by the actor and the support for the actor was going in the public domain. What I must point out here is that while all this should have been matters of fact or claims that were fought out in the court of law, this has become a full show, a full debate on social media and in the public domain, with not just the actor and his supporters, but also the Chief Minister, the police officials, and political parties also getting into the act and giving their views on what happened, some of it factual, some of it part of conspiracy theories as well. But what is very clear is that Allu Arjun is now going to be questioned by the police here with regard to the December 4 case, because already what has come out of the public domain, the statements that have been made by the actor seem to be at variance with what the police is saying, and therefore an attempt would be made to find out for themselves. The police will want to document what he says were the sequence of events that led to the stampede on that day, and subsequently also what had happened. All those will be points of questioning by the investigating officer here at the Chikatpalli police station. Back to you.
All right, Uma Sudhir reporting there live from the police station. Allu Arjun has just arrived at the police station shortly. Before I bring in my guests, Uma, if you can hear me, Allu Arjun has arrived at the police station. What are you picking up? Is it going to be a long day ahead for Allu Arjun? This is round 2 of summons. Sources have, of course, told you that this is part of routine procedure, routine investigation.
Part of routine procedure only means that this is not a fresh notice issued in a fresh case. It is part of the same FIR that was filed against the actor for which he was arrested, and at that time as well, even though he sent for judicial remand, the police actually had no time to question him per se on what had transpired. They had filed the case and he was taken into custody, and subsequently he got bail as well, and therefore this is their opportunity to find out firsthand from the actor what had really transpired. Because while the Sandhya Theatre management had written that initial letter to Allu Arjun's, not to Allu Arjun or his team, but the Sandhya Theatre management had written to the police seeking permission for Allu Arjun, the heroine, as well as the production unit members to arrive at Sandhya Theatre for the premiere show that was actually given permission to by the Chief Minister himself. The hike in prices was also allowed by the government of Telangana, and subsequently the police has put out this note saying that no permission was given, that the Circle Inspector had in writing said that because that area is very crowded, because it is the RTC crossroads where there is a very dense flow of traffic and multiple theatres and restaurants as well, and therefore the police had denied permission. And despite that, the actor had appeared there prior to the premiere show. Now the question will be asked, 3 questions I must point out actually. First question is whether the theatre management had conveyed to the actor that he can come to the theatre. Did they at all convey the message that the permission has been denied by the police? So was there a gap between the police, between the theatre management that was managing the show at Sandhya Theatre and the team of Allu Arjun? Second, did the theatre management decide to defy the orders, or was that decision taken by team Allu Arjun? Because Allu Arjun has said that at least more than 20 to 30 times in the past he has gone to the same theatre and watched his films, and it is very important to him because for 3 years he's worked on a particular project, and it was very important for him to feel the mood of the people and get a feedback firsthand about what the public is thinking about his film, and therefore that's something that he has done in the past as well, and therefore he did this. And he has been on record as well saying that the police did not tell him even when he arrived at the theatre that there was no permission for him to come there, and he has also said that as a law-abiding citizen he would have in fact listened to the police and would have gone back, but whether the police actually conveyed it is something that again has become a matter that will be debated in court. The the version that the actor has given in the public domain, saying that one, he was not aware of no permission for him to come to the theatre. Two, he was not told by the police that he should return because there is no permission for him to enter the theatre and watch the premiere show along with the people who are booked for it. Three, he also says that no police officer had approached him inside the theatre telling him that there is a tragedy or an accident that's happened outside and that he must leave. And he says it's only when his own managers had conveyed to him that he had decided to leave the theatre because his manager had told him that the crowds were uncontrolled. The fourth aspect has also become now a matter of debate about when Allu Arjun came to know that the woman has died in the stampede. There is a very, should I say, incendiary kind of a hearsay comment that Akbaruddin Owaisi, MIM leader, had said inside the assembly, saying that he had heard that the actor had commented saying that the film would become a hit after he was told that there was a death that had happened because of a stampede. Reacting to that, Allu Arjun had said that there is an attempt at character assassination and that nothing of the sort had transpired and that he did not know about the death of the woman till the next morning when he decided that he would go to the hospital, but that his legal team had advised him otherwise, and that is why he had released a video expressing that he is sorry for what had happened and he is going to be supporting that family as well. So this was the version of the actor regarding the sequence of events that happened, and subsequently what seemed to have irked the administration, the chief minister as well as the police is the lining up of film personalities outside the residence of Allu Arjun after he spent a night in jail, and the chief minister made a specific reference to that and in fact said that did he lose a kidney or an eye or a limb? What was the reason for all the film personalities to line up? And he contrasted that with their reaction to the woman's death and her son being in the ICU on a ventilator, saying none of these film personalities bothered to go to the hospital to inquire about it. Of course, subsequently, the actors' team has clarified, and Mr. Jagpati Babu, who is also a big actor and part of the Pushpa 2 team, he has said that he had quietly gone, inquired, met with the family and inquired about the status of this child as well. And subsequently, Allu Arjun had also said that his father, as well as the producers of the movie, the director's wife and others had gone, and he was in constant touch with the hospital authorities to inquire about the child. So he said that it's not that we were careless about it, but we were told that because the father of the child has filed the police complaint, and that's the reason why his team had said that it would be complicated if he reaches out to them. So two things that his own team has told us. One, that if he went out to reach out to them and has announced his support, some people are calling this as an attempt to bribe or earn the goodwill of the father. And if you don't react at this time because of these kind of delicate situation that has arisen, a legal kind of delicate situation that has arisen, then we would be called callous and people who are not bothering about what happened to a fan or a fan's family. Because like the father told us yesterday, Sri Tej is a big fan of Allu Arjun, and the father told us that for more than a month before the release of the film, he had been telling his dad that he wants to see the film and he would love to see the premiere of the film. And when the premiere was arranged on the insistence of his 9-year-old son, who is a huge fan of Allu Arjun, the father had managed to arrange for passes to a friend of his and had gone to the theatre along with his family. And unfortunately, the tragedy that happened subsequently because of the stampede and the huge numbers of people who gathered there, the police not adequately prepared because they say they are denied permission for the actor to come there, but the actor came there anyways, and subsequently the police also blaming the private security ring that accompanies the actor everywhere, and saying that that private security had in fact pushed around people at the time when the vehicle was entering the theatre premises, the gate of the theatre premises, and that is what had in fact led to the stampede and the unfortunate death of the woman. Of course, there are visuals showing that woman and the child trying to be resuscitated by the police forces, but that did not save the woman. The child still in hospital, hopefully will recover with the treatment and attention that he is getting from the doctors. Back to you.
All right, ma'am, thanks very much for joining us with that live update there. In fact, dramatic shots also, the kind of security, heavy security outside the police station, as expected, given the fact that Allu Arjun is somebody who enjoys great amount of fan following, not just limited to Telangana, but of course, indeed, with this entire pan-India cinema movement, the kind of superstardom, as it were, that he enjoys. But let me quickly get in comments from both the political guests joining us, Nikhil Jain and Mr. Krishank Mane. Nikhil Jain, to you first. The sense here is that, of course, Allu Arjun did not behave responsibly. That is the argument that has been made by the Telangana top cop, by various members of the Telangana police and the Chief Minister himself. But let's not forget that ultimately the responsibility of managing a crowd in a situation like this is the responsibility of the police and the law enforcement agencies. The police cannot wash their hands off it as well, given the fact that they failed in anticipating what could have happened, given the fact that Allu Arjun enjoys this kind of, stardom and this kind of influence.
So, Vedant, the police's job is limited to the first part of the police's job is to anticipate the kind of crowds and stampedes and possible security situations like this. And that is what the police at first did, that they assessed it. And that is, at least going by the police version, that is what the police first tried to do, that they first assessed the situation. They did not feel that it's right for the actor to come in, and they denied the permission. Now, it is the actor saying that I had no knowledge of that. Whether he had knowledge or not, whether he actively, knowingly denied and chose to not care about the police not having given him permission, or whether it was that the police indeed did not give permission, or the permission was given and then not given and then subsequently given.
Mr. Jain, all of that is in the realm of investigation. All of that is in the realm of investigation. My limited question to you is, would you concede that the police perhaps also failed in its job of controlling the crowd?
So see, if the police had told the actor not to come and he chose to come nonetheless, I would not call it a failure of the police, because you have to understand how stampede situations happen. They've happened multiple times, unfortunately, in India because of the extremely crowded spaces. And if you've told that the space cannot accommodate that many people and all of a sudden people will flood in, you cannot expect the police to control that situation. I would not put the police at fault if they've explicitly denied permission and yet after that somehow the actor has come in. And again, I'm saying it's a matter of investigation, and I don't really understand the political fuss about it, because the actor is only being called in for questioning. He is being given an opportunity to present his case that, okay. Were you at fault? Were you not at fault? Was it just the management? And that's perfectly all right and routine.
Krishank Mane, your quick response to that. Why politicize it at all is what the Congress spokesperson is saying.
Vedant, there's only 10% investigation in this and 90% is become political. Why? Number one, the rejection, if the government is claiming that there was no permission, why wasn't it produced in the court when on 13th itself when there were arguments? Why was it leaked through social media by the police after 4 days of it? Number one, because the actor got a bail on those arguments that he actually gave a permission. I mean, the organizers asked for permission, number one. Number two, see, opposition leaders here in Telangana are house arrested by police. Why couldn't Mr. Allu Arjun be stopped even before entering into the theater by the police if he did not have permission? The police escorted him inside, the police escorted him outside again. Why didn't they stop even before he entered into
Krishank,
the
I would like to actually stop you there, because what we understand from our sources and the circle inspector himself, that letter that circle inspector had written at the back of the application given by the theatre management, that was presented as a court document. In fact, it was presented in the court when the bail plea was being heard as well. So it's a court document. It's not something that has made its appearance subsequently after bail was granted to Mr. Allu Arjun. So this is something that the police has told us. So it's on record that it is a court document that permission was denied for the actor to arrive there at the theatre. The second part is, of course, part of investigation about whether the theatre management failed to inform the actor about the permission being denied for the rally itself. I'm going to go to Mr. Sanjay and ask him this question. this onus of giving permissions, of course, comes on the police, and they have to look at multiple aspects. It's a huge film, and there is a huge kind of an audience expectation as well that they will be allowed. But for the police to say that such a premiere show, when in the past the actor has appeared, shouldn't they have been better prepared? Because they do know that there is going to be a huge crowd, and Allu Arjun's following is part of now become a legendary actually after the Pushpa 1 series. So was there a gap in communication, would you think, with your experience as a police officer, between the higher-ups in the police machinery and the people deployed on the ground? Because like Krishank was pointing out, when Allu Arjun arrived near the theatre premises, he was not stopped. He should have been stopped right there and sent right back.
See, what is most intriguing is that on the application, if I get you people correctly, on the backside of the application, the circle inspector says that the bandobast arrangements cannot be done for whatever reasons. Now, after denying that, these police people go off to sleep. Now, first thing which we do is intelligence. The premiere was already on, and the local intelligence would have clearly indicated that Allu Arjun is in mood of going there, or there is a likelihood of him going there. The police arrangements were also made at that particular location, not that the police arrangements were not there. So police arrangements were there. It looks very likely that police were taken aback by the nature of the crowd, which they claim went into a frenzy after seeing Allu Arjun. Now, that is a very, very subjective thing. It is also directly related to the nature of bandobast arrangements made, how good or how bad it was. And this subjectivity has gone to a level where it has become a battle between the state, which is your government, and the superstar. So it is today, again, it is my story versus your story, and that is how it is playing out. The government has made it very, very clear directly by the Chief Minister himself and all the top echelons of police leadership that it is Allu Arjun who is at fault, and this is the course of action which they are following. The current interrogation or inquiry which is going on, I don't think Allu Arjun is going to tell anything different from whatever is already in the public domain, and he would have gone there inside having been properly tutored by his legal team. Having said that, this will go in the same direction, and the way things are panning out, there has been an issue with the intelligence, so intelligence failed. Subsequently, the enforcement part, which is basically means proper bandobast arrangement. First is what the other panelists said. He should not have been allowed to go there in the first place. No. Secondly, when he starts from his house, they would have got all the information where he started, where he is going. So certainly the bandobast arrangements were not to that level. So I think and when the premiere was on, there has always been a likelihood.
Becomes important here, and Uma ma'am, come in on this, because I think it's also important for you to, in a sense, explain to our viewers, while of course we look at the accountability aspect, fixing accountability, what exactly is the offense here? Because while Allu Arjun is being questioned by the police, what is the offense and what is the aspect of culpability here, given the fact that it could just have been the fact that he ignored police instructions in that moment of jest, he waved at the crowd, emerged out of the sunroof, and that perhaps exacerbated the situation. But break it down for us. What is the offense here and what is the aspect of culpability?
So there are important points that Mr. Sanjay Sahai has made, that about the deployment, yes, because there was going to be a huge gathering at the theatre, the police deployment was there, that is very clear. But was there an intelligence failure that failed to tell the police that Allu Arjun is actually planning to come to the theatre? It would have been an obvious thing to watch out for, because he is a huge star and permission has been sought for that. And the movement of the actor, along with the security to the theatre, along with his family members and co-star as well, arrival at the theatre, and whether at the execution level there was a gap, even though the intelligence was present, and where they were not able to convey to Allu Arjun that he is not to go ahead to come to the theatre itself during the premiere show, when already the police was saying that for the past 3 days, even before the premiere, there was a huge challenge for the local police to be able to control the crowds in that particular area. Coming now to the culpability of Allu Arjun, Arjun. What the police has booked against him is, culpable homicide not amounting to murder, in that sense that voluntarily he has caused hurt. These are the sections that they have, booked against him, including calling it some kind of a conspiracy in order to cause hurt, and therefore, in that sense, to be able to do that. I should go back to Krishank now to ask him this question. Krishank, while you are now saying that this is something that should be handled by the court of law, is your party taking a stand that the booking of Mr. Allu Arjun as an accused, number 11 in this particular case, like Mr. Sahai pointed out, the police calling him for questioning is also an opportunity for him to explain what he was told about, what he was not told, and where exactly the gap lies. But for your party to jump in when the arrest took place did add to the kind of the escalation of the situation that has happened in this particular case.
Well, why BRS fits into this case is, number one, Allu Arjun has constitutional rights like every citizen. It was not necessary for the police to enter inside his residence, barge in inside, to not allowing him to change his clothes, and at least, minimum respect could have given. And to make it simple, we understand the way how Congress government is dealing with this is Mr. Revanth Reddy wants to be a Robin Hood, that he is actually hitting a rich person. Why not the same sympathy towards Gurukul students who are, dying of food poisoning in the schools? Chief Minister Revanth or any Congress leader haven't gone and met Shailaja, who recently died, or in this 1 year, 500 farmer suicides in Telangana. But no same sympathy towards such issues. Not leave about meeting. At least this was not spoken in the assembly. But Allu Arjun's issue, number one, was ruthlessly spoken in the assembly for 1 hour, where he said Allu Arjun did not lose his eye, Allu Arjun did not lose his kidney, and not only that, he compared this case to Sanjay Dutt's case and Salman Khan's case, where they were directly involved. Sanjay Dutt was an arms act. Salman Khan was a black.
Don't have a Congress spokesperson on the program. I must point out that the Chief Minister on record was actually responding to a question that was posed by MIM leader Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, who spoke about the issue and asked for a clarification from the Chief Minister. So because we do not have a government representative on the panel, I must say that this is what had factually happened. We will continue to keep our focus on what is happening at the Chikatpalli police station, how it is playing out in the public domain and in the political space as well. We'll continue to have our guests, Mr. Sanjay Sahai, Krishank Mane, as well as Mr. Nikhil Jain, political analyst. Time now for a short break. We'll come back with more updates on what is happening at the police station, where Allu Arjun is now being questioned by the police.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In the Telangana Stampede showdown, the cops now question superstar Allu Arjun. Congress hits out the BJP over the new human rights body chief. An AI boost at Tirumala for efficient darshan. Luigi Mangione pleads not guilty to the CEO murder.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
we are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition.
Welcome back. This is a continuous coverage of the Allu Arjun Stampede showdown in Telangana. Our colleague Uma Sudhir is at the police station where Allu Arjun's questioning is currently underway. Uma ma'am, over to you first. Before I bring in my guests, what's happening at the police station? Has the questioning begun?
So Allu Arjun, of course, arrived here a short while ago, and he is inside along with his lawyer as well. So his team has gone in, but the questioning, of course, has also begun, and we do expect it to be a long day because it's not as though the police have so far not had a chance to, in fact, interrogate and question Allu Arjun. It was very fast-paced events that have happened ever since the arrest of Mr. Allu Arjun, and as soon as he was sent to a judicial custody for 14 days, after which his own quash petition in the High Court had been taken up, and he was given a 4-week interim bail, and the police has not been able to get a chance to question him. The court had also said that the investigation in this case can continue, and that's why the police have issued him another summons, because even in the interim, we have heard whether it is the DGP or the police commissioner, the circle inspector, the ACP of the area, DCP of the area, all of them speaking out on this case, and from Allu Arjun's side as well, his own supporters, and Mr. Allu Arjun also holding 2 press conferences in which he has elaborated what he thinks are the sequence of events and what he tells us as the sequence of events. But all of this has taken a very big political turn, with political parties from the PRS to the BJP, all of them also getting into the debate. We are joined on this debate by Mr. Nikhil, who is a political analyst, Mr. Sanjay Sahai, former IPS officer, and also Krishank Mane, who is a spokesperson of the BRS party. Mr. Nikhil, let me come to you. How do you see this politically playing out? Because what we are seeing is here, the BJP actually seeming to take a pro-actor stance. Some political analysts are reading into this an attempt by the BJP to perhaps start supporting an Allu Arjun. There could be a political background to this, that the BJP is looking for an icon like that. They could be, just the way they have used film stars or people who are extremely popular in other states to become the brand ambassadors for their own party. Will Allu Arjun also occupy that political space now that he's seen as an actor against who the Congress party has taken a strong stance? How do you see this playing out?
So personally, I don't quite feel that the BJP might offer Allu Arjun to join the party, or even if they were to, he would accept it. And I base it on a simple reason that despite this entire unfortunate incident of somebody dying in a stampede being made into a complete political storm and a mudslinging match at the chief minister for some reason, even if the police did fail, it's not the chief minister who was at fault, and the police are doing their job. Despite all of that, Allu Arjun hasn't really made political statements. Of course, when somebody is accused of being, causing somebody else's death, they are going to come in and defend themselves that I was not at fault or the police did not communicate things properly and this and that. And that is what Allu Arjun has been doing around. The only people playing politics with it really, who started playing politics with it, were the BJP and the BRS. And an earlier question was put in the debate that why did the chief minister have to speak about this issue in the assembly, hold press conferences, when there are so many other more important issues in the state? I would put the same to the BRS spokesperson. Why do you have to raise the arrest of a movie star who can get a bail in a single day instead of those important issues? When you counter a ruling party in terms of things like that, what do you expect them to do?
I will take that question to you directly. Why did you have to speak up against this, speak out in this particular case, where you know that there is a culpability that the police forces have seen, and that's why they charged him with culpable homicide not amounting to murder and also voluntarily causing hurt. And as part of the process of law, Allu Arjun was arrested as well. Why did the BRS have to jump into the debate here?
Well, Umaji, I think today BRS is speaking on every issue in Telangana, be it Hydra victims, be it Musi victims, be it weavers, be it farmers. And in fact, Allu Arjun is also a normal citizen who's being targeted by the Congress government here. Why shouldn't we talk about Allu Arjun or anyone? I mean, in fact, when Congress government or the minister in Congress government gave brazen comments on actress Samantha and Nagarjuna also, definitely we would react. He has democracy, Allu Arjun has democracy, we too have that. In fact, you see, after Revanth Reddy ji, it is good if Revanth Reddy has reacted to MIM, but BRS has raised many issues. Why don't you debate those? On the last day of the assembly, you chose to speak this issue. Did you speak about the auto driver suicides? Did you speak about haven't we demanded for it, for a discussion? Haven't we demanded discussion for the farmer suicide? Have you debated it? But you preferred to pick this issue
I do
because
understand that we
MIM
need to
asked
go,
and you
so I'm
wanted
going
to
to
speak
take
for
what
an
you are,
hour.
the issue that you have raised to the police officer that we have on our panel, the experienced police officer. Thanks, Krishank, for joining us. Mr. Sahai, all these statements being made in the public domain, whether it is by the actor or by the police or even by the chief minister, who also happens to hold the home portfolio here in Telangana Assembly, how does it affect the case itself in court? Is there a weakening of the case that is going to happen? Will biases creep in because there's a public perception that's also being created? How complicated does it get for the court itself when all these voices are speaking out in the public domain?
The court would be a later story. The investigation, the way it is happening, I think it is a political criminal investigation rather than a state investigation. So that being said, the Home Minister or the Chief Minister of the state, if his line of investigation or the trajectory which police is supposed to take is very, very clear, and that also aligns with that of the DGP and DCP and all the people down the line, because there is also a line of thinking that police failed miserably on that particular day, and they are also responsible for whatever transpired. With regards to the intention and knowledge, we were talking about the section 105 of the BNS of culpable homicide not amounting to murder. So two things are important: is the intention and the knowledge. Now, whether the superstar had the knowledge, so that is a subjective thing. Certainly, he did not have the intention, and he did not go there with the intention that it will lead to a culpable homicide not amounting to murder. The weakening of the investigation has happened from day one, and from day one itself, it has been politicized. The first arrest, at least the arrest of Alu Arjun, has taken place on 13th of December, and that is when things have ordered up in a very, very calibrated manner. Evidence slash information has been released into the public domain. First and foremost, the police said that we did not have any communication of it. Then the letter surfaced from the Sandhya theatre management side. And now the circle inspector, you are perfectly right that that is a part of the court document. That's perfectly fine. But when so much is coming on the public domain, why nobody opened his mouth till the time this became a very critical issue? And they had to prove that we have provided with this nature of document. So this is where we stand. If we go by purely objective, camera-based, scientific evidence which is available and the documents available, then still there will be a gap of subjectivity which will be left to charge sheet the case. Once the case goes for the trial, it will primarily be on whatever evidence is provided and the discrepancies which come forward. So that will be a tough job to take through, and you will be needing very good quality of prosecutors to take it through.
Yes, Mr. Nikhil, let me come to you next. On the one hand, the Chief Minister, is spelling out whatever happened in the State Assembly, even as the court is hearing all the proceedings. The government does feel that they are taking a stand which is pro the common man. A woman here has died in the stampede. Her child is in the ICU on ventilator last 20 days. If we don't act, you're going to call us pro-VIP and having a different yardstick for a VIP. Whereas when they act, now the question or the criticism seems to be that you're targeting an actor for other reasons because he's high profile, he's getting targeted. Is that something that political parties cannot get away from? And very, very naturally it appears that whoever is the opposing party here, in this case the BRS and the BJP, is taking the opposite stance from the government. Is it time that people come together on the same platform, on the same issue, where we are all in agreement saying that, yes, there is something called celebrity responsibility and accountability, even as we talk about police administration getting its act together?
Well, that is precisely the point, that I'm very fortunate that we have an independent judiciary and where a court will get to decide whether it is unnecessary politicking or indeed the actor was at fault. And so far as the point being raised about intention and knowing, since I'm a lawyer, I must clarify on that what Alu Arjun has been charged right now is section 105 of the BNS, which is culpable homicide not amounting to murder. So if you have incomplete intention or incomplete knowledge that your act might cause death, you will be charged under it. If you have intention and knowledge, you'll be charged for murder, straight away murder. That's section 103. Now, police often, and Mr. Sahai would back me up on that, police often have this tendency to aggravate the charges that are to be put. In a case where 103 murder may not be applicable, they will still put murder and try to seek a conviction in 105. That is something not amounting to murder, but nonetheless a culpable homicide. What I think the police, when they'll actually go to trial on this case, if they are to indeed, after filing the charge sheet, they'd likely be contesting it under 106, that is causing death by a rash and negligent act. That does not require you to meet the pedestal of, having the intention to kill somebody or having the necessary knowledge that my act will definitely kill somebody. It is just about doing something rash and negligent. If I'm driving fast and somebody dies, I did not, I hit somebody and somebody dies. That does not mean
What I
that
do
I had the
understand, Mr.
intention
Nikhil, is that it's
to
not just
kill the
culpable
person.
homicide, not amounting to murder, but also they have booked a case of voluntarily causing hurt, which by itself may sound a little contradictory because from what is obvious, you are not voluntarily causing hurt, but what you mentioned that, causing hurt or death due to a rash and negligent act, we will have to wrap up the discussion at this stage and slip into a short break right now, coming back with a lot more on the other side.
Very much for bringing us that comprehensive coverage from ground zero. I'm reporting from outside the police station where Allu Arjun's questioning is underway. He is, of course, being questioned for culpable homicide not amounting to murder, serious charges against him. The police, of course, also has much to answer. But that big showdown playing out there in Hyderabad. And moving now to the other big headline, well, a big political row over the new NHRC chief. Well, the Congress has now made public a dissent note saying that the process of selecting the National Human Rights Council's new chief was fundamentally flawed and it undermines the Constitution. Now, this, of course, in the backdrop of the entire Constitution debate as well. And the Congress party and Mr. Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, they're saying that, well, earlier the process always involved consensus building, but this time around that process was undermined. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain. So Aishwarya, what is the government saying on this? So far, no official response by the BJP or the government, but the Congress seems to suggest that the entire process of selecting the NHRC chief was flawed, and also suggesting that it's going to be a partisan approach that this ex-Supreme Court judge would have going forward.
Well, certainly there is another flashpoint between the government and the opposition over the appointment of the NHRC chairperson. Remember, such things had been seen when it was the entire selection process of the CEC that was altered as well, and at that point of time as well, when the Chief Justice of Supreme Court was removed, and in place of that it was the cabinet member from the government was assigned. The opposition clearly targeted and stated that this is not a neutral selection body because it is 3:2, and this time as well, when the selection body, which includes the Prime Minister, Home Minister, Lok Sabha Speaker, Deputy Chair of the Rajya Sabha, and also Leader of Opposition from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, elects the NHRC members and the chairperson on a day when the meeting happened in the Parliament. It was Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge who was also present, and it is now a dissent note which had been officially circulated by the Congress party. As far as Rahul Gandhi and Kharge's undersigned signatures are there, they clearly had been stating that the consensus was not built amongst the members. It was just a one-way approach of appointment of the NHRC chairperson. Justice Rohington, Fali Nariman, and Justice K.M. Joseph were the names that were suggested by the leaders from the opposition side, but it was unanimously decided by the entire body that Justice Subramaniam will be elected as the chair. Although the members also had been suggested by the opposition members, but it was other members who were suggested by the government was appointed as the NHRC members. So clearly the dissent note has been circulated, and another flashpoint on the NHRC chairperson had emerged between the government and the opposition.
And of course, this amid the complete breakdown of communication and trust between the opposition and the Treasury benches and Parliament as well. The Congress talking about the government undermining the Constitution amid that entire Constitution flashpoint. Aishwarya, thanks very much indeed for joining us with the latest. But moving now to the big international headline, well, an absolutely horrific crime on the New York subway. A woman was set on fire. She was on board that train and she was set on fire. In fact, this man has now been charged with murder in an absolutely harrowing, gut-wrenching crime there. In fact, an immigrant has been taken into custody. Remember, this is the backdrop of the entire immigration debate as well, ahead of Trump assuming office. Immigration was indeed one of the most important cornerstones of Trump's campaign as well, and this man has now been taken into custody. And well, now an interesting story from Tirumala, an artificial intelligence boost for the Tirupati temple. This is a temple board is now mulling AI Darshan. Well, yes, you heard that right. AI now in Temple Darshan as well. The temple board is looking at some kind of an automation when it comes to the darshan of at the Tirumala, at the Tirupati temple. Remember, there are huge queues, long queues outside the Tirupati temple almost every day. Devotees thronging the temple. So, of course, AI is something that would, in a sense, facilitate the darshan process. With that, we'll take a short break now, but lots more coming up on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Good afternoon, it's 12 o'clock and this is our continuous coverage of the big stampede showdown in Telangana. Allu Arjun is now being questioned by the Hyderabad police amid heavy security. Allu Arjun left his residence for the police station. The questioning is likely to go on for several hours. Remember, this is part of a routine investigation. No fresh summons, but round 2 of questioning for Allu Arjun there. We'll get you all the latest from the ground. First up, the headlines. In the Telangana stampede showdown, it's the police versus Allu Arjun. Allu Arjun now at the police station for questioning. This is a Hyderabad cops question the superstar. Congress hits out at the BJP over the new human rights body chief. The Congress says the entire selection process was flawed. This after an ex-Supreme Court judge was appointed the NHRC chief. Heavy snowfall blocks major roads and highways in Himachal. Over 170 roads, including 3 national highways, have been shut. Nearly 1,000 vehicles stranded. A 33-year-old immigrant has been charged with murder after a woman was set on fire in a horrifying attack on board the subway train in New York's Brooklyn. The subway horror reignites the immigration debate. Our big focus on the show this afternoon, well, the Stampede showdown in Hyderabad. Allu Arjun is now being questioned by the Hyderabad police. Remember, this is round 2 of questioning. Allu Arjun, who is out on bail, has a case of culpable homicide not amounting to murder against him. Serious charges there. And this in the backdrop of what seems like a prolonged standoff between Allu Arjun and the state of Telangana, the Telangana police as well, with no less than the Chief Minister coming out and saying that Allu Arjun was responsible for the stampede and that there will be no privileges, no benefits for killer films. This, of course, as Allu Arjun continues to defend himself. He says that he was only following police instructions. He's being portrayed in bad light, and there's a lot of misinformation that's doing the rounds as well. This is Telangana police, of course, which has a lot to answer as well. Ultimately, crowd control, crowd management in such a situation is a responsibility of the police. But the Telangana police has put the onus entirely on Allu Arjun, saying that he did not listen to the police, did not follow police instructions, came out, waved at the crowd, that exacerbated the situation, and that eventually led to the stampede. Now, this has led to a complete breakdown of trust, in a sense, between the film fraternity and the state of Telangana as well. Many also talking about the film industry moving out of Hyderabad to Andhra Pradesh. So in that backdrop, Allu Arjun being questioned, and there was heavy media presence, of course, a lot of security outside the police station as expected as Allu Arjun entered the police station for questioning. We'll get you all the latest from ground zero, from where our senior colleague Umar Sudhir has been reporting, but let's quickly listen into some reactions that have come in.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2-2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है, उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को। लेकिन 2-2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
So the case of the Allu Arjun is a small case. Like many other issues in the state, there is an issue. So in that stampede, what is the role of the hero? What is the role of the police? Who failed? Whether police failed to give the security or the theatre management has failed to give the security, this has to be looked into. Instead of looking into that, after arresting an actor, as the government is blamed by the people of this Telangana, the government want to rectify the issues that have been raised in that particular issue. So in order to curb one issue or one mistake, they are doing the other mistakes.
Syed Assad Abbas, political analyst who supports the Congress, is with us. Also, Ravula Sridhar Reddy, BRS spokesperson. Thanks both very much for being with us. Going across to you first, Syed Assad Abbas. Let's not forget that the Telangana police has much to answer as well. While, of course, Allu Arjun is being questioned, there's a case of culpable homicide against him as well. But ultimately, bottom line is that the responsibility of managing a crowd in such a situation lies with the police as well.
Vedant Sahab, listening to the reactions of the BJP leader and the BRS leader, I was absolutely shocked. Look at the insensitivity of Mr. Raghunandan Rao, who's the BJP leader, who says that it is a small case. I'd like to ask him, how is it small case, sir? A woman has lost her life, 35-year-old woman. Her son is battling for his life, who's just 9-year-old. The 9-year-old boy has lost his mother. He's an orphan now. Is that a small case? There is a death taken place. So therefore, justice needs to be done. Now coming to the questions of the Telangana state government, Shri Revant Reddy Garu, and also the police. Let me present you certain facts, Vedant Sahab. The fact of the matter, yesterday the Hyderabad police made it in public a video footage where they gave 2 timestamps. First time stamp refutes the claims of Allu Arjun, where he said that he came out, his bodyguards took him outside the theatre and escorted him to the car. The fact is, the Assistant Commissioner of Police of the area, the DCP, both of them respectfully took him safely and escorted him to his car. Not just that, when he was said that there is a stampede, there is chaos outside the theater, he continued to remain with the fans watching the movie, which is absolutely insensitive. Not just that, even when he came out,
That is in
when
the
he was
realm of
informed,
investigation.
there are
All of that is
serious
in the realm of investigation. Our
injuries.
senior colleague Uma Sudhir is also with us. Uma, weigh in on this before I get in the BRS spokesperson, because, you know, now of course this entire thing has become about perception management. It's become about who is pro Allu Arjun, whether it's a witch hunt of a superstar. But the essence of the story is, and as you were reporting yesterday as well, Uma ma'am, that there is an 8-year-old boy battling for life. And, you know, we must not lose sight of that either.
So while we are talking about the tragedy that unfolded for the family of Bhaskar and his wife Revati, with Revati dying in the stampede and the 9-year-old child Sri Tej unconscious on ventilator with tracheostomy done and a feeding tube and not responding, there's a neurological damage that happened because of the oxygen deficit that he suffered for more than a few minutes, I must say, because of which this kind of situation is that he has landed in. But the law will be looking at 3-4 multiple things. One, that Allu Arjun has been named as accused number 11 in this FIR, in which we are talking about section 105, which is of course culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Section 1181 read with 35 of BNS. What that means is that voluntarily causing hurt is the section that's been slapped against him, and 5 of BNS. What it means is that multiple people are acting together with a common intent of causing that harm, and that's the reason why there are the manager, the owner, as well as those people who are manning the theatre premises, the lower balcony where all this chaos actually broke out. All of them were named and in fact arrested as well, even before the arrest of Allu Arjun happened. So today, the court had, after granting him bail, put certain conditions in this entire issue, and one of the conditions was that the investigation can continue and that he must cooperate with the investigating agencies, and that's the reason why he has been summoned now for the police to ask him his sequence of events. While we have seen what Allu Arjun has told the media, he has made those public statements about what the sequence of events were. The police cannot take cognizance of that. What they will be taking cognizance of is the statement that Allu Arjun will be recording inside the police station. We do know that his legal team has also gone in there with him. And we also saw his father, Allu Arvind, who is a very prominent producer, who is with him inside the police station. Of course, not as part of the questioning itself, because it is Allu Arjun who will be questioned. And there is going to be, in all likelihood, a reconstruction of what happened at the theatre as well. So what is likely is that Allu Arjun could be taken, in fact, to Sandhya Theatre, where what he has told the police in terms of the sequence of events that happened will be reconstructed by the police by taking him physically to the police station and corroborating what he has, his statement, along with what transpired on the ground there. Remember that the police has already put out a 10-minute video in which they had hashtagged it as Judge for Yourself, and they had put out that video saying the sequence of events as it happened from the time that the actor appeared outside the theatre in the busy RTC crossroads, how the crowds had gathered even before he came, and subsequently what happened, how the security had pushed around, private security of Allu Arjun had pushed around the crowd that gathered, the way the vehicle entered the theatre premises, the gates of the theatre, and how he had come out of the sunroof of the car and waved to people. And at that time, should I say, the last moments of Revati and her son also caught on camera, because you can see this mother, in fact, holding her son and wading her way through the traffic, even as the crowd, even as she is in fact holding on to a cell phone. The husband, Mr. Bhaskar, had told us yesterday that somehow they had got separated in the melee, and they had been left outside the theatre while the father had gone inside. And subsequently, when he checked inside the theatre, he was not able to find his wife and son there. And then the police had told him that an incident took place, and the kind of tragic situation that unfolded there for this family. So that reconstruction also likely to happen as part of the police investigation after questioning and recording the statement that Allu Arjun will be making to the police. So there are many, many questions that will be asked here about what happened prior to his arrival at the premiere show. Was he aware that permission was in fact not granted by the circle inspector. Only the theatre management was in touch with the police, local police there, and the police officer, in fact, Mr. Raju Naik of the Chikatpalli police station, the circle inspector who in fact wrote that note, had told NDTV that Allu Arjun and his team had never contacted him, and he was never in contact with the actor or his team, and therefore there is no question of him conveying this message to them. It's only the theatre management that had approached the police for permission, and he had cited the reasons of RTC Crossroads being extremely crowded, of multiple theatres in that area, and also a single entry point and exit point, also the fact that there is a 35mm theatre and a 70mm theatre within the premises.
Right.
All these were cited by the circle inspector in the reply that he gave to the theatre management in order to deny them permission to come there. So all that will come up for questioning, but I'm going to take our debate, in fact, to Mr. Sridhar, BRS spokesperson as well. Mr. Sridhar, while all this is playing out, one, in the public perception as a face-off between the chief minister and an actor, or between the government and the film industry, or as something in which the political voices are being heard and escalated, as a party, what is your stance vis-a-vis a star or a celebrity coming to a theatre? Your leader was one of the first to respond when Mr. Allu Arjun got arrested, but the culpability of a celebrity taking responsibility is something that the commissioner has also spoken about in his press conference, that bouncers or the private security team, how they behave, the actor or the celebrity will be held liable for that. What is your own party's stance on this? Because while accusations are flying fast and thick, there is something that must come out of all this that makes our systems a little better.
What happens is Congress spokespersons were explaining the entire issue emotionally. We also are concerned for the victim's family. The death happened. His son is in the hospital in a critical condition. But let the law take its own course. After all the incident has happened, only police has booked a case, arrested the film actor, then he was released on the bail, and he is A level. And theatre management and police, of course the actor also is equally responsible. Being a celebrity, he should also have properly conducted his visit without any, unnecessary issues out there. But here, after the release of the actor in the assembly, what was the reason for the Honorable Chief Minister to give a lengthy reply for about an hour and a half, which actually again pushed the actor to conduct a press conference, which is again unwarranted when the matter is sub judice. Both the government as well the film actor would have maintained some restraints not to speak much on this issue, which further aroused unnecessary sentiments, unnecessary instigations and provocation. Now, what led to the attack on the film actor's house? These
Mr. Sridhar, let me
statements
put it this way, that since we do not have a Congress spokesperson in the program, I will point out to you that the Chief Minister was in fact replying to a comment or a query raised by the MIM leader, Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, inside the Assembly, and it is as part of the reply that he elaborated on this. But it does bring us to the other point. When a case is booked in a sensitive case like this, or perhaps in any case at all, for the BRS to wade into the controversy, in a sense created a public perception as though the actor was being singled out for being targeted by the government, and that's perhaps one of the reasons why we have seen the government, whether the Chief Minister inside the Assembly or police officers of all ranks, from the DGP to the Circle Inspector, speaking about a case while it is still sub judice. But the BRS did play its role by commenting on the arrest of the actor in the first place when, yes, even at that time it was sub judice.
Can I come in on this? Yeah, see, we as a political party definitely respond to the situations in the state. We are a principal opposition, whether it is a law and order issue, whether it is a arrest by the government, whether it is any other public issue, we will respond. But it is the government's responsibility to ensure proper law and order. When you gave permission at the theatre, when you to the theatre authorities for increasing the prices and allowing them to conduct a premiere show, and when there is so much of crowd that have gathered, whose responsibility is to give proper security to the people? Whether they have sought permission or not permission, in a police station limits, if there is a
Like the police
congregation...
has been pointing out, before the arrival of the actor, everything was going hunky-dory there. Things were still under control. No chaos had actually broken out. It's after the arrival of the actor that things went out of hand.
What
and
made you to stop
arrival
him?
of the actor did not have the express permission of the police is very clear. I'm going to take the next question to Mr. Abbas.
Yes.
While you can say that the BRS leaders' comments have actually escalated this into a huge political issue and debate with all political voices adding to the noise here, wouldn't you say that the Congress government, being in the government itself and being the agency that has in fact filed the case, better restraint would have been exercised by both the police as well as the Chief Minister by not commenting outside the House or inside the Assembly by the Chief Minister in this particular case? Because all this actually will spoil the case in the court of law itself. Because is it important for political parties to first fight it in the public domain, the public perception, and not worry so much about the court of law where the case can get a little distorted or pressure can build up because of what is being said outside the court?
Umaji, it's a very fair question that you've asked, and knowing the complexity of the case, with respect to restraint from the Congress party, the fact of the matter, had the same Congress party been soft on Allu Arjun, the BRS and BJP would go tom-tomming saying that, oh, the Congress party under Revant Reddy Garu is supporting VIP culture. They're trying to shield. Why? Because they're an actor. This gives them votes. This gives them publicity. They are being soft on him. The fact of the matter, what is disheartening to me is how the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti is playing politics on this issue. More than the deceased, they are talking about Allu Arjun. More than the 8-year-old boy who's in the hospital, they are talking about Allu Arjun. Why? Why are they soft? I never saw KTRG visiting the hospital. I never saw KTRG. All I see KTRG doing is making political statements, going on X, going on Twitter, social media post. That is only going to complicate the case. The fact of the matter, the respective BRS and BJP leaders who are in opposition need to go to Kim's hospital and visit. What have they even done for it? No. Sitting merely on television sets is not going to help. Now, coming to the fact...
Mr. Abbas, I must allow the BRS spokesperson to respond to what you have said, because you are pointing fingers at the BRS leader, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, and said that he has not bothered to visit the hospital. Mr. Sridhar Reddy.
No, the Congress spokesperson is trying to paint a wrong picture that we don't have a concern for the victim and all. It is wrong. Even for the government, only after this issue erupted to such level, they started visiting. When your cinematography minister visited, when your other, did your chief minister visit the hospital? Only after this issue has taken to this level, you started responding. Why there was a lengthy explanation in the House? Only to save your skin? Here, as a principal opposition, responsible opposition, we wanted to question the government the way it is dealing the issue. Not that we don't want
the point that the
to take it
Congress
on
is making is also valid, saying that while of course you continue to look to score political brownie points, why has Mr. KTR not bothered to visit the hospital and see the victim?
Absolutely, that is
Our
my
leaders,
point, Vedant Sahab.
Our leaders see.
I agree
not
with
exactly.
Let Mr. Sridhar respond. We'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Vedant, till now, Chief Minister has not visited. Somebody from their government has visited. So, leaders from BRS party has visited them. They have extended their, courtesy to them, and we have given them that courage to face the situation.
So those are merely optics. But Uma ma'am, come in on this, because I think another aspect.
Can I answer that?
Uma ma'am, another aspect that I wish to discuss here is, let's deconstruct how the narrative perhaps has changed in the past 24 hours or so, because while of course during the weekend we saw a complete breakdown of trust, a breakdown of sort of communication, this kind of hostility between the state and the film fraternity, but in the past 24 hours, as you've also reported, Uma ma'am, that the Chief Minister has asked his leaders to exercise some amount of caution while commenting on, the Allu Arjun case. Yesterday we saw, while the cinematography minister was at the hospital, the producer sort of striking a conciliatory note perhaps and looking at some sort of, cooperation. Allu Arjun also painting that sort of image and that perception that he is cooperating with the investigation. So the tempers have come down, perhaps many would say, and that narrative has changed in the past couple of hours.
So the narrative has changed, in fact, over the last few days, I must say, because initially after the arrest of Mr. Allu Arjun, the kind of support that he was getting in the public domain, on social media, and also the physical visits of colleagues from the film industry at his residence, all of that added to the perception that he is the victim here and he is being singled out for, should I say, punishment or targeting by the state government. That was the perception, and that did irk, I must say, the police forces, the administration, as well as the government, because they said we were playing it fair because everyone is equal before law and everyone is answerable equally before law, and that's the reason why a case was booked against Mr. Allu Arjun, and they had called him in for questioning, and they said they had not in fact cooperated, and that's the reason they had to in fact order his arrest, and they wanted to interrogate him in custody as well. But subsequently they had also in fact knew about a quash petition that he has filed in the court around the 8th of this month itself, when he had asked for the High Court to dismiss all the cases and the FIR against him, and the police was acting in should I say caution, trying to take the investigation forward. They had already arrested the owner, manager, as well as the floor manager of the lower balcony of the theatre. All that had happened. The government wanted to come back on the perception game that was created. If the government was being villainized in this particular case, they wanted to say that we did right and we were standing by that family which suffered the biggest tragedy in this, and that's the reason why we have taken up this case and dealt with even someone who is seen as a hero, as a megastar, as a superstar. Even him, we were dealing with him like a common person, because he would also be answerable and accountable for what has happened. A celebrity is also responsible for what happens because of his presence in a particular area. So the government came back with its own version after the Chief Minister spoke out in the Assembly. Then we have seen from the DGP to the Police Commissioner talking about private security not being allowed to do what they want, and that they also have to go by the law of the land. And the Commissioner in fact pointed out that they were not even listening to the police force on the ground, and they were opening the gates and closing the gates, which is not actually something that they are mandated to do. They are only meant to protect their VIP celebrity who they are protecting, and they are not meant to do some crowd control. And that's how they say that the voices have come out trying to put the police version in the public domain as well, so that the government does not end up looking bad. And there were conspiracy theories doing the round saying that he is being targeted for various other reasons, and that's why I think the government also decided to go full hog on it, put out that video also in the public domain. And at a time when it appeared that this standoff between the film industry and the government is reaching a peak, the government had also announced that they are not in favor of having any more premiere shows. It was almost an emotional Chief Minister who questioned the film industry for having gone to visit Allu Arjun after he spent a night in jail and came out, and he said, did he lose a hand or leg or kidney that all of you queued up there but none of you bothered to go to the hospital? So in that sense, it seemed like the government was taking a hostile or rather a strong stance against the film industry as well, when they said that they're withdrawing all benefits that they have been giving, special concessions that they have been given to the industry. But you're right, Vedant. Post that, we have seen the cinematography minister and the Pushpa producers coming together. We met them all, and both of them speaking about the fact that while there are certain political voices that are suggesting that this will lead to a kind of a rift, and some people were connecting it to what happened with actor Nagarjuna earlier. One political leader connected it to what happened with Mr. Mohan Babu, actor Mohan Babu as well. But the government holding it very clearly and saying that all those are different incidents in which there are different reasons why those happened, and both the cinematography minister and the producers of Pushpa, to whom we spoke exclusively, telling us that this does not mean there has been any kind of a rift with the government, and there is no question of the industry actually moving out of Hyderabad, say to an Andhra. There was an attempt in between, certain voices also making this into a Telangana-Andhra issue, and the government has also been very careful not to turn it into a Telangana versus an Andhra issue, which has been a very emotional subject for people in both the Telugu states. Both these states enjoy the Telugu film industry, not just these states, but the entire country and the world, in fact, has seen what Tollywood has to offer. And that is not something that anyone wants to take away. The glory to cinema that Tollywood and Telugu cinema has brought, and that is something that will stay intact even after this incident, is what both the cinematography minister and the producers, some of the producers also who I have been speaking with, say that this is an incident, accountability will have to be fixed, responsibility will have to be fixed, but beyond that, the Tollywood, the kind of infrastructure that Hyderabad has for the film industry, that cannot be replaced. And all of them also saying that in the last 1 year also, they have continued to receive the kind of support that they received in the last 11 years. Similar fears had been expressed when Telangana was formed, saying that the film industry is largely from Andhra. Will it go away? No, it did not go away. It continued to flourish here. And similarly, that will continue even now, is what both the government as well as the film industry is telling us. But yes, one more case that's been filed now by Teenmar Mallana, an MLC belonging to the Congress party, and he has in fact raised the issue of content inside the film, so something that perhaps would be better addressed by a censor board, but he chose to say that the actor, the director and the producers should be made answerable and a police case should be filed, was the argument of Mr. Teenmar Mallana. We also saw Minister Sitaka raising the issue of awards being given to Pushpa 2. That perhaps takes the entire debate to a different level about censorship by governments. Will the governments now decide what kind of content should be either supported or what kind of content should really be given awards? Because she raised the question that a film like Jai Bhim that spoke about rights of the poor was not awarded, whereas a Pushpa 2, which glorified a smuggler, has been awarded, is a question that Minister Sitaka raised. I must point out, Vedant, while we are on this, that Pushpa 2 also talks about actually some kind of a confrontation between the chief minister on screen in that film and the protagonist, which is Pushpa 2, which is played by Allu Arjun in that. And something like that is what is the perception now in the public domain, saying that it has become a standoff between chief minister and an actor in this case. In the film, of course, it was between the chief minister and a smuggler in that case. There is also a confrontation that happens in the film between the police and the actor, and something like that also playing out in the public domain. Of course, the situations are very, very different, and but the perceptions and the sentiments seem to be reflecting about the police pride that has been hurt by an actor.
Yes, I think that's an important point you're making, and the point you made about Telugu cinema also, and we've seen what Telugu cinema has to offer. I mean, in the sense it has been the womb of this entire pan-India cinema movement. But how does the day look like, Uma ma'am, for Allu Arjun? What are you picking up from your police sources? Is he likely to be taken to the scene of offense, as it were, for the recreation of what could have happened that day? What are you picking up?
So there are multiple issues that the police needs to get clarity about, and there will be a very, very detailed statement that they will be seeking from the actor. So that itself is going to take time, because he will be having his legal team along with him as well, and what he says on record, what has happened as the sequence of events that led to the tragedy, all that will be subject of investigation and something that the police will first want to document. So that is going to take some time before the reconstruction. In fact, the notice that he has issued, that he has been issued by the police, mentions that they want to know from the actor what happened as a sequence of events, and in the same notice it's also been mentioned. Let me just read out for the benefit of our viewers. The case is under investigation and your presence is quite essential before the undersigned officer to elicit answers from you about the incident, and if necessary for visiting scene of offense in order to ascertain the true facts, and therefore he has been asked to appear at 11 a.m. today. So the first paragraph mentions about the sections under which Mr. Allu Arjun has been charged. The second paragraph says that even though the court has granted you bail, they have also allowed us investigation, and therefore we are calling you in for questioning, and if necessary, after we record your statement, we will also be taking you possibly to the court where we can now scene of offence, which is the theatre, where we can reconstruct what has happened in the course of events. I also want to tell, for our viewers' benefit, the bail conditions. The bail conditions had spoken about that he will be released on interim bail subject to executing personal bond of 50,000 rupees before the jail superintendent. Remember that he had already been taken to the Chanchalguda jail when the bail was announced, or the interim relief for 4 weeks was announced by the High Court, and therefore the concerned jail superintendent was also made part of the legal process, and the investigating officer is directed to proceed with the investigation. And point number 3 is that the petitioner accused number 3 in this number 11, petitioner accused because he had petitioned the court for quashing of the FIR against him. So the petitioner accused number 3 shall cooperate with the investigation, and he shall not make any attempt to interfere with the ongoing investigations or with the witnesses in any manner. Therein lies the answer that Allu Arjun has sought to give when people were questioning about why he has not visited the hospital or met with the family. He has made it very clear that because the legal complaint, or the complaint initially was filed by Mr. Bhaskar, the father of Sri Tej, that's the reason why he cannot go and meet with the same family that has complained against him. And the court also, in very clear terms, has mentioned that he should not interfere with the ongoing investigation or with the witnesses in any manner. When I was speaking to the business manager of Mr. Allu Arjun yesterday, he said it does become a very delicate position, because while the actor wants to come forward and help the family and be with them, any attempt to reach out to the family, even in monetary terms, could be construed as trying to bribe the family. I must mention that Mr. Bhaskar, the father of Sri Tej, who did tell us that he is not holding Mr. Allu Arjun responsible for what happened, and that he is willing to withdraw his complaint, also in the same breath mentioned that he would like the same support to continue for his son. So the concern of that father is about treatment continuing for his son. He has already lost his wife, who incidentally, I should tell our viewers that she was someone who had donated part of her liver as well to her husband. So she's an organ donor to her husband. Her husband's life actually depended on that organ donated by his wife. And subsequently, after her losing his wife, his son has been in the ICU on a ventilator for the last 20 days. His only hope is that the child has been opening his eyes and looking at her, but he's not seeing any signs of recognition, and that's a matter of distress for the father. But the hope comes from the fact that when he is feeling pain, he seems to be responding, and therefore doctors have advised Bhaskar and other family members to talk to the child, keep talking to the child in the hope that he will understand and comprehend what has been happening. So what we do expect is that this will continue to be a long day with the statements first recorded, and subsequently they may take him to the theatre for reconstruction of the scene of offence.
All right, ma'am. Thanks very much for joining us with that update. Ravla Sridhar Reddy and Mr. Abbas, do continue to stay with us as we continue our big coverage of Allu Arjun's day at the police station. This remains our top focus on NDTV. A short break now.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democracy.
All right, some breaking news coming in. Well, there is a key NDA meet that is scheduled for tomorrow. This will take place in the national capital at the BJP chief's residence. This amid the huge political row over the constitution and Ambedkar's legacy as well. In fact, it's also Atal Bihari Vajpayee's centenary celebrations. That in that backdrop as well, this meet becomes important. It's his 100th birth anniversary tomorrow. In fact, there will also be a discussion on better coordination among NDA allies, constituent parties. So that's also going to be important. Remember, this parliament session has witnessed some really unprecedented developments with a complete showdown, a physical scuffle between the opposition and the treasury benches. So to keep the allies on the same page, it's important, this coordination meeting becomes important. But I think in the larger context of the optics, with the two elections being won by the NDA with a thumping majority, and of course Atal Bihari Vajpayee's 100th birth anniversary, this key NDA meeting scheduled tomorrow. It will take place at JP Nadda's residence. On agenda, of course, as I said, the latest political situation in terms of this breakdown of trust between the opposition and treasury benches, and also the Ambedkar controversy, the issue of Ambedkar's legacy. Remember, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, was booked for assault. So what's going to be the strategy going forward as far as the NDA is concerned? Because this is something that's going to, this politics over Ambedkar's legacy is something that's going to continue. And what really is going to be the BJP strategy, whether the allies are on the same page or not, all of that becomes important. And in that backdrop, this coordination meeting is is interesting and well timed, certainly, in the backdrop of the Ambedkar remark row as well. Because remember, you have top Congress leaders hitting out at Home Minister Amit Shah. They continue to demand Home Minister Amit Shah's resignation. What is going to be the BJP's strategy vis-a-vis that, and with the upcoming Delhi elections as well. Remember, the BJP is yet to release its list for Delhi. That is something, however, which will be decided by the Delhi BJP CEC. But going into the new year, you have key elections, and you of course have the budget session of Parliament subsequently. What's going to be the politics going forward, all of that will be discussed in the NDA meeting, which will be held at BJP Chief JP Nadda's residence, whose tenure is also, by the way, coming to an end. The BJP has a task of deciding its new president as well. But let me go across to our senior colleague Akhilesh Sharma joining us on the phone line. So Akhilesh, what's going to be on agenda? The BJP mulling over its strategy vis-a-vis the entire Ambedkar row, and whether the allies are on the same page or not.
That's correct. In fact, there are several issues post the winter session of Parliament which needs to be discussed among the NDA partners. And tomorrow being the 100th birth anniversary of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was founder of the National Democratic Alliance. So that's a special occasion as far as tomorrow is concerned. And if you recall, during the last session of Parliament, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had urged all the NDA partners to meet every month so that they can exchange their ideas on different topics, and there's a better coordination among them, and they can speak in one voice on various controversial issues. So in that order, this meeting is going to take place tomorrow at 4 p.m. at Party President JP Nadda's residence, and it is expected that all the senior leaders of the NDA will take part in this meeting. And apart from the Ambedkar controversy, which has been ignited by the Congress party, saying that the Home Minister Amit Shah has insulted Baba Saheb Ambedkar, on this issue, the NDA partners will reply, and they will be giving a befitting reply to the Congress party's allegations. And apart from that, there are several other issues like some key legislations like One Nation, One Election, and also the Waqf Property Amendment Bill. On these issues also they will discuss among themselves and finalize their strategy. As far as Delhi Assembly elections are concerned, the BJP is likely to give a few seats to the alliance partners like the JDU and also to the LJP. 1 or 2 seats can be given to them. So this is the broader understanding as far as the NDA is concerned in the Delhi Assembly elections.
All right, Akhilesh, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So that key NDA meeting tomorrow. Moving now to the other big headline. Well, in Rajasthan, a 3-year-old girl fell into a 700 feet deep borewell. A story that we've heard often from Rajasthan and even in states like Madhya Pradesh. But Chetna has been stuck in the borewell, but some relief there. That mammoth monumental rescue operation that has been on for the past several hours now is bearing fruit. In fact, Chetna has been brought up to 140 feet, so some relief there for her family. But there you can see NDRF personnel who are involved in that mammoth rescue operation, monitoring constantly. But extremely sad that these stories continue to be reported from states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. A really sorry state of affairs. Moving now, well, ahead of the budget session, the Prime Minister is expected to meet Niti Aayog experts, something that has been, a recurring meeting for the Prime Minister. This is something that he does every year. He is set to meet Niti Aayog experts, top economists, and this ahead of the key budget session next year. Of course, the economy has been something that has been a big focus of all the elections. That is something that the NDA government has been criticized for as well. Unemployment, job creation is something that continues to be a key issue, a defining factor in elections as well. So that closed-door meeting is expected to take place in the afternoon. This, of course, as inflation also continues to be an important issue. In fact, retail inflation has been at alarming levels in the past couple of months. In that backdrop, this meeting becomes important. In other news now, fresh flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress. Well, the Congress has hit out at the BJP for the appointment of the new NHRC chief, the human rights body chief. The Congress says that the entire process of selecting the NHRC chief has been fundamentally flawed and against the Constitution. The Congress says that the idea of diversity has been undermined in selecting the chairperson of the NHRC. Remember, it was a retired Supreme Court judge, Mr. Subramaniam, who has been appointed the chief of the NHRC. Again, a very important body, but a body that has been in the news for the past couple of years for the government undermining it as per the opposition. In fact, the opposition says that it had recommended various names, but those names were not even considered by the government. All right, now a big focus story is on NDTV at this hour. Well, Allu Arjun's questioning is underway in Hyderabad. The big showdown between the Hyderabad cops and Allu Arjun. Remember, this is the second round of questioning. No fresh summons because, of course, as the police says, it's part of routine investigation, routine procedures. So how is the day going to look like for Allu Arjun? Well, his statements are being recorded because as per the notice as well, the police are seeking to elicit response on what went wrong during that day. Of course, he's been booked for culpable homicide not amounting to murder. So there are serious allegations, serious charges against him. So first his statements will be recorded and then he is likely to be taken to the scene of offense, as it were, for the deconstruction of the crime. So that's going to be important as well. That's likely to take place in the second half of the day. He reached the police station a couple of hours back at around 11 is when he reached the police station. It's going to be a long day for Allu Arjun. It was amid heavy security that the Telugu superstar arrived at the police station. Remember what really happened that day. In fact, there has been a battle of perception, certainly, with the Telangana cops saying that Allu Arjun was responsible for exacerbating the situation. He waved at the crowd and that led to this sort of fan frenzy. He emerged out of the sunroof. Allu Arjun certainly saying that he is being portrayed in bad light and there's a lot of misinformation that's doing the rounds. But let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who joins us from the police station. She's been reporting on the dramatic twists and turns in this story. So Uma ma'am, it's going to be a long day for Allu Arjun today.
Yes, indeed. He's being called in as part of the questioning that will happen, post his being given bail by the High Court. As part of the conditions that had been imposed by the High Court while granting the 4-week interim bail, they have said that the investigation in this matter can continue. And they'd also said that Allu Arjun must cooperate with the investigation and he must not try to influence witnesses in any manner. So what we do understand is that after coming along with his legal team, his dad is also inside the police station. He's being questioned presumably on the sequence of events that happened, that have, of course, been put out in the public domain, but the police document would be something different. Recording of the statement is a legal process that will be conducted now by the police. And the likely questions that we understand would be asked is whether at all he knew that police permission was denied for him to come to the premiere show, who took the call to go ahead with the plan despite the denial of the police permission. The circle inspector of that area, Mr. Raju Nayak, has already said that he was not in touch with the Allu Arjun team at all. It is only the theatre management that had in fact written to him asking him for permission, and he had in fact denied it in a letter that is dated the 4th of December. And whether the theatre management had conveyed to Allu Arjun that permission has been denied, so that will be a very critical part of the questioning, and the answer could also be critical because that will establish whether the culpability or the liability in this case lies with the theatre management or with the actor and his team as well. Because as we know, several people from the theatre management were also named in this FIR. Allu Arjun is accused number 11, and the manager, the owner, as well as the floor manager who was managing the balcony was also arrested even before Allu Arjun's arrest happened, in fact, on the 13th of December. So all this will be part of the questioning. So after a detailed statement is recorded, speaking with the actor, it is likely that he can be taken to the site of offence, which is the theatre in this case, and he will be then asked to explain to the police investigators what exactly transpired at the theatre late evening on December 4, because that reconstruction of the scene will be a very critical aspect of the case that is being built by the police, because the notice that was sent yesterday as well has mentioned that the case is under investigation and your presence is essential before the undersigned officer to elicit answers about the incident and, if necessary, for visiting the scene of offence in order to ascertain true facts, because the versions of the police and the versions of the actor have been at variance on multiple counts, and that is something that they will want to establish through this statement that they are recording today. Back to you.
Also, ma'am, in that backdrop, these questions become important because the police are looking to ascertain the sequence of events, which is important in determining the culpability. In fact, if you look at these questions, whether he was aware of the denial of permission, when did he become aware about the stampede, when did he become aware about Revati's death, because that's important given the fact that the police has been saying that the fact that he emerged out of the sunroof, the fact that he waved at the crowd exacerbated the situation, which is why the sequence of events is very important to determine whether Allu Arjun indeed ignored the police's questions.
Absolutely. Those were very, very critical. One, whether he knew that permission had been denied and who took the call to go ahead. Did his team take the call to go ahead despite denial of permission? Or did the theatre management not convey to the actor and his team about the police having denied permission for it? The second aspect is the police has called this as a rally, some kind of a road show, because he was in his vehicle and there are already people who had gathered there. But Allu Arjun has said there was no road show, and he has spoken about the distance that he had covered after emerging from the sunroof of his vehicle. That, of course, will have to be established because, like the police have said, they have already examined about thousands of videos as part of the evidence that they are putting together, and they have also released a 10-minute video saying that people need to judge for themselves. In a sense, taking this even before it goes to the court of law, taking to the court of the people and creating that public perception about who is in the right and who is in the wrong, and why the culpability is something that the police has insisted upon, even though they know that he is a big star, someone who is whose films have global audiences as well. Despite that, the police decided to go ahead with filing of the case. They have remember that he has been charged with one, culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Second is voluntarily causing hurt, and third is about acting with a common intention with several others who are also charged with the same offences. So what is the role of Allu Arjun in this entire sequence? That needs to be established. And like you mentioned, the second aspect of it, did he know that the crowds had gone out of control? Did the police convey to him when he entered the theatre that things have gone really bad outside the theatre and a stampede has happened and that a woman has died? Because the police version seems to suggest that despite being told about what happened outside, he had continued to stay inside the theatre. And another statement that's been made is that he came out of the theatre and once again emerged from his car sunroof and waved to the people, and that did not help matters outside the theatre. That's what the police has been saying. So whether he knew about the death of the woman and still chose to emerge from the roof of the car to wave to people in order to, in a sense, respond to the enthusiastic fans who have gathered there, post midnight. All that will be something that will be investigated in order to establish the culpability of the star. The reconstruction at the theatre also will have to be done in the same manner, because we have already seen videos released by the police that are showing about how he went to the balcony, who he was accompanied by, and when he is returning or exiting the theatre, there are police officers who are leading the way. So there was a police role there. The commissioner had initially told us also that, in fact, even the DCP or the senior officer was not allowed anywhere near the star, and now they have video evidence to show that there is a police presence when they have asked the star to leave the theatre, and he has done so.
Absolutely. I think that last point you made is extremely critical. While, of course, we're looking at ascertaining culpability on the part of Allu Arjun, the fact is that the police perhaps also wasn't able to anticipate that the crowd could go out of control. So both aspects being looked at. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking here at this hour. In the Pushpa 2 stampede row, over 2 hours passed. Now the questioning is still underway of Telugu superstar Allu Arjun. The key NDA meet has been called at BJP chief's house tomorrow. The NDA meet will discuss coordination of all the members over the Ambedkar remark row. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets economists and Niti Aayog officials. A key meeting ahead of budget session to be presented by the government in February. Heavy snowfall blocks major roads and highways in Himachal. 174 roads, including 3 national highways, closed. Nearly 1,000 vehicles stranded. A 33-year-old Guatemalan migrant charged with murder after a woman was set on fire in a horrifying attack aboard a subway train in New York's Brooklyn. Subway horror reignites immigration debate. And viewers, over 2 hours have passed, but questioning of Pushpa 2 actor Allu Arjun is still underway in the stampede case. Telugu actor Allu Arjun reached the station in Hyderabad at around 11 a.m. for questioning in the case. The police on Monday had served Arjun a notice asking him to appear at the police station the day after. Arjun told them that he would cooperate with their investigation, but Allu Arjun has been cooperating. Questions are being raised over the probe that is underway. It has been over 2 hours. The questioning is still underway. This development comes days after the actor was first arrested on December 13 and granted interim bail for 4 weeks by the Telangana High Court in connection with the stampede. But the questions were raised that time also, as the lawyer of Allu Arjun said that despite serving the notice to the cops of his bail, Allu Arjun was not granted bail on the same day. He was not released from the prison on the same day. But the cops denied such charge and said they did not receive any copy from the court. However, he was released earlier on the next day in the morning when the row erupted more over the probe was questioned. Remember, a woman died while her 9-year-old son suffered severe injuries in the stampede that took place, and it was said that took place after Allu Arjun arrived at the theatre. Police is also saying that despite being briefed about the situation, the actor refused to leave the theatre. He was adamant on watching the entire film. There are also videos that are being circulated against the Pushpa 2 actor. However, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy is facing heat in the way the probe is ongoing, with a lot of people like the BJP, BRS questioning and calling the probe a political witch hunt. However, CM Revanth Reddy has said that this is not a political witch hunt, but a probe that is underway. Listen in to the reactions coming in.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है। उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को, लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
The case of the small case, like many other issues in the state, there is an issue. So in that stampede, what is the role of the hero? What is the role of the police? Who failed? Whether police failed to give the security or the theatre management has failed to give the security, this has to be looked into. Instead of looking into that, after arresting an actor, as the government is blamed by the people of this Telangana, the government want to rectify the issues that have been raised in that particular issue. So in order to curb one issue or one mistake, they are doing the other mistakes.
The BJP and the BRS are continuously upping the ante against Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, calling the probe against actor Allu Arjun a political vendetta by the Telangana government. However, the Telangana government maintains that this is not a political witch hunt, but the law is taking its own course in the stampede case where a woman died and a child was severely injured. The child right now is in intense medical care unit, where the Telangana minister also visited and gave rupees 50 lakh as ex gratia. However, this compensation was also offered by the Telugu superstar Allu Arjun the day after he came out of the jail and said he apologized, he condoled the stampede and offered 25 lakh ex gratia to the family. However, there are statements and political statements against Telangana Chief Minister that the probe is being conducted in an unfair manner, and the Telangana actor is being targeted for other vested interests. This remains to be seen, and this is the hot potato. 2 hours have been passed. Telangana cops are currently questioning Telugu superstar Allu Arjun in the stampede case, and this is when there are questions being raised over the manner in which the probe is being conducted. The BJP and BRS are unitedly attacking the Congress government when the Congress government is saying that it is not related to any witch hunt. My colleague Uma Sudhir, who has been reported live since morning, since the time Allu Arjun has appeared, is joining me. Uma ma'am, can you give me the details or the line of questioning that Allu Arjun is facing right now?
So the police is, of course, now going to be trying to reconstruct the sequence of events according to the version of Allu Arjun, and subsequently, after recording his statement, it's also likely that they will take him to the scene of offense, which is, of course, Sandhya Theatre, where they will try to reconstruct what happened on that evening, the fateful evening of December 4. So what we understand is that the police questions will be asking him whether he knew about permission being denied by the police to the Sandhya Theatre management for the arrival of the actor, the actress, as well as the production unit and other members of the team. Very clearly, the police had put out that note, a handwritten note by the Circle Inspector, Mr. Ravi Nayak, and whether he was aware that such a note had been given to the theatre management. As you know, Mr. Ravi Nayak has said that he was never in touch with Allu Arjun, and therefore the question will be asked, who took the call to go ahead with the plan despite denial of police permission? So was the call taken by the Sandhya Theatre management, who have in fact acknowledged the denial of permission by the police, or was it conveyed to the Allu Arjun team, and did they take a call on going ahead with the plan despite being denied the permission? Allu Arjun has also said that he was not stopped by any police when he arrived at that area. So who did he interact with? Did any police come and tell him not to stay there? So because while the police is being put on the mat in a sense by the opposition parties, they want to make it clear that they have done whatever best could have been done in the situation. Their communication strategy may have failed at the initial stages when the public mood seemed to be supporting Allu Arjun. But specifically, if we were to go at the questions, I do know that they will be asking, did you know that police permission was denied for you to come for the premiere show? Who took the call to go ahead with the plan despite denial of police permission? Did any police officer inform you about the stampede outside? Allu Arjun is on record saying that it is only his managers who had conveyed to him that there is chaos happening outside and therefore he must leave the theatre. And the police version has been different because the commissioner as well as others have said that senior officers of the police force had in fact approached the actor. In fact, the commissioner said some of them were not even allowed to come near him, his managers, and subsequently they had said that everyone will have to be taken to the police station if this is going to be their attitude. And it is at that point that Mr. Allu Arjun had agreed to leave the theatre after being informed about the happenings outside. So did he know about the death of Revati while he was still inside the theatre, or was he only informed about it or learnt about it the next day? This will also be a critical question that will be asked, because outside, Allu Arjun has made a statement saying that it is only the next morning that he heard about the death of the woman, young woman called Revati, and the police has said that they had conveyed that a tragedy has taken place and therefore he must do. So which is the version that will be finally accepted by the court of law is one thing, but right now the process of asking sequentially, almost minute-wise, I must say, what happened, how much of the cinema did he see, how long was he inside the theater, when did he leave. He has also, police also, remember, has released a video, a 10-minute video, after scanning about 1,000 different videos, because with the era of, the cell phones there and also the intelligence cameras and the police owned cameras, they have a huge amount of footage that they have put together into a 10-minute video in which they have hashtagged as judge for yourself and put it out in the public domain. So the police will be countering what Mr. Allu Arjun is claiming with what they have as video evidence and what they have gathered on the ground so far. So all that is the process that is going on right now inside the theater, as Mr. inside the police station, I'm sorry, even as Mr. Allu Arjun is there since the 11 o'clock in the morning. His legal team had come shortly before that. His father, Allu Arvind, is also inside the police station. But this is likely to take quite a while because, one, they will record the statement of Allu Arjun, counter it with the evidence that they have, hear his reactions and take it on record as well, and subsequently they may take him to the theater itself, the scene of offense, and then try to reconstruct the events, the version that Allu Arjun is giving. Does that corroborate with what the police believe happened at the theater itself? So all that is also being mentioned in the note that he received yesterday, the summons that he received from the police yesterday, where they have said that while you are booked under charges of culpable homicide not amounting to murder, voluntarily causing hurt, and also acting with common intent, 3 or 5 of BNS, that's what it is read with. So there's a common intent to cause harm. So these are the charges against you, and you have been granted bail by the court, but the court has asked you to cooperate with the investigation, and therefore we are calling you in, and we will record your statement, and we may also take you to the scene of offense. This is what has been mentioned in that note that was issued to Allu Arjun yesterday in the evening. Back to you.
Right. Uma, thank you so much for all the details. We will be keeping, coming back to you as the probe unfolds. We are also being joined by A.K. Jain, former IPS officer, political analyst, Kapil Madan, and Professor Rekha Rao, BRS leader. Mr. A.K. Jain, if I can come to you first, how do you see the probe unfolding in the Allu Arjun case?
I think police is going to submit charge sheet. The way they are proceeding, they are going to submit charge sheet in the case which has been registered against Allu Arjun. Initially, I was under the impression that case might be finalized and might be final reported. But the way it is proceeding, the statements are being recorded and crime of scene will be recreated. I'm sure that the Telangana police is going to submit charge sheet against Allu Arjun and his security or Sandhya Theatre management. It all depends who all they fix the culpability. But in my opinion, I don't think this case is going to stand in a court of law. It's a very, very weak case, but police has taken a line, and I think they have formed an impression that he is guilty and he is responsible for the stampede which took place outside Sandhya Theatre on the ground floor where the lady was and the child was injured. Although I have said earlier also that he was on the first floor. Yeah.
Right. Mr. A.K. Jain, stay with me. Professor Rekha Rao, the BRS leader, why do you call the probe? We are also getting Uma Sudhir live from outside the police station. Uma, what is happening inside the police station now?
Mr. Allu Arjun has been inside the police station for the last, 2 hours now. And what we do understand is that the questioning has started by the investigating officer, who is the Chikatpalli police inspector, Mr. Ravi Naik. And he will be aided by his colleagues as well. There's a legal team of Mr. Allu Arjun as well along with him. And a series of questions will be posed to him. He will be asked to elaborate on what happened, the sequence of events as it unfolded on the 4th of December, the intervening night of December 4 and December 5, and what happened in the early hours. How did he learn about the death of Revati, the woman who had come along with her family and died in the stampede that happened All those are details that the government, that the police will be asking from Mr. Allu Arjun, not really going by the statements that have been made in the public domain, but this is a part of the legal process that they document what he is saying on record, and then subsequently they will be questioning him as well on points that they believe are contrary to what the version that the police has put out so far. So they will be asking him those cross questions as well. And that is what is happening inside the police station right now, even as his father, Allu Arvind, who is a producer as well, is waiting inside the police station. Allu Arjun, I believe, is being questioned by the police. Back to you.
Right. Uma, stay with me. We also have Professor Rekha Rao, who is the leader from the BRS party, and Kapil Madan, who is a political analyst. Rekha Rao, why do you and your party call the probe that is taking place in the case a political witch hunt by the Telangana government? Ma'am, if you can hear me, I'm asking why the BRS and the other opposition parties in Telangana are calling the probe that is taking place against actor Allu Arjun a political vendetta.
Your voice is breaking a little, whatever I could.
Ma'am, I'll repeat my question. Why do you think we'll try and reconnect our audio line better with Professor Rekha Rao, who is representing the BRS. We also have Kapil Madan, who is a political analyst. Kapil Madan, what do you have to first comment about the way the probe is taking place as as the opposition in Telangana is calling it a political vendetta?
So, let me say, one thing very, very clearly. Investigation takes its own course. There is, it is the police who is empowered to investigate all relevant facts to find out who exactly is the person who might be responsible for that untoward incident. And, once the police is doing that investigation, you can't really blame the police just because someone who happens to be a film star, just because he's being called at the police station, you can't, take political jibes out of it. You can't ignore the fact that one person has lost his life. So whomsoever is responsible, it will be unearthed only after a detailed investigation. And I think the police is following that process. And once that process is over, the police will file its conclusion in the form of a charge sheet, and they will their conclusion will be tested before the court of law, whether, it was Mr. Arjun or any other person who was actually responsible for the commission of the offense.
Mr. Kapil Madan, there are, a lot of versions that are coming against the way the government is functioning, the cops are functioning. There are war of versions. Some people say the Telangana cops did not inform the actor on time. The others say they were the ones responsible for security around the event. Did they inform the people? Was there a sufficient backup ready to avoid such situation? There are a lot of questionings that are raised in the way, the manner the probe is being conducted. How do you tackle all of this, and how does the Telangana government should actually respond to all the allegations that are being made against them?
So, Aditi, what happens is once, the investigation is on, of course, defense will also put forth their point of contentions to put holes in the theory made by the prosecution. But all I would say at this point in time is all these arguments in favor of prosecution and in favor of defense appears to be premature at this stage because the investigation is still going on. Once the investigation is over, then you will have a formal stand of the police authorities before the court of law. What exactly they have, investigation has revealed, who is the person responsible, and what is the nature of offense which have been committed. There could also be a possibility that during the course of investigation, the police may find that there could be some police official also who might have, not performed, their duty. So, you will have to leave it to the, investigation to complete, and only thereafter you will be able to have a better clarity, at least from the prosecution side, that what exactly they are concluding.
Okay, my colleague Uma Sudhir also has a few questions to you. Yes, Uma.
Mr. Kapil Madan, all this is playing out in the public domain. What should be inside a court of law, the arguments, the matter of fact which has to be actually spoken about inside a court of law to establish culpability, that is now playing out in the public domain, and it's become a battle of perception between the different political parties as we see it now. Do you see that affecting the outcome of this case? Because while initially it appeared like the actor was gaining the edge in the public perception with the perception gaining ground that he is perhaps being singled out for targeting by the state government, and subsequently the government coming back strong and trying to establish that there were failings on the part of the Allu Arjun team, because of which these developments happened, and they are questioning celebrity responsibility as well. So all this is certainly going to affect the outcome of this case. That is one thing. That is what I would like you to comment about. And the second thing is, this also has lessons for other situations, isn't it? India is a country where we celebrate both actors as well as politicians, and both of them tend to have huge crowds, either mobilized or otherwise. So will this, you think, become a precedent for setting certain guidelines in place? Because very often during political rallies or during film shows, these kind of tragedies tend to happen.
So, let me first answer your first point, which I find very, very interesting and significant for our viewers. Once the offense is committed and the police is investigating the offense, the police is not bound to take into consideration what will be the perception or the narrative which is being, floated on the social media, maybe politically or otherwise. What the police has to focus on is on collection of evidence, number one, B, fixing the culpability based on the evidence that they have discovered. Now, during the course of investigation, when you have such a high profile person who is facing this investigation, you will have people on the social media throwing their own particular narratives, throwing their own set of defense points, throwing their own set of prosecution points, and also I don't think that narrative is something that the police should take into account. And rather, on the other side, because this is a very sensitive manner in because such a high profile person who is facing an investigation, I think it becomes even more important that the police should proceed very, very carefully. Police should do a very, very thorough investigation, so that all these kind of narratives don't influence either the investigation side or the defense side.
Mr. Kapil, actually, because we don't have a representative from the government or the police, I must say that in a sense it was not an equal playing field, because the supporters of the actor, whether it was political parties, big political voices, including Mr. K.T. Ramarao, there were BJP leaders as well tweeting. So the government did feel that they were put on the mat as though they are targeting, and that could have also influenced the court or the public opinion, which is important for any political party, isn't it? So in that sense, in the defense of the government, I would say that, but I would like you to answer the second question that you raised as well, whether this should now become a precedent for setting guidelines about how this kind of crowd management should be done. Should celebrities be held responsible for what happens when a tragedy like this unfolds, stampedes or electrocutions? We have seen that happen time and again during political rallies, during when heroes come out and have celebrations and so on and so forth.
So let me just, give you a basic principle of law. Basic principle of law says that, one who plays any role in the commission of offense will be held, liable. Now, in a situation like this, you have several people who are involved in organizing these kind of events. So you will need to fix out factually who is the person responsible, whether it was some PR agency who was doing this show, whether it was, the actor's own management who was, organizing this show, whether it was the venue facility who was organizing the show. So you will have to see the basic facts and arrive at, some conclusion as to who is the person responsible for this negligence. And I totally agree with you that, in politics, you have so many such kind of rallies and all, where you have so many crowds joining in, and, these guidelines, I think we had, similar incident from UP also, wherein one person, namely Bhole Baba, he did one event and there was a stampede there and several people lost their life. So yes, I totally agree with you. It's a time where, certain sort of guidelines should be there, and one nodal officer should be fixed. For example, if there is an event, and the government or the police authority should come up with some sort of a guideline or a notification wherein one person could be made a nodal officer who should be responsible for management and organization of that particular show, so that if anything goes wrong, you have to fix accountability. You have a person who is answerable to the government, to the police authorities, if any untoward situation happens.
Right, Mr. Kapil Madan, stay with me. We also have Professor Rekha Rao representing the BRS party. Rekha Rao, thank you so much for connecting with NDTV. But let's start with the hard question that you have and your party is posing against the Telangana government. The BRS and the BJP have united hand in glove. They are saying it is a political witch hunt that has been unleashed by the Congress government against actor Allu Arjun.
There are many issues, many talk which is going on in Telangana. Some people say the current government, they want some money from the movie, what they have earned. That is one thing which is going on. The other thing is that in one of the program, Allu Arjun, he did not mention CM's name. That is one rumor which is going on. So there are different rumors which are going on. But what I feel is that the entire nation, plus Telangana, they're spending so much of time on this, which I totally disagree as a citizen. And again, we should have a proper thing called disaster management, crowd control. And again, the police is doing a wonderful job. The precious time in the Legislative Assembly was wasted talking about one issue. And of course, it was OIC, who started the issue, not the CM. But once it came, it is going out of proportion.
Right.
And it can be political vendetta, or this proportion of time spent is not agreeable.
Okay. My colleague Uma Sudhir is also with us from outside the police station where questioning is still underway of actor Allu Arjun. Uma, if you can show us around, are there any fans outside the police station that have gathered in support of Allu Arjun, or the police have deployed enough security to manage the crowd if we say that some people might come to support their actor?
Huge numbers of security forces, in fact, deployed here. Right outside the police station, you can see people wearing the police uniform and those who are in the other uniforms that you can see there. And there are people in mufti as well. And if you were to pan the other side, the ends of the road have in fact been barricaded, not allowing movement of people, and fans have been discouraged. Public has been discouraged from coming anywhere near there or assembling in this area, because once bitten, twice shy, should I say, because the police certainly trying to make sure that the star value of Mr. Allu Arjun, even when he comes in for being questioned by the police, should not end up in a law and order issue. And that's the reason why they have ensured that both sides of the road are well barricaded, and limited numbers of people, including the media personnel, are deployed here, again at a safe distance. We have seen this battle not just go out to the law enforcement in terms of the police station and the courts, in the public domain, social media. It also went on to the streets, should I say, in a way, because we saw a group who called themselves as an Osmania University Joint Action Committee, and they went and attacked the home of Allu Arjun here in Jubilee Hills. And that was something that was condemned by not just the Chief Minister and all the leaders concerned, but across political lines, though there was, of course, trading of charges about what was the political alignment of those people who have been accused in this particular case. Of course, all of them are out on bail, and the Congress has also distanced itself from these people who vandalized the home of Mr. Allu Arjun, or stormed the gates and broke a few flower pots, flung tomatoes as well. So So all that indicated a threat to the actor or his family, and therefore the police also in fact increased security around his home and not allowing anyone, just about anyone to go there and gather, because they do perceive that there could be some people, antisocial elements, who could be fishing in troubled waters. And that's the reason why even when he was coming today, there was an escort for Mr. Allu Arjun, and then he entered the police station along with his team and is now being questioned there. So it's now more than 2.5 hours since he's been inside. Presumably it will be a working lunch for the actor, even as he is being questioned by the police. He and his team are still continuing to be inside, and what we expect is that while the statement of Mr. Allu Arjun is being recorded and questions are posed to him about what happened, who gave the permissions, who decided to defy the denied permissions and go ahead with the road show on that day as well, and why he did what he did on that night, and which in many senses the police believes is the reason why they are calling him culpable and liable in this case. They have booked cases of culpability, culpable homicide not amounting to murder, voluntarily causing hurt, and he acting along with the others in this particular case, the theatre owners, the management, and also the floor managers in the theatre itself, all of them now being held liable for this. The commissioner has already said that the bouncers, the private security team of Allu Arjun also is liable because they had pushed around people. And in a press conference, the commissioner made it clear that he believes that bouncers, the security teams, cannot interfere with the organizing of these kind of public events, and they had pushed around the police on that day, and that had in fact led to the public also being overcrowded inside the theatre premises, inside the gates, and that is what had led to the stampede, resulting in the death of a woman and her son ending up in hospital. So all that will come up in the course of questioning today, and we do expect that possibly by the end of the day they would take him to the scene of offence, which is the theatre, which incidentally has also been issued notices by the police asking them the different violations. There are about 10 points that they have listed out, saying why the theatre management, why the theatre should not be closed down or its license withdrawn by the police because of the happenings on the 4th of December while the premiere show was on at the Sandhya Theatre. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma. Sudhir, stay with me. And also, thank you so much, Professor Rekha Rao and Kapil Madan, for shedding light on what's happening in the probe and how the war version is being played out in the case where Allu Arjun is being questioned by Telangana cops right now. And this is the top story here at NDTV. More lined up on the other side. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV. We will be right back after a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world,
And now, in a dramatic turn of events, Chandigarh municipal councillors were seen exchanging blows during a meet. On camera, councillors were seen involving in a fist fight. Well, punches were flying in the corporation meet over Anil Masi. Remember, this Anil Masi was accused of deliberately defacing 8 ballot papers during Chandigarh mayor poll, and he is also accused of contempt of court. Now, over his nomination, this whole drama panned out when the councillors objected to him, and then there was a ruckus inside the municipal corporation. As you can see, the councillors are seen exchanging blows. A heated argument also took place over his nomination, after which Anil Masih's name became more controversial. This has happened time and again whenever his name comes forward as councillor. There is ruckus with the Aam Aadmi Party and others objecting to it. Remember, Anil Masih is accused of deliberately defacing 8 ballot papers during Chandigarh mayor poll and contempt of court, after which he said to the Supreme Court, that he is not mentally fit and hence he needs time. But now his name has been time and again creating controversy, and you can see how the councillors got angry after his name appeared again. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna is joining me for more on this. Gurpreet, take us through the series of events that happened and what was the exact reason behind it?
Well, we have seen, and these pictures are representing the clear picture how in the municipal corporation meeting this ruckus has been created, where we have seen a councillor, they entered into a heated argument, even they entered into a little bit manhandling also on same issue. We have seen some of the councillors, they raised the slogan against Anil Masih, saying that he's a vote chore, and after that we have seen all the councillors from other side, they started creating ruckus inside this municipal corporation meeting which is being held in Chandigarh MC House. What we have learned immediately, the councillor, they started exchanging blow when some of the councillors, they are saying Anil Masih is a vote chore. That is the core reason why this ruckus has been created, and we have seen even the local official, they are also intervening into this matter so that they should be pacified. But these pictures which are showing at this point of time, telling that how these councillors, they are exchanging blows over this issue of Anil Masih, and even what we have learned, even Anil Masih, he has also entered into a well and saying even the Congress chief is also on the bail. So somewhere down the lane, it seems that is the core issue of Anil Masih, because we have seen he was into a controversy when he has manipulated the ballot paper. After that, we have seen that issue had already been raised before the apex court, and a lot of lashing out being given by the apex court to Anil Masih. So let's see that how this thing will be pacified, but as of now, we have seen both the sides, they are exchanging blows. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us. And the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party called Anil Masih vote thief after what happened in the Chandigarh mayoral elections, and now the ruckus ensued to even fist fight. That's all that we have on this. Shifting our focus to another story, where Shyam Benegal's last journey is underway. This is the final goodbye to the master filmmaker. India's parallel cinema pioneer. Friends, family pay last respects. Many film stars also paid their tribute. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also condoled the demise of the filmmaker, saying that his death has left a major impact on India's cinema. Shyam Benegal, who heralded the Indian parallel cinema movement in the 1970s and 1980s with a body of work known for its realism and social commentary, breaking away from the conventions of mainstream India cinema, has died at 90. On your screens, we can see Ila Arun also at the last journey present to bid goodbye. My colleague Abira is also joining me. Abira, take us through who all are there for the final goodbye to the master.
Body coming inside with his loved ones, his family, and right now we are seeing Divya Datta here, Ila Arun here, Om Puri's wife Nandita here. They are all waiting for the state honors with which the legendary filmmaker will be put to rest. We are right now in Shivaji Park, Dadar crematorium, where these honors will be done, and he will be put to rest here. The veteran filmmaker has been suffering for quite some time. He was in the ICU. He had a kidney failure. He was in dialysis. He used to go to the hospital in and out every three days in a week. And finally, his lungs gave up, and he passed away at the age of 90 on December 23rd. Despite the physical challenges that came with his age, including, like I said, the visit to the hospital very frequently because of dialysis going on, Benegal remained committed to his passion for filmmaking. He turned 90 on December 14th this year, and he told everybody that, you know, aging, everybody ages. But I'm still working right now. I'm working on 2 or 3 projects, and I can't decide which film to make next. So there was nothing called retirement or giving up in his dictionary. He was so passionate about filmmaking. And let me take you back when he was a child. The first time he took a camera, it was gifted to him by his father, and he was just 12 years old, and he started taking pictures, and that was his first stint of filmmaking. But he went and did his master's in economics. But that's where in Hyderabad he also started, fell in love with filmmaking, and later worked in advertising, and went on to make a film like Ankur. That was his debut film, and everybody knows rest is history. Ankur was a path-breaking film. He was known for making, cinema that had a message and would give you a reflection of the society. He was also criticized for the kind of films he made and the topics he picked up, but nobody can deny that what a great filmmaker he was. His career spanned over 5 decades. So yeah, right now we are seeing his friends and family coming in, paying their respect. He will be given state honors. He was honored with, of course, 18 times National Award winner and Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri. So he will be given state honors, and we are here at the crematorium where people are coming in and paying in their respect.
Right, and stars are lining up to pay their respects and bid final goodbye to the master. Thank you so much, Abira, for joining us. Now, in a shocking development in Karnataka's Kalaburgi, a 34-year-old woman and her son were injured in an electrocution incident at a bus stop. The incident occurred when Bhagyashree was dropping off her son at the Mohan Lodge Road bus stop. As she put her son on the bus, Bhagyashree came into contact with the vehicle, which had touched a hanging electric cable. She received an electric shock due to earthing and fell down, engulfed in sparks. The disturbing visuals are on your screens. You can see this is the urban apathy that people like us have to face due to the laxity of some officials to fulfill their duties. You can see how brutally she has been electrocuted. Bystanders rushed to their aid and took them to the hospital. Bhagyashree is in critical condition while her son is out of danger. The questions are being raised on the authorities that were responsible to take care of such incidents, or who is responsible for such apathy that we have to face now. And this reminds the Karnataka Congress government also to make sure such incidents do not repeat in the future. The police have registered a case against the electricity department based on the complaint filed by Bhagyashree's family. And now a key NDA meet is planned in Delhi tomorrow. This meet will be held at BJP chief's house in the national capital. The meet will be organized to discuss Ambedkar Remark Rao. The focus will be on better NDA coordination. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is joining me. Vasudha, who all will be part of this meeting that will take place at BJP chief's house?
Well, Aditi, what we understand is that this is an important meeting, and NDA party leaders are going to be part of this, and all the constituents of NDA, be it JDU or for that matter, even TDP and other parties will be part of this. TDP and JDU, of course, with 16 and 12 MPs are the most important constituents of NDA. Chandrababu Naidu has already arrived in Delhi, and I mean, he's going to arrive in Delhi in a short while from now, and he will be here till tomorrow, and he will be taking part in this meeting. Of course, the JDU will also be sending its representation. What we understand is that there are 3 main objectives to this. One is to ensure better coordination, not just in Parliament, but also in party affairs. Second is to align the governance agenda of allies with what Modi 3.0 governance vision is. And third, most importantly, is to have all the parties on the same page when it comes to crucial, critical issues with regard to caste, for that matter, narratives with regard to governance. So this is in some ways a confidence-building meeting, and also to ensure better coordination amongst all allies. And this meeting is going to take place tomorrow at 4 p.m. at JP Nadda, the BJP President's house in New Delhi.
Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us with those updates. Now, a controversy erupted after videos of an old speech of AAP's Arvind Kejriwal about Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar surfaced, allegedly morphed to hurt SC/ST sentiments. Punjab police have lodged 6 FIRs against Vibhor Anand and others. The complaint filed in Ludhiana claimed the videos tarnished Kejriwal's image and incited hate. The complainant stated to the police that some miscreants uploaded a video of Arvind Kejriwal on social media platform X in which his speech about Dr. Ambedkar was tampered with. These morphed videos are hurting the sentiments of the SC/ST community and tarnishing Kejriwal's image. That's the charge that has been levelled by the Aam Aadmi Party against several opposition leaders who have shared this similar image, including the Congress and the BJP. The Calcutta High Court heard the plea of the families of the victims in the RG Kaur rape and murder case, who had moved the court seeking fresh investigation into the matter. Remember, this comes in just days after the CBI failed to file a charge sheet within the stipulated time, which led to bail for the former RG Kaur principal and police official in the case of tampering of evidence. In fact, the parents' lawyers told the High Court that they had never sought a CBI probe on their own. The High Court has asked the parents to approach the Supreme Court and seek classification and clarification, I beg your pardon, since the matter is seized by the top court. The next hearing is on January 15th.
मैं जो पिटीशन किया था कोर्ट में जो पॉइंट रखा था सीबीआई ने भी मान लिया, इसको देखना चाहिए और कोर्ट भी बोला है सीबीआई को देखने के लिए यही, और जो कोर्ट का प्रोसीड्यूर है वो करेंगे और ये मामला जितना दूर जाना पड़ेगा हम जाएंगे। इसका विचार हमको लड़की का जो ऊपर जो अत्याचार हुआ है इसका हम कोई ना कोई सच को सामने लाएंगे, जैसे हुई हो हम कोशिश करते रहेंगे। हमारा ज़िंदगी का यही एक लक्ष्य है और कोई कम नहीं है। वो उसके बारे में हम कुछ नहीं जानता है, एक बार बोला है वो जानता है सीबीआई और कोर्ट, वो जो बोलेंगे वो क्लैरिफाई करके बोल देंगे।
Now, there is some relief for family of the 3-year-old Chetna who had fallen into a 700 feet borewell in Kotputli in Rajasthan. The toddler, who was stuck at 150 feet into the borewell, has been now brought up to 140 feet below the ground till now. The NDRF and other rescue officials have been racing to rescue the 3-year-old who has been stuck for nearly 24 hours now. The toddler was playing at her father's farm when she fell into an uncovered borewell.
देखिए, जो रेस्क्यू है वो लगातार जारी है और इसके साथ ही आपको बता दें कि जिस तरीके से एसडीएम सर ने भी हमें बताया कि जो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है वो आ रही है यहाँ पे जो मिट्टी की वजह से, मिट्टी क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो कह सकते हैं कि लगातार है वो थोड़ी थोड़ी करके जो है गिर रही है कैमरे के ऊपर, और इसी की वजह से जो विजिबिलिटी है वो कम हो रही है। और दूसरा आपको मैं एक चीज़ और बताना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरीके से जो सुबह जो कल से लेकर लगातार है जो रेस्क्यू का काम है वो एसडीआरएफ और एनडीआरएफ की टीमों के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। हालांकि सबसे बड़ी यहाँ पे चुनौती ये है कि जो कैमरा है वो उसमें टेक्निकल एरर की वजह से जो कह सकते हैं कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा परेशानी है वो देखने को मिल रही है, और इसके अंदर जो है लगातार मिट्टी या फिर मॉइस्चर आने की वजह से ये सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत हो रही है। इसके साथ साथ आपको मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा तस्वीरों के अंदर कि यहाँ पे जो है आप देखिए कि जो रेस्क्यू का काम है वो लगातार जारी है। उम्मीद यही है कि जल्द से जल्द है बच्ची को बाहर निकाला जाए।
एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ की टीम लगातार संयुक्त अभ्यास करते हुए पूरा प्रशासन और पुलिस प्रशासन दोनों मौजूद हैं और निरंतर प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। चूँकि गहराई काफ़ी है और वहाँ मिट्टी गीली है तो स्टेप बाई स्टेप थोड़ा सा परेशानियाँ आ रही हैं, उनका निराकरण करते हुए निरंतर जल्दी ही प्रयास करेंगे निकालने के।
एक सर, और जिस तरीके से देखा जा रहा है कि सबसे जैसे आपने भी अभी बताया कि मिट्टी काफ़ी ज़्यादा गीली है, उसकी वजह से सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज हो रहा है, और इसके साथ ही आपने दूसरा ऑप्शन क्या कुछ लेके चल रहे हैं, प्लान बी क्या है?
देखिए, अभी एडीएम साहब से डिस्कस हुआ है। एडीएम साहब ने बताया है गुड़गांव से वो पाइलिंग मशीन है वो रवाना हो चुकी है, 1-2 घंटे में वो सेटअप भी यहाँ पे लगाया जाएगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting economists and sectoral experts ahead of the budget session in February. Niti Aayog Vice Chairman Suman Beri and other members of the policy think tank are also attending this meeting. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, remember, is scheduled to present the budget 2025-26 in the Lok Sabha on 1st February. Heavy snowfall in Himachal Pradesh has turned landscapes into a logistical challenge, with 174 roads, including 3 national highways, closed, 680 electricity transfers stopped, and approximately 1,000 vehicles, including 300 buses, are stuck in long traffic jams between Solang and Atal Tunnel in Rohtang. Police officials, assisted by local authorities, launched a rescue operation, evacuating around 700 stranded tourists to safe locations. A high influx of tourists celebrating Christmas and New Year contributed to the congestion, making the situation more difficult for both visitors and the rescue teams. And with that, it's a wrap from my side. My colleague Ankit Tyagi will join you next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree.
Hyderabad police grills Telugu superstar Allu Arjun. Stampede showdown. The police questions Allu Arjun second time in 10 days. Cops to take Allu Arjun to the Stampede site. Karnataka story, in fact, coming in at this moment. Wire burns woman critical, in fact, at this moment. Dropping her child to a school bus turns risky for this woman as a live wire burns this woman. Prime Minister Modi meets economists and Niti Aayog officials. Key meeting ahead of their budget session in February. Heavy snowfall blocks major highways in Himachal Pradesh. 174 roads, including 3 national highways, closed. Nearly 1,000 vehicles stranded. Noted film director Shyam Benegal's last journey. Friends, family pay their last respects. Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Pushpa 2 Stampede case. Now it's the superstar versus the Telangana police. The Hyderabad police has grilled Allu Arjun once again. And at this moment, what we are told is that he may also be, in fact, taken to the Stampede side. Now, there are people, those who are questioning this. Is it probe or punishment for the superstar? 3 hours have passed and the questioning continues as far as Allu Arjun is concerned. The Telugu actor reached the police station in Hyderabad around 11 a.m. for questioning in Pushpa 2 Stampede case in which a woman had died and her child is still in severe condition. The police on Monday had served notice to Allu Arjun asking him to appear at the police station in Hyderabad. Arjun had told the police that he would cooperate with them in the investigation. As per the information, Allu Arjun is being asked questions about what happened on that day and also allegation against him that he refused to leave from the theatre even after the stampede. The development comes days after the actor was arrested on December 13th and granted interim bail for 4 weeks by Telangana High Court in connection with the stampede during the premiere of his film Pushpa 2 at a theatre in Hyderabad on December 4th. A woman died while her 9-year-old son suffered severe injuries in the stampede that took place after Allu Arjun arrived at the theatre. Police has said that despite being briefed about the situation, the actor refused to leave the theatre. He was adamant on watching the entire film.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे हैं, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2-2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है, उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को। लेकिन 2-2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
The case of the Allu Arjun is a small case. Like many other issues in this state, there is an issue. So in that stampage, what is the role of the hero? What is the role of the police? Who failed? Whether police failed to give the security or the theatre management has failed to give the security, this has to be looked into. Instead of looking into that, after arresting an actor, as the government is blamed by the people of this Telangana, the government want to rectify the issues that have been raised in that particular issue. So in order to curb one issue or one mistake, they are doing the other mistakes.
Uma Sudhi joins us with more details from outside the police station where the actor is being questioned. Uma, now, you know, it's turned political, plus, of course, like you were asking the questions yesterday, some sort of fear also in the Telugu film industry with the superstar being questioned in the way he has been. What are you picking up from your police sources? For how long will Allu Arjun be questioned?
So Allu Arjun has now been here for more than 2 hours now, from 11 a.m. in the morning, and he's being questioned. And what we do know is that his statement is being recorded by the police. The sequence of events as he understands, though there have been statements that have been made in the public domain by both the police as well as the actor. What the police would be recording now is the factual statement as he wants to put it on record. And subsequently, we are told he could be taken to Sandhya Theatre, which is a scene of offence where the reconstruction of the entire scene will happen. Already we have seen visuals, or rather the teams of Allu Arjun reaching the theatre, and they are looking around in the theatre area, and they do expect that there would be a visit from the police. As you know, already the theatre also has been given notices by the police asking why their license should not be cancelled for multiple violations and questions that they have raised. Actually, they have raised about 10 points in the notice that they have sent to the theatre. Already the theatre owner as well as the manager, the floor manager of the lower balcony, all of them were arrested as well. 10 people were named as accused other than Mr. Allu Arjun, who is accused number 11. Of course, the cases against him is culpable homicide not amounting to murder, and also voluntarily causing grievous hurt, and this is read with 3/5 of BNS, which means that there is a common intent among multiple people to voluntarily cause harm. That's what the sections that he has been slapped with. And after all the should I say, some kind of a spectacle that's played out with the police as well as the actor holding press conferences and talking about the issue, now the process of law as intended is actually underway. So now Allu Arjun gets the chance to actually tell what his version of events is to the police, so that he had spoken in the press conference as well about misunderstandings that had happened, because of which this may have resulted. So he will possibly be explaining to them whether he knew about the denial of permission, did his team keep him in the dark, did the theatre management keep him in the dark, or who decided to go ahead with the plan for going to the premiere show, the star going to the premiere show, despite denial of police permissions. The second aspect is whether any policeman had actually told him not to go ahead when permission has not been granted. One would reckon that intelligence inputs to the police would have certainly revealed that the actor is arriving at the theatre along with his family and other co-stars as well. And if that intelligence input had reached the police, did they act on it? Were they able to warn or reach out to the actor and tell him not to come to the theatre? That is not yet clear. But the circle inspector, who had in fact given in written his denial of permissions, he has in fact gone on record to say that the Allu Arjun's team was never in touch with him. It's the theatre management that he had communicated with, because they were the ones who had approached him for the permission, and he had given them a written reply with an acknowledgement from the theatre management. So while Allu Arjun answers these questions about who approached him at the theatre, did he know about the chaos that happened outside, when did he know about Revati's death, all that becomes a matter of now record in the police station, and the police will be using that to cross-question him as well and ask about points that they believe are at variance with the truth. And must remember that the police has also gone through more than 1,000 videos, and they have released a 10-minute video of what happened at the theatre, and in that they are actually talking about why they believe that there is culpability on the part of the celebrity, the actor here, and they have in fact tried to put that forth in the public domain. Ankit.
You know, Uma, one aspect, of course, is the investigation. Like you gave us, a complete lowdown on that. But on the other, like we have seen the BRS and the BJP tag teaming against the Chief Minister as far as this case is concerned. Both of them hitting out at the Chief Minister. What is their point of contention? Is there a sense that, they feel that they can cash in politically the sympathy of Allu Arjun fans by taking on the Chief Minister?
There are three aspects here. One, Mr. K.T. Ramarao had initially waded into the controversy, and in fact, the debate became that much more when he started commenting on multiple events that happened, including the arrest of Mr. Allu Arjun. But even before that, there was, should I say, some kind of a provocation or mocking on the part of KTR when he said that the actor has in fact forgotten or slipped on this Chief Minister's name at a function that was to celebrate the success of Pushpa 2, and that had been multiplied on the social media multifold, and did become a point of hurt for the Chief Minister and his team as well. These political parties are both the BJP as well as the BRS have been saying that there is a witch hunt for the actor. They believe that the manner in which he was arrested was inappropriate, and K.T. Ramarao and other leaders have also said that there's an amount of time that is spent on this subject is not in keeping with the importance of this subject, to the extent that they had raised the issues of farmers and minorities, and that's what Mr. Harish Rao, former Legislative Affairs Minister, Finance Minister, former Finance Minister as well, he had in fact given a statement saying that they believe that there is too much of attention that is being paid to this, and that the police and the government, Chief Minister himself are giving undue importance to this because they are worried that there will be a public perception that's turning against them. So while this is playing out in the courts of law, there is the social media, the public domain as well, and there is a political sphere as well, and there is speculation. I should underline the word speculation, talking about Allu Arjun being a very popular star. So will he tomorrow become a part of, say, a political party like the BJP, or will he back a party like the BRS? So all that is in the realm of speculation. Nowhere has so far, Allu Arjun made any kind of a political statement, though I must point out that he did get into trouble with the present government in Andhra Pradesh because he had campaigned for the YSRCP candidate during the simultaneous elections to Parliament and Assembly in Andhra Pradesh, and that had become a point of contention. And subsequently, incidentally, the lawyers who are representing Allu Arjun were also lawyers who have represented Jagan Mohan Reddy, and that people are reading meaning into that as well, political meaning into that as well. But I must say that all that is a matter of conjecture. Matter of fact is the statements being recorded now, and possibly a visit to the theatre, the scene of offence, to reconstruct
Uma,
the
let me
evidence.
also then in conclusion ask you this, because this has been pitched as a battle between a superstar actor and a superstar CM, as he himself, Revanth Reddy, calls himself. So is that a sense that you also get from the people, that they see it as a ego clash, a personal battle, rather than a normal course of investigation which is going on at this moment?
Interestingly, Ankit, in the film Pushpa as well, there is a standoff between the Chief Minister, or the character of the Chief Minister played in the film Pushpa, versus the character of the smuggler played by Allu Arjun. And there is a standoff between the Chief Minister and the character played by Allu Arjun. And people are now, yes, seeing this as a standoff between Revanth Reddy and Allu Arjun. Both of them, of course, high in profile. And the statements that have been made by the Chief Minister directly talking about a case regarding which a chief minister may not have in other situations commented on. So it started being read as a battle between the Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, and the actor Allu Arjun, who is now, of course, a global star, not just a Telugu star any longer. And the second aspect, it went one step higher because the Chief Minister, in fact, blamed the film industry for having backed or gone to, stand in solidarity with Allu Arjun after he spent one day in jail. And he questioned all these political leaders as well as film personalities for not, in the same breath, questioning or supporting the family of Sri Tej and Revati Bhaskar, who is the husband of Revati and father of Sri Tej. So he asked this and then announced that there are going to be no more concessions, no more special incentives to the film industry. So therefore, the political parties also caught on to that and started saying that Telugu film industry is now, at loggerheads with the Chief Minister and therefore will start moving out. But I must put it for the record lastly, Ankit, that both the film industry as well as the government have made it clear to NDTV that there is no question of the film industry moving out of here, that all is well, this is an incident and responsibility and accountability will be fixed in this case. But film industry per se need not feel threatened here. That's what cinematography Minister Komat Reddy Venkat Reddy told NDTV.
Thank you, Uma, for joining us. As Uma was pointing out the irony of Pushpa 2 having a similar face-off between the superstar and, of course, the Chief Minister there. Both will realize movies and real life are drastically different. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. Moving on, there's some breaking news at this moment which is coming in. The Congress has moved the Supreme Court challenging recent amendments to the conduct of election rules. The Congress has reached the Supreme Court over the rules which have been tweaked by the government. In fact, the challenges to election conduct rules, the tweaks restrict access to certain election documents, and the Congress alleges that there is electoral process erosion which is taking place under the watch of this government and the current Chief Election Commissioner. This is the latest which is coming in. Remember, there were yesterday, it was reported that certain rules were changed which now bar access to electoral documents as far as the general public is concerned, which the Congress termed as once again the Election Commission playing for the central government. In fact, the Congress question is saying what is it that they are trying to hide at this moment. All right, we are going back to Hyderabad, in fact, where Allu Arjun, the superstar, was being questioned, and we were talking to our colleague Uma Sudhir. Now, remember, this incident triggered by the CCTV, these visuals of the day when the theatre, in fact, opening of this movie, and a woman had died and her son was badly injured. All right, so at this moment, Allu Arjun is being questioned by the police. It's been more than a couple of hours that he has been inside the police station and expected to be taken to the theatre where the incident took place. Remember, this has also taken political turn with the BJP and the BRS hitting out at the Congress government in Telangana for targeting, for allegedly singling out and targeting Allu Arjun. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture, and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do
Right, our top focus at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, in Hyderabad, where superstar Allu Arjun has been questioned. It's been more than 3 hours that the Pushpa superstar is being questioned by the Telangana police. The actor reached the police station in Hyderabad at around 11 a.m. And this is regarding the Pushpa 2 stampede case. The police on Monday had served Allu Arjun a notice asking him to appear at the police station in Hyderabad. In fact, this is the second notice and the summon which has been given to Allu Arjun in the last 10 days. Arjun told the police that he would cooperate with their investigation. As per information, Allu Arjun is being asked questions about what happened on the day of the stampede and the allegation against him that he refused to leave the theatre even after the stampede. The development comes days after the actor was arrested on December 13 and granted interim bail for 4 weeks by the Telangana High Court in connection with the stampede case at the premiere of Pushpa 2 at a theatre in Hyderabad on December 4th. Remember, a woman had died while her 9-year-old son suffered severe injuries, still critical and battling for his life in the hospital. Now, the police say that despite being briefed about the situation, the actor refused to leave the theatre. He was adamant on watching the entire film along with his family and the co-stars. Let me bring in my colleague Uma Sudhir, who is with us from outside the police station where questioning is going on. Uma, the big question, first let's start with the update on the investigation. It's been 3 hours and the expectation also is that he will be taken to the site of the stampede, the theatre.
Yes, indeed. So, Allu Arjun received a notice yesterday that mentioned not just about the sections that have been slapped against the actor. It also mentioned that after the granting of bail, the court had mentioned in its conditionalities that the police can continue with its investigation. It had also mentioned that the actor should cooperate with the investigating agencies while not influencing witnesses, etc. And yesterday the notice in fact said that that's the reason why they are calling him to the police station to question him, record his statement as well, and he could be subsequently taken to the theatre, to the scene of offence for reconstruction of the entire sequence of events as stated by the actor. Likely that they are going to be cross-questioning him also on facts that they think are in variance with their version of what happened on the night of December 4 when the premiere of Pushpa 2 was held at Sandhya Theatre at the RTC Crossroads here in Hyderabad. So more than 2.5 hours now of questioning. His legal team, we understand, is also with him, because we did see his lawyers entering the police premises just about a couple of minutes before the actor came in, escorted by police vehicles. His father, Allu Arvind, is also inside the police station, but presumably in a different room, and a questioning of Allu Arjun is happening in a separate room, and he will be taking the help of his lawyers as well. He has been careful, of course, on multiple counts, even though he did speak to the media, made statements to the media, recorded a video as well the day after the incident took place. All that having been done, he would like to state the facts as he knows them, and in a manner that does not harm his own interest as well. So that is the reason why he had mentioned that he has not gone to meet the family of Sri Tej, Mr. Bhaskar, father of Sri Tej, because Mr. Bhaskar happens to be the complainant in this entire case. Of course, Allu Arjun's team and Allu Arjun himself have extended financial support to the family, considering the fact that, yes, the incident happened unfortunately during the premiere, and the son has been said to be a very big fan of Allu Arjun. The Bhaskar, Mr. M. Bhaskar, had in fact told NDTV yesterday that his son had been waiting for more than a month and had been asking the father repeatedly that he wants to watch the film, and when the opportunity from the premiere came, the father managed to arrange for those tickets for the family, 4 tickets for the family, and what was meant to be a very happy evening out ended up in a tragedy that has changed the life and fate of this particular family. But yes, there is, on the one hand, the tragedy that happened to this family. The second part is a police investigation and what will happen in the court of law. The third part is what is seeming to be a face-off between Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and Allu Arjun. The fourth part, whether this will start impacting the larger film industry in Telangana, in Tollywood, whether Tollywood, I mean, there have been certain noises being made or voices from political leaders who suggest that they are feeling should I say, the heat of the Chief Minister's so-called attitude, and some of them have been drawing parallels, saying that Mr. Nagarjuna also faced some action from the authorities here over the N convention. They have also said that afterwards it was Allu Arjun and also Mohan Babu, but the administration and police have clarified that each of these cases is unique and separate. So while the police does not want to treat Tollywood with kid gloves, they will not be treating him any special, either adversely or favorably. Back to you.
Like you said, 4 parts of this entire story, but also I want to ask you, Allu Arjun is accused number 11 as far as the police's complaint is concerned. What about the other 10 accused in this case? Because the allegation also is that because he's a superstar, whatever the police does gets, disproportionate, of course, limelight, and then it becomes Allu Arjun versus Revanth Reddy. What about the other 10 accused as far as in this case is concerned?
So the other accused in this case include the owners of Sandhya Theatre, the managers at Sandhya Theatre, the floor managers as well, and what we understand is also the private security team, the production unit, members of Allu Arjun. All of them have been named, and in fact even before Allu Arjun's arrest, the theatre management, at least 3 people, including one of the owners, the manager Mr. Nagaraj, as well as one other floor manager who was managing the lower balcony during the crowd movement, all of them were in fact arrested and subsequently got bail along with Allu Arjun when he had in fact filed the quash petition, and he had been taken to Chanchalguda jail, and that's when the quash petition came up, taken as a lunch motion, and subsequently he was given that 4-week reprieve. What I must point out is that the police has been proceeding with this case as expected, because Allu Arjun is not named as accused number 1, like you rightly pointed out. He's accused number 11, but yes, a disproportionate amount of the attention has gone to Allu Arjun because he happens to be the celebrity that he is. And there have been political voices and voices from the film fraternity as well who have spoken in many ways, compounding the noise that produces and escalating it by several levels. So while the management people as well as the managers at the theatre were also arrested by the police, and the commissioner had told me that a few others are on the run and we are on the lookout for them in order to arrest them. But they felt that with the moving of the quash petition as well and subsequently wanting to question Allu Arjun, they have actually not had an opportunity to question Allu Arjun on this, and this questioning, this summoning by the police can also be seen from Allu Arjun's side as an opportunity to present his version of what happened to the police on record here at Chikatpalli police station, where we understand that the DCP and the ACP are in the room where the questioning is in fact happening. And very specifically, of course, other than the sequence of events that he will be relating to the police, specifically he will be asked about whether he was aware that the police had actually denied permission to the theatre authorities for the arrival of Allu Arjun and his co-stars and the production unit as well. The Circle Inspector Mr. Raju Nayak had actually cited multiple reasons why it cannot be allowed, including the fact that that area is heavily crowded, it's a heavy density traffic area, there are multiple theatres and restaurants, it happens to be at the RTC crossroads, all of which add to the vulnerability of the area. The theatre itself, the Sandhya Theatre, has two theatres inside. There's a 70 mm and there's a 35 mm and there's a single entry and exit gate that happens to be there, and all that was cited as reasons by the Circle Inspector to deny permission. So Allu Arjun will be asked about whether he was aware that permission had been denied. Did the theatre owners or management convey to Allu Arjun that permission was denied? Who took the call to go ahead with the arrival of the star for the premiere show despite the permission being denied? And did the police in fact tell him at any stage that he is not being given permission and therefore he should not proceed? Presumably there would have been intelligence inputs that would have been given to the police about Allu Arjun deciding or coming or arriving at that place. So was there any call at all that was taken by senior police officers to stop Allu Arjun from arriving at that place? Because it is very, police have put out saying that, you know, the kind of deployment that they had done there for the last 2-3 days where the premiere show was announced and the show was taking place, there was chaos at the theatre and they were finding it very difficult to in fact manage the crowds, and it is the arrival of the actor that had made things go out of control, and they've also blamed the private security of Allu Arjun, the role of private security men around Allu Arjun in pushing people, in trying to open the gates themselves, all of which the police has pointed out is not within the purview of the private security crew of Allu Arjun.
Right. You know, now let's just talk about what you said earlier. Now there are people, there are politicians and political parties which are in fact trying to blame some sort of an overreaction, which they say has been done by Revant Reddy and the Congress government there. It's BRS and the BJP. We heard the reactions of various ministers, former ministers and leaders of the BJP as well. They seem to be tag teaming against the Congress. Is there a sense of to try and drive home some sort of a political advantage with what is happening as far as this case is concerned?
So the political parties, the opposition parties, whether the BRS or the BJP, have jumped into this controversy, and perhaps rightly so from their point of view, because they say that as political parties we react to what happens in the state and we have every right to comment on what happens in the state as well. And it is in that context the BRS spokesperson has explained, and Mr. KTR has also explained, that he had pointed out about the arrest of Allu Arjun, and he had questioned the manner in which Allu Arjun was arrested, and they had in fact suggested that he had been taken away without following due procedure. All those were questions that were raised by Mr. K.T. Ramarao. So while all that happened, almost like in a film, there was the situation was changing with the developments that were happening every day. If after the arrest of Allu Arjun, it seemed like he was getting the support because the public perception had been created because of all these voices in the social media suggesting that he is being unfairly targeted. Subsequently, subsequently the police administration and the government as well seem to have felt the need to explain it in the public domain so that they are able to tell their side of the story and saying that we went by the law and that's why we arrested him. So is that overaction? That is what some of the other political leaders are calling it. The police does not believe so, and the Chief Minister certainly has denied it. And even speaking inside the assembly for almost an hour on this issue has been criticized by the opposition parties. The BRS leader has said that when there are much more big issues like farmer suicide and minority issues and others that we wanted to debate, we were talking about school children suffering food poisoning and all that. The government spent a disproportionate amount of time on explaining their stand in the Allu Arjun issue. So that is of course something that as political parties they need to also create a public perception about what they are doing. So while we can say that these issues need to be fought in a court of law, the government chose to bring it out in the public domain, and the Chief Minister in fact himself explained saying that I am well aware that I am the Chief Minister, I am also the Home Minister, and the agencies that are investigating this report directly to me, and therefore any statements from me can be construed to be influencing them, influencing the course of investigation, and therefore I had exercised restraint. But because this issue has come up with the raising of the issue by Mr. MIM leader, Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, that's why I am answering is what he said. And subsequently we saw police officers from the top to the inspector level talking about it, putting their issues in the public domain. So while now everyone, whether it's the BRS or others, are saying that let this be handled by courts of law, it is being too politicized. The fact is it has become politicized, and now we are also, there is also speculation about whether this controversy will have ramifications for the film industry and for the politics in the state itself, because in a state where you have seen actors turn politicians quite often, as of now I would not say Allu Arjun has shown any such inclination, but in a state like that there is bound to be speculation about whether this particular actor, who is hugely popular among people, will also take on a political role in time to come. As of now he has made no political statements. We are seeing some movement behind me, Ankit, and therefore we are waiting to see if the vehicle that has been parked there just behind the gate, whether that's going to start moving and whether Allu Arjun will be taken to the theatre. That is something that we need to wait and watch out for. But as we saw, we had shared visuals earlier about the team going in, Allu Arjun's team himself going in to the theatre and waiting there. And as you can see, the barricades on the other side are much bigger, and this side there seems to be an attempt to create a route for the vehicle to go out, and therefore I think the movement will start moving, because we are seeing the gates now open, and presumably Allu Arjun will be taken in the vehicle. Whether he goes in the police vehicle or his own private vehicle, that is something that I'll have to wait and watch and see. But presumably he may take his own vehicle, because that's the vehicle by which he came. Whether as part of questioning he will be taken in the police vehicle, that we will wait and watch. But what we understand is that once the questioning by the police has been done, by the investigating officers has been done, the plan was to take him to Sandhya Theatre, the same venue where the tragedy unfolded on the night of December 4, when the premiere show was happening there, and hundreds, in fact thousands, had gathered on the streets outside and even inside the theatre. Many unauthorized people had gone in as well, and a stampede had ensued with the police deployed on the ground, really unable to control what happened. And the police have also blamed the private security of Allu Arjun for having done it. So we will be seeing this movement of the gates, because the barricades have been opened already. And what I do understand also that the gates are now opening and the car is being readied for the actor presumably to be brought out, and he in all probability is going to be taken to Sandhya Theatre, where already there is certain deployment that has happened in order to try and ensure that the reconstruction of the entire scene can be done there. So the first vehicle that's coming out does not have Mr. Allu Arjun seated in it. Is that right? There is no one seated inside that car. The senior officers also guiding, the DCPs of the area of the task force, CCS as well, guiding the movement of the vehicle, because they know that this is a star who is going to be going along with the police to the scene of offense, RTC crossroads, even otherwise densely populated area in terms of the density of vehicles on the road, and you always will see huge amounts of traffic there. And because of the big numbers of theatres and the big cutouts and big stars, it's a very popular place for watching the release of big films, and that is where the celebrations with the fans are all the time take place. And it is in fact, Sandhya Theatre is in fact famous for that kind of for being that kind of a venue where big numbers of fans would assemble. So now, yes, we are beginning to see the movement. This is a police vehicle that has come out first, and this will presumably go first, and then the gate is again being opened presumably for the next vehicle to follow as well, or was that a false alarm? Because the gates are now once again closed with one vehicle leaving there.
Right, as you track down these developments, I mean, of course...
Let me just try to find out what happens from the police officer here.
Go ahead, Uma. Go ahead. Uma is trying to find out whether in just a short while from now, Allu Arjun is going to be taken out and will be taken to the theatre, because you can see a lot of security which has suddenly increased. The gates were opened and some cops at this moment, in fact, outside. What we are expecting, it's been more than 3 hours that the actor, in fact, has been inside, where the questioning continues on this entire case. Remember, the police had earlier arrested him, but had hardly any time. He was then released on bail, and today he was summoned again to present himself before the police. Now, there are a lot of people, especially the political parties, which are raising the question whether this is a witch hunt against Allu Arjun, and whether this is just the chief minister versus the superstar. I mean, ego clash of the titans in Telangana. But what we see at this moment is some movement after more than 3 hours, which seems like preparations for Allu Arjun to be taken out. But as my colleague said, she's confirming these developments at this moment as we speak. It's been more than 3 hours that Allu Arjun is being questioned inside the police station on the Stampede case. Remember, this happened on December 4th when Allu Arjun's movie Pushpa 2 was being released. At the premiere of this movie, there was a massive crowd which had gathered, unfortunately, for a woman and her child who was a huge fan of Allu Arjun. That woman passed away in the stampede, and the son has been severely injured, head injuries, in the hospital. Yesterday, Uma, my colleague, spoke to the father of that boy as well, and what he said, that although he doesn't hold Allu Arjun responsible for what had happened, the unfortunate twist of fate that took away his wife and left his child struggling for his life. But he also, in fact, is a complainant as far as this case is concerned. So a lot of things happening at this moment, and a massive amount of politics also being played in this case. Remember, Allu Arjun the very next day had announced some sort of a compensation money for the family. 25 lakh rupees is what he had announced at that point of time. Uma Sudhir is back with us. Uma, over to you for more information.
So the police certainly deploying the vehicles in such a manner that seems to suggest that there will be a movement to take actor Allu Arjun to Sandhya Theatre, the scene of offense from where the reconstruction of the sequence of events can actually happen, because the note that they had sent across yesterday had very specifically mentioned that while they are calling him for questioning, they also may take him to the theatre for that reconstruction to be done. So I did ask some senior officers. Right now, of course, things being sensitive the way they are, and the crowd movement as well, any news of Allu Arjun coming there could once again, in fact, bring in the people, bring in the numbers, and that's the reason why I would presume my questions were answered with a smile by the senior officer from the Central Crime Station. So, but yes, they are making the preparations, which seems very obvious that it would be the movement of the actor from here. The other people who are along with him, his legal team as well, presumably will go along with them. The security forces have already gotten, and yes, the vehicle beginning to come out, and yes, now the movement has begun to happen, where we are presuming now that he will be taken from here. Yes, the other vehicle is where you're seeing Allu Arjun. In fact, in that other vehicle, he's taking his own vehicle now. The dark glasses, yes, which are there. No, he's not in that vehicle, I would think. I think there is still a vehicle to come. This one had dark shades, but no, not the actor inside that vehicle either. So there is more weight that's happening outside the police station, as all those security personnel in khaki and otherwise are waiting for him. And yes, that's the vehicle in which we are presuming that the actor would be now moving. There is that team. Were you able to see him? Yeah, so that is, yes, that is Allu Arjun there, yes, sitting along with his lawyer, the back of that vehicle, and presumably being taken to Sandhya Theatre. And I would reckon that we would also start moving to Sandhya Theatre, Ankit, because the action is now moving from Chikatpalli to Sandhya Theatre, and therefore I'm going to start taking you and our viewers to Sandhya Theatre, which is a distance away from here, but we will start moving towards that. We will track their movement to Sandhya Theatre and see if they are indeed heading to Sandhya Theatre. Back to you, Ankit.
Right. So Allu Arjun, in fact, been taken out from the police station after more than 3 hours of questioning, and presumably being taken to the Sandhya Theatre, the scene of crime where that woman had passed away. And at this moment, what we know, ladies and gentlemen, is that Allu Arjun is being taken out, and he will be taken to the scene of crime. Now, the police says that Allu Arjun knew what had happened as far as this woman is concerned, and despite that, did not do anything and sat through the movie, insisted. And plus, the police also is saying that the permission was denied to the theatre, and it was in contravention of that permission, the denial that Allu Arjun and his team reached there. They are also accusing the bouncers, the security team of Allu Arjun, of pushing people around. That at this moment, becomes a problem as far as Mr. Allu Arjun is concerned. But 3.5 hours of questioning, and now the superstar has been taken out on his way to Sandhya Theatre. My colleague Uma Sudhir is also trying to make her way to Sandhya Theatre to get us the latest. Okay, so after being questioned, ladies and gentlemen, for over 3 hours, he was summoned yesterday. Allu Arjun presented himself at the police station at around 11 a.m. and then since then, it's 2:45, it's 10 minutes to 3 at this moment. Allu Arjun has been taken out of the police station. He's in his personal vehicle along with his legal team, and he's now presumably being taken to the Sandhya Theatre, the scene of crime, where on December 4th, they remember, at the premiere of his movie Pushpa 2, during the stampede that ensued after Allu Arjun, along with his family and co-stars, arrived at the spot, which left one woman dead and her child, the son, 9-year-old son, severely injured. Head injuries, still struggling in the hospital, in fact, for his life. So what we are expecting at this moment is that Mr. Allu Arjun will be taken to the Sandhya Theatre, where the incident took place on December 4th. The police wants to know from where did he enter, where was he seated, did he know about the crime, the incident which had taken place, the stampede that ensued, what time did he know about it, what is it that he did after that, did he know that the permission was denied for his entry, and so on and so forth. So all those things, in fact, and the police would also like to recreate, because there were bouncers, there were security personnel with Allu Arjun who apparently threw open some gates which they were not supposed to touch, which ensued the stampede as well. So all those things, all those questions will be asked of the Telugu superstar as far as the police investigation is concerned. Remember, he was arrested on December 13th, let off this very same day on an interim bail by the Telangana High Court, and for 4 weeks. And since then, Allu Arjun has been questioned now again by the police. He was summoned yesterday, after which he appeared at the police station this morning, in fact, at 11 a.m. Uma Sudhir joins us. Uma, it's confirmed whether he is going to Sandhya Theatre or back home.
I just spoke to the business head of Allu Arjun's production team, and he said that they are going home. He was along with Allu Arjun, in fact, inside the premises, and I just confirmed with him, and he says they are heading home and not going to the theatre. So after 3 hours of questioning here at the police station in Chikkarpalli, we still don't know if he has been asked to come back for another round of questioning, but as of now, he's been sent home, is what Allu Arjun's team has confirmed to NDTV. No going to the theatre as of now. Presumably, they may want to, cross-verify what he has said with what they have on the ground in terms of the video footage that they have gathered, huge amount of video footage that they have, and subsequently take him to the theatre so that they are better prepared to counter what he has said, which is at variance with what they believe has happened.
Right, so that means the questioning is over. No, he's not been taken to the theatre as you report, as you say. In fact, he's on his way back home. Does that mean, Uma, that the questioning is over? Could he be called back again if the police is not satisfied with his answers?
Yes, indeed. He could very well be called again if the police is not satisfied with his answers. What we had expected was that this would possibly take a very long time, because very often statements that are recorded when someone is, is having a version very different from that of the police who is the investigating authority in this case, you would expect that it would go into a very long session from morning to night sometimes. But in this particular case, just about 3 hours is what it took for actor Allu Arjun to come in, and we have also been told by the team that Allu Arjun was in fact with his lawyer, Mr. Ashok Reddy, and they were in a separate room where the questioning was done by the police officers, and they had recorded the statement of Allu Arjun as he had perceived it, and as he has revealed to them what happened from his point of view, what was the sequence of events.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Uma Sudhir reporting from Hyderabad. Allu Arjun, his questioning is over. He is now on his way to his residence, not being taken to the site of the stampede. The police will, of course, then verify his statements, and then possibly, if needed again, he will be called again for questioning. Uma, thank you for joining us. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In the stampede case that led to the death of one woman, he was questioned extensively about that particular day, and as you can see, he has now left the police station, and we will be tracking those movements and all the developments. First, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Actor Allu Arjun has left the police station in Hyderabad, where he was taken for questioning for the stampede case. He appeared before the Hyderabad police in connection with the Sandhya Theatre incident, in which one woman died. He was grilled for 4 hours. Heated politics over the Allu Arjun stampede case between the BJP and BRS. Political vendetta against Allu, say the BJP and BRS, while the Congress defends the development, say no witch hunt against the Telugu superstar. A tragic case in Karnataka, where a woman just dropping her child to the school bus is now critical after a live wire fell on her. And as you can see in those visuals, she's currently in hospital. The Congress moves the top court over the tweaks in the election rules. This is after CCTV was restricted to the public. The Congress goes to the Supreme Court. So the big story we're tracking right now, there in those visuals, you can see superstar Allu Arjun has now left the police station where he spent the last several hours being questioned by the police in the Pushpa 2 stampede case in which a woman died during the screening of Allu Arjun's film Pushpa 2. When he went to the theatre, it caused a massive excitement as well among all the fans, and this led to the death of one woman, Revati, who died in the stampede that took place there. There's also a lot of politics, as we've been reporting over the last couple of days, going on over the Allu Arjun case. But today, Allu Arjun, as he was summoned by the police to join the case, arrived at the police station and he was grilled for around 4 hours, and finally he was allowed to leave the police station. Earlier, we were told he would be going to the theatre to recreate what happened that night, and the police wanted to question him further, but for the moment, it seems he has been allowed to go home. So what we do know so far regarding the questioning that Allu Arjun had to undergo is that the 41-year-old was questioned by the police about whether he knew that police permission had been denied to the theatre for him to come to that theatre. Remember, that has become a controversy, that it's now revealed that the theatre had been denied permission to allow Allu Arjun to come there. The actor has claimed he did not know. This is something he had said earlier, but this was also asked of him by the police as he was questioned today. Let's just listen in to some of the responses.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी किसी को इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर रहे, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो इश्यू है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखेंगे तो अल्लू अर्जुन को बुला के पुलिस स्टेशन में उनके ऊपर इंक्वायरी हो रहा। आज वो लोग बोलने को बड़े बड़े बातें बोलते हैं, ये उनका सोच समझ कर राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनसे ये इस तरह के बातों में तेलंगाना के लोग आने वाले नहीं है, और जो बीजेपी और बीआरएस का जो गठबंधन है, ये पूरा एपिसोड में मालूम पड़ रहा है कि दोनों भी किस तरह से डिफेंस करने के, मतलब साथ में मिलके एक सिचुएशन को डिफेंस करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
The way that the Chief Minister of Telangana, this gentleman Revanth Reddy, and working with this rabble-rousing MLA called Akbaruddin Owaisi are targeting a movie star seems to me something that is suspicious, something that has an ulterior motive. These politicians have made it a business. Many politicians have made it a business of extortions and putting these kinds of pressures on people. That there is this dubious collaboration between Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi when it comes to this particular gentleman actor Allu Arjun.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है। उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को, लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
All right, so there are some of the comments made by various political parties as the politics also is peaking over the Allu Arjun case, with both the BRS and BJP attacking the Revanth Reddy-led government over its what they're calling witch hunt involving Allu Arjun. Let's go across to Uma Sudhir now for more. First and foremost, Uma, what is going on? Allu Arjun questioned for several hours. He has now left the police station.
Yes, indeed. I'm standing outside the Chikatpally police station where Allu Arjun arrived a little before 11 o'clock. Just before that, his lawyer, Mr. Ashok Reddy, was here, and also certain other people from the Allu Arjun team, business team, and also his father, Allu Arvind, who is also very prominent and big producer here in Tollywood. All of them had come in there, and after nearly 4 hours of questioning, a short while ago, Allu Arjun left for his home. And in the vehicle, we could see Allu Arjun and his lawyer Ashok Reddy sitting, and of course there were dark glasses, so the visibility was that much less, and therefore the cameras may not have managed to capture his presence there. But what I do understand from Allu Arjun's team is that they have not asked him to come to the theatre as of now. They were headed home, so they are going home after nearly 4 hours of questioning. What I was also told is that Allu Arjun was questioned in a separate room with the presence of only his lawyer lawyer, Mr. Ashok Reddy, along with him when he was answering the questions from the police, and that was recorded by the police. Presumably, many of those issues in which the police believes that the version of the events as they know it is different from the version of events as it unfolded on December 4th. That is going to be questioned, because we have already all heard about Allu Arjun and what he said about how he ended up coming to the theatre despite the theatre reportedly not being given permission by the police to arrive there. So presumably Allu Arjun would have been asked whether he knew that permission had been denied for the actor and his team, his co-actors and the production unit to come to the theatre for the premiere show, whether he knew that there was chaos and a tragedy that unfolded outside. Did any policeman actually approach him in order to ask him to not proceed with coming into the theatre? There was almost some kind of a road show that the commissioner and others have spoken about, because he did come out of his vehicle, or rather stood up inside his vehicle, opening the sunroof, and he had waved to people, and the police has described that as some kind of a road show, because all around, with so many theatres around the place, and even otherwise that RTC Crossroads is a very busy area, thousands of people really had gathered there, and all that news about the premiere going to be conducted there. Those who had already managed the tickets, those who had managed the passes, there were a lot of unauthorized people as well who managed to enter the theatre premises, and the presence of this huge star who has become that much more popular after his Pushpa 2 coming in. So all that is part of the questioning that the police have done today. In the notice that they had sent yesterday, calling him in for questioning, they had also mentioned that they are going to be questioning him as part of the investigation, and they had also mentioned in the same note that they could be taking him to the theatre for reconstruction of the sequence of events as it happened. But what I do understand is that the police would like to be better prepared with all the information that Mr. Allu Arjun has shared, and also cross-verify it with all the video evidence that they have had. We are told by the commissioner that there are more than 1,000 videos that they had gone through and then put out a 10-minute sequence of videos in the public domain to say what really happened on the night of December 4th. So all that will have to be corroborated, cross-checked by the police, and then it is likely that he will be taken to the theatre, Sandhya Theatre, where already, of course, notices have been issued to the theatre management as well. And also to put it across to our viewers that it is not just an Allu Arjun who was arrested in this particular case or named as accused. There are multiple people. Allu Arjun is accused number 11, whereas the theatre management, the theatre owners, the managers on the floor of the theatre, all of them were named as accused, and some people from Allu Arjun's team as well who were dealing with security. They have all been named in the FIR, and a few of them were arrested as well, and yes, given bail when Allu Arjun got the bail as well. So while the police has today recorded a statement, no information yet on whether they are going to be summoning him again. I presume a fresh notice will be given for issuing summons to Mr. Allu Arjun when he comes in, if he needs to be brought in once again for questioning by the police. But as of now, what we do know is that while this entire issue has played out in the public domain, on the social media space, and also in a sense, should I say, on the streets of Hyderabad because of the attack that happened on Allu Arjun, and demonstrations either in support or against Mr. Allu Arjun, and the political voices that were adding to the noise in this issue. Now the process of investigation and going to the court of law will begin. We do understand that the police would want to challenge the bail that has been granted to Allu Arjun, giving him a reprieve of 4 weeks. On that front as well, the government intends to act. Back to you.
All right, Uma, and just a brief word also on the politics that's playing out over this, as you've been reporting over the last couple of days, so much back and forth, the BRS, BJP saying this is a witch hunt, saying that Revanth Reddy has no time for other things, whereas he has so much time to spare about, this very tragic case, of course, but really Allu Arjun being targeted in this way by the police.
So politics and films have almost an umbilical connection in states like Telangana, where the film industry has also thrown up political leaders as well. In this particular context, ever since the accident happened, or even before the premiere as well, there was politics about whether they will be granted permission, whether they will be allowed to hike ticket rates and so on. But after the arrest of Allu Arjun, the voices became that much more shrill, and it is almost as though they were divided on political lines, because you saw BRS and the BJP backing the actor and suggesting that he had been unfairly targeted or singled out for the targeting by the government, while the government, it almost seemed like, had woken up late in the public perception battle at least, and it was after a few days that they put out even what had submitted in court, the denial of permission to the Sandhya Theatre management, that itself, which we had put out a day after the arrest of Allu Arjun. So that did come out late in the public domain, and subsequently when the Chief Minister decided to speak on the floor of the Assembly and elaborated on the sequence of events and also spoke about the film world not standing up for what is right, but what he described as a biased support for the actor, and saying that they are not showing humanity in going across and supporting the family that had suffered the maximum because of this. So all that, once it started, the political parties have now changed the tune and said that we do not want this to be politicized, and that it should be confined to a court of law. And yes, Mr. Harish Rao suggesting that spending so much time on this issue when there were other issues like farmers issues, and also minority issues, and issues of schools, quality of food, all that should have been given more importance, or at least as much importance as what they are giving. Of course, the political leadership of the Congress specifying that the Chief Minister had only responded to an issue raised by one of the members of the Assembly, Akbaruddin Owaisi. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with that, and we'll be returning to you through the day as this story develops further. But moving on now, we're joined by Mr. Sanjay Sahai, former IPS officer, and Shehzad Khan, an actor there. Thank you so much both for joining us on this issue. And first to you, Sanjay Sahai, this entire case involving Allu Arjun, the stampede, the tragic death of a woman, it's been carrying on for so many days. So much has been said on it, but the opposition claiming that this is a witch hunt, and that the manner in which the police is investigating is at the behest of the Congress government in the state.
See, I will not go for whatever opposition.
I understand, but in your view, if how this case is being handled.
Yeah. So, but what is certain there, that it is a political slugfest, and it is less of a pure criminal investigation, where it is the prerogative of the investigating officer to conduct the investigation in the manner he deems fit. But for the investigating officer, I think most of us don't even know who is the investigating officer. So, but for the investigating officer, from the ACP till the incumbent Chief Minister of the state, they have been talking about details of the investigation. As far as the current status is concerned, I think huge amount of work would have been done by the investigating team to put together pieces of evidence so as to create a very clear-cut story. And as the story goes, nearly 1,000 video footages have been gone through, and equal amount of circumstantial evidence and other evidence of the people who have been around. I think all have been collated and been made to a very neat narrative. Why Allu Arjun was called there today is to corroborate or to contradict in whichever manner the Allu Arjun feels that the sequence of events have taken place. The next would be that he would be taken to the scene of offense as and when required, and they will recreate the whole story. So out of this whole recreation of the story and the evidence available so far, they will be able to put a charge sheet. As far as the investigation of the case is concerned, I think the police on its own side first said that there was no communication, then the letter from Sandhya Theatre came out, and then their denial letter came out. So I think at different points in time, both the police and the Allu Arjun side have been either responding, reacting, or putting in information and evidence in the public domain. So finally, what has happened, it has turned out to be a media trial and more of a social media trial. And both the sides are batting it out for the perception battle. So that is where we stand. Otherwise, a case of this nature, which is not very complicated by any stretch of criminal investigation, should have been done, finished and dusted in around a week's time and charge sheeted. But the clarity which the government has with regards to Allu Arjun having committed the sections or the offences which have been there in the FIR, I think that level of clarity cannot be provided at a time where the investigation is still incomplete and the basic threads of the investigation are being put together. The two things which the investigators would have done today, one is whether Allu Arjun was communicated of the denial of permission, and second thing is after the incident happened or after that tragedy happened, whether he was aware that the tragedy had happened or not. So he claimed that he was not aware of it. So this is broadly, so that will give the broad milestones, whether he was aware, not aware, and that the sunroof issue is also there. But finally, not denying the fact, the police failed in getting the intelligence, and that is why they were caught unawares. But even without giving the permission, there's good amount of police presence there, not commensurate to whatever was required. And finally, and most importantly, that the criminal investigation, the way it has come so far, I think that gives enough of pointers on which it can be debated and criticized.
All right. Well, thank you so much, for really spelling that out for us regarding the entire probe. But Shehzad Khan, you belong and your family belongs to the entertainment industry there. And this entire case is being watched very, very closely. And yes, there is a sense that this is a witch hunt that is taking place. Many of those from the fraternity have spoken out about this.
Thank you very much for having me on your show. Since a few days, what we are seeing on the TV, and our honorable panelist also said that this is now going to become, the media trial is already started and mudslinging will start very soon. But I think what has happened is very, very wrong, and the strictest punishment should be given to the culprits, whoever it be it the theatre owners, be it Allu Arjun, be it his manager, his bouncers, because we have lost a life and we have lost, a child is also there who's still in coma.
Yes.
And no matter what money he offers, you cannot buy a life. You cannot get a life back. Life has, you cannot pay money for a life which has been lost. And if what we are hearing and seeing on TV, that in spite of no police permission, still he went, and after hearing and the way he said, "Arey, ab to picture hit hai," and all these kind of things.
Well, a lot of that is hearsay, isn't it? That is being claimed, and even he's claiming that he did not know that permission hadn't been given. So yes, right now the investigation is underway, but we don't want it to, of course, become a media trial, which unfortunately happens in such cases. Also, what my colleague Uma said earlier about how the reason this is becoming so controversial and so big there in Hyderabad in Telangana is because of the way politics and the film industry are so intrinsically combined or together in these states. So your comments on that?
See, everybody is, कहते हैं ना, हिंदी में कहावत है, सब हर आदमी चढ़ते हुए सूरज को सलाम करता है. Nobody wants to, go against Allu Arjun, since now he is a super duper star. But what a tragedy.
Yes.
After such a big success, the man is going through so much of torture. He had to spend a night in jail. Now he'll have to keep on visiting the police station, because now the police, I know one thing, that you cannot play with the law, however big you are, unless you leave the country and you go. So if he has rubbed the law the wrong way, or if he has taken the law for granted, then there is a price which he has to pay, and it will be only through the law, because now अब क्या हो गया है कि अब इज्जत का सवाल हो गया है हमारे पुलिस फोर्स का भी, and कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि भाई पुलिस की गलती, अगर पुलिस ने इन्फॉर्म किया, if police has informed the theatre, they have not given the permission, and still this gentleman goes, and like a neta, he comes out of the sunshade and sunroof and he's waving out. That was all not needed for. We have Shah Rukh Khans and Salman Khans here in Bombay. Have you ever seen them doing all these kind of cheap stuff? They've never done all this. They quietly keep a trial show, or they keep a premiere show where they invite their friends whom they want to, and they see the film with them, and then everybody goes home.
Well, it was, a marketing, event, I
this
suppose.
Is a very,
yes, very unfortunate. And
it's a very, I'm very sorry, I'm cutting you, but it's a very third grade way of marketing. This is done.
Right, Shehzad Khan, that's your opinion. Perhaps this is something that's more common in the South, but still, Sanjay Sahai, your final comments on this entire issue. We don't want it to become a media trial. We're just showing the politics of it. We're showing that Allu Arjun is being questioned. Right now, what is important is that this investigation should happen very quickly, don't you think? We also have seen that the father in this case, the husband of the woman who died tragically, he says he doesn't want to pursue the case, but of course now it's a much bigger issue than that. Your comments?
Things are in a mess, and any further delay will make it messier. Investigators are also human beings, and this whole sort of this media fanfare, and now it's not a media trial. I think from a media trial, the bigger trial these days is the social media trial.
Yes.
And as things pass by, it becomes more and more and more difficult, because in the social media, everybody can amplify his voice, and he is a global publication house. And if 100, 200, 500 people come together, what sort of nuisance they can create on the social media, you and me, all of us are aware of. Coming back to the case was messed up because the information which was hidden initially, and then it was put in the public domain depending on political convenience, or might be whatever the reason may be, but certainly not criminal investigation. As the case stands right now, the post-mortem report of the lady would be available. The present condition of the boy is also available. You have all the video footages. You all have the eyewitnesses, and whatever technical data or the technical evidence by way of video analytics, by way of other correlations. There are huge amount of things which we correlate today on the technical side of it, from the call data records, from the movement, for variety of things. Even cars can give you innumerable pieces of information today.
Right.
So I presume those things would have been done.
Yes.
Added to that, the corroboration or the contradiction part of this investigation has started with Allu Arjun today, because they did not get a chance to interrogate Allu Arjun earlier. I presume A1 to A10 would have gone through this exercise already by now. That is my presumption. And any piece of information coming from A10 to A11 cannot be used against them, because self-incriminating evidence is not allowed as per the law. So these are only for corroborating things and getting the right trajectory of the investigation. As I understand right now, the police should not take more than another 5 to 6 days or 7 days at the maximum, charge sheet the case, and they should announce today itself that they'll be charge sheeting in 10 days time, 5 days time, and request the people at large not to get into the media trial sort of a thing and come up with unnecessary and very ill-founded remarks. Because
that's right. We already saw Allu Arjun, requesting his fans as well not to engage online and not, abuse anyone or make it messy. But really a very, very tragic case. Yes, Shehzad Khan, as you had said there, a very tragic case. Really, a woman has died. A child is in hospital right now. And who is responsible? One really wants to know, without, too much of sensationalism or media trial that taking place, or social media trial, as you said, Mr. Sanjay Sahai. Thank you so much.
Trial, because you people follow the social media. That is where all of us have reached. So
we called you here to make some sense of this entire issue, and as a former police officer, to comment on the entire case. But thank you so much both for joining us. That's all the time we have. We'll slip into a short break. A lot more on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज़ को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज़ को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech
Welcome back. The big story we're tracking right now, the investigation into the stampede involving actor Allu Arjun. The Telugu superstar was questioned today by the Hyderabad police after a stampede at a city theatre this month that killed a 35-year-old woman and left her 8-year-old with life-threatening injuries. Now, Allu Arjun had been summoned by the police on a Monday to join the investigation. He has now left the police station where he was taken for questioning. He was questioned for around 4 hours in this entire case. Several probing questions were asked of the actor, and some of that NDTV had reported what we had learned from our sources, that the focus of the investigation would be whether Allu Arjun had permission to appear at the theatre, and did he have permission to interact with fans outside the theatre, which is in a city neighborhood home. So these are the kind of questions that the police would be probing right now. Remember, there has been a lot of controversy over Allu Arjun appearing at the theatre, whether he had the permission. The cops claim they weren't informed, that there was no permission given, though Allu Arjun's management team have claimed something else. He was also arrested by the police, but then let off on bail. So several dramatic have taken place. It's also has many political overtones as well, with the Revanth Reddy government also being attacked by the opposition over what they're alleging is a witch hunt involving Allu Arjun, something that's been denied by the Congress government. Well, to talk more about this, we're now joined by PK Jain, former IPS officer, and Sajna Galrani, actress. Thank you so much both for joining us. And first, Mr. Jain, if I could ask you about this entire case. Unfortunately, it has become something of a media trial, very sensational as well. And, your comments on the case so far.
Good afternoon, Gargi. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Unfortunate incident in which a woman lost her life and a child is still serious and in the hospital. See, I can only say 2-3 things in this case. The permission for the premiere of a show is always sought from the police and granted under the normal circumstances with whatever riders and conditions the police put in that. At the time of taking permission, there is no question of taking permission for any specific individual to remain present there or not to remain present there. In this case, if the management had sought permission for the premiere of a movie, it was granted. They were going ahead with the show, and in that it is invariably mentioned that the cast of the film and some other VIPs are likely to attend. So accordingly, the police are required to make some security and crowd control bandobast. In this case, after the actor and his entourage had already entered the theatre when the screening was on, it seems that there was a large buildup of his fans outside the theater, which led to a stampede. Now, there are various versions. Now, to me, it only appears that it was a simple case of crowd management, which should have been handled rightly by the theater management and the police. To arrest the actor for that, for a culpable, so-called culpable homicide, is too far-fetched as far as I am concerned, as per law. He is in no way responsible for the stampede, for the gathering of the fans, and for the death of this unfortunate death. So therefore, to my mind, the arrest itself was illegal. It should not have happened. He should not have been named as an accused. And after that, whatever treatment has been meted, and now today again, this entire rigmarole of calling him, to the police station. There was some rumor sometime back that he would be taken to the theater for physical verification, recreation of the scene of offense.
Yes.
It is not a horrid scene of offense in which he is directly involved. He was there, and the crowd gathered, and this unfortunate incident took place. So there's no way, in my opinion, that an offense should have been registered against him.
All right, sir. Thank you for speaking so candidly. And yes, I think it was very clear by what the High Court said as well when granting him bail. And they spoke about liberty and police overreach as well. Unfortunately, this entire matter has got, highly politicized as well, with so many comments being made and the Chief Minister speaking about it in the Assembly as well. Sajna Galrani, if I can ask you also to, the comment on this entire matter, the way this case is currently going. Allu Arjun today finally questioned by the police, and hopefully this investigation will remain short.
Yeah, but I think this has a lot of political vendetta, and all of us know it and saw it for a fact that in one of the speeches, for a fraction of a second, I think Mr. Allu Arjun forgot to name the CM of Andhra Pradesh, CM of Telangana, Mr. Revanth Reddy, and that was taken very personally by Revanth Reddy. But immediately, in a fraction of a minute, he had a sip of water, and then he mentioned, CM of Telangana, Mr. Revanth Reddy, named very clearly, and that was taken very personally by the CM. And one led to another. This stampede has happened outside the theatre where he was not even present, and this was taken as an opportunity to use law in the very wrong manner, to misuse law as a weapon, to show the political power of the politicians. And the entire saga is just going on and on and on. And we have been seeing this from the very day Pushpa released till today, how the entire thing has built up to be. And it's very sad to see that people without any proof are saying, oh, okay, like a film script, this is Pushpa Part 3. The hero is going and sitting and watching the film, and somebody's died outside. The cop has come and told the hero, ke, bahar koi, kisi ki maut ho gayi hai. And the hero says, good, my film is going to be a hit. Is this another film script here? How can you make such heinous allegations without any video proof or without any audio proof? When you talk good about somebody, you don't need to back it up with proof. But when you talk something so crooked and something so wrong, it really hurts the emotions of people. It hurts the particular person. And in our country, it is a big fashion now to make celebrities scapegoats. Because when you make celebrities scapegoats, you can show them the real power of politics. You can show them the real power of law and set an example. And irrespective of the celebrity is right or wrong, catch him, crucify him, and set an example. For example, there was Aryan Khan who had to face this. For example, there was me who had to face this here in Karnataka. And I got a clean chit from the High Court. It took me a circus of 2 long years. It was really very tough on me. Today, I'm coming here and talking in front of you like a hero. But when it happens to a person, the kind of pain and agony
thank you so much for speaking to us, Sajna Galrani and PK Jain. I'm sorry, you have to cut it short there. We have to go across now to where the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is speaking.
अटल जी की सरकार रही हो या आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चलने वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, सदैव बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर की भावनाओं के अनुरूप भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को सम्मान दिया, उन भावनाओं को प्रतिनिधित्व दिया और हर स्तर पर उनके प्रति श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव रखा। चाहे वे पंचतीर्थ याद करें, बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर का जन्म मऊ मध्य प्रदेश के जिस क्षेत्र में हुआ था, वहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री श्री सुंदरलाल पटवा जी ने स्मारक बनाने का काम किया था और उसका उद्घाटन सरदार अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के द्वारा किया गया। दिल्ली में अंबेडकर सेंटर के लिए भूमि प्रदान किया था स्वर्गीय चंद्रशेखर जी ने, और वहां पर अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर की स्थापना आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने किया। दीक्षा भूमि नागपुर में भव्य स्मारक बनाने का कार्य हो, या फिर इंग्लैंड में जहां पर बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर ने उच्च शिक्षा अर्जित की थी, वहां पर बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर का भव्य स्मारक बनाने का कार्य हो, या फिर मुंबई के चैत्य भूमि, ये पंच तीर्थ जो बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर से जुड़े हुए हैं, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बनाए हैं और बाबा साहब की स्मृति को जीवंत बनाए रख करके सदैव सदैव के लिए भारत के अंदर वंचितों और दलितों के लिए एक आशा की किरण के रूप में बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को सम्मान दिया। आज जो कुछ भी कार्य मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चलने वाली एनडीए की सरकार के द्वारा किए जा रहे हैं, जिनमें पहली बार दलित और वंचित शासन की योजना का हिस्सा ईमानदारी के साथ बन रहा है, चाहे वह हर घर में शौचालय बनाने का कार्य हो, हर एक परिवार को, वंचित और दलित परिवार को आवास की सुविधा, सिर ढकने के लिए आवास की सुविधा हो, स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर देने का कार्य हो, चाहे वह देश के अंदर 80 करोड़ लोगों को राशन की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाने का कार्य हो, अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति और अन्य वंचित तबके को शासन की सभी प्रकार की सुविधाओं से आच्छादित करने का कार्य हो, ये सभी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश के अंदर बखूबी चल रहा है। बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर इसी बात के लिए सदैव प्रेरणा प्रदान करते थे। इसी प्रेरणा से प्रेरित होकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने इस अभियान को पूरी ईमानदारी और प्रतिबद्धता के साथ आगे बढ़ा रही है। एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उन मूल्यों, उन आदर्शों के प्रति समर्पित होकर के कार्य कर रही है, तो दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस, जिसका इतिहास देश के अंदर भारत के दलितों और वंचितों का अपमान करना, जिसका इतिहास तुष्टीकरण के आधार पर दलितों और वंचितों को उनके अधिकारों से पूरी तरह रोकने की एक कुत्सित चेष्टा का हिस्सा रहा है, और दूसरी तरफ तुष्टीकरण के आधार पर देश को विभाजन के कगार तक पहुंचाने का कार्य भी कांग्रेस ने किया। कौन नहीं जानता है कि पंडित नेहरू नहीं चाहते थे कि बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर संविधान सभा का हिस्सा बने। कांग्रेस नहीं चाहती थी कि बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को संविधान सभा के ड्राफ्टिंग कमेटी का अध्यक्ष बनाया जाए, और राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी के हस्तक्षेप के बाद यह संभव हो पाया। और कांग्रेस ने अपनी कुत्सित मंशा का परिचय बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर के प्रति अपने विद्वेष भावना को तब परिचय दिया जब यूपीए की सरकार थी, और उस समय उन्होंने पाठ्य पुस्तकों के उस कार्टून को, जिसमें बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर के चित्र को पंडित नेहरू के द्वारा कोड़े मारने के एक कार्टून के माध्यम से दिखाया था, एक कांग्रेस की कुत्सित मानसिकता को दिखाता है। बाद में जब विरोध हुआ तो तत्कालीन मानव संसाधन विकास मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल को माफी मांगनी पड़ी थी और ये पुस्तकों को वापस करना पड़ा था। कौन नहीं जानता है कि बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को पहला आम चुनाव 1952 में मुंबई नॉर्थ से, फिर 1954 में उपचुनाव हराने का कार्य भी तो कांग्रेस ने ही किया था। यहां तक कि पंडित नेहरू बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर के विरोध में प्रचार करने के लिए गए। जब वे बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर भंडारा से चुनाव लड़ने के लिए गए महाराष्ट्र में, वहां पर भी उन्हें पराजित करवाया कांग्रेस ने। कांग्रेस कभी नहीं चाहती थी कि बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर संसद में जाएं, दलितों की आवाज बने, वंचितों की आवाज बने, और सदैव उन्हें अपमानित करने का काम करती थी। कांग्रेस लगातार, कांग्रेस की मंशा हमेशा ये रही, और कांग्रेस ने न केवल उन्हें हराया बल्कि उन्हें हराने के लिए बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर के जो अनन्य सहयोगी थे नारायण काजोलकर, उन्हें तोड़ करके उन्हें ही बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर के खिलाफ चुनाव लड़वा दिया था। और हम सब जानते हैं कि उन्हें चुनाव लड़ाने के परिणति क्या थी, बाबा साहब चुनाव हारे, और उन्हीं काजोलकर को कांग्रेस ने 1970 में पद्म पुरस्कार से भी सम्मानित किया। कांग्रेस ने बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर की महापरिनिर्वाण के बाद कहीं भी उनकी स्मारक नहीं बनने दिया। जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने स्वर्गीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के समय और आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के समय जो पंचतीर्थ बने हैं, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बनाए हैं, कांग्रेस ने नहीं। कांग्रेस ने कभी नहीं बनने दिया। बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को कभी पद्म पुरस्कार तक नहीं देने दिया। भारत रत्न भी बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर को तब मिला जिस सरकार में भारतीय जनता पार्टी सपोर्ट कर रही थी।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global.
Actor Allu Arjun left from the police station in Hyderabad where he was taken for questioning for the stampede case. He is on his way home. Politics speaks over Pushpa 2 stampede death. BJP and BRS allege there is a political vendetta against Allu Arjun. Congress says no witch hunt against the Telugu star. Congress has moved Supreme Court over election rules tweak restricts the public access to CCTV footages. UP Chief Minister Adityanath slams Congress on Ambedkar issue. UP CM says Congress insulted Ambedkar in Parliament. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Behead. Telugu actor Allu Arjun was questioned by the Hyderabad police today for over 4 hours after a stampede at a city theatre this month killed a woman and left her 8-year-old son with life-threatening injuries. Allu Arjun was seen leaving from the Chikatpalli police station in Hyderabad a while back, where he was taken for questioning earlier for the stampede case. Now, security has been stepped up at his residence. He is on his way home, we are learning. As per information now, Allu Arjun was questioned about what happened on the day of the stampede. Did he have permission to go to the Sandhya theatre then? Did he have permission to interact with fans? And also the charge against him that he refused to leave from the theatre even after the stampede happened. Now, a political fight has also intensified over this issue between the BRS and the Congress. The BRS says that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy is targeting Allu Arjun. It's a witch hunt against Allu Arjun. That is what the BRS, even the BJP, is alleging that. The Congress, however, says the BRS is behind the stampede incident and they were trying to politicize the issue. Congress leader Anil Kumar Yadav has said that Revanth Reddy is not trying to influence anybody. The law and order is being handled in the state, and even today, people were being called to the police station and inquiry is being done on them. So law and order is being followed in the state. That is what the Congress here says in the clarification. The BJP has accused Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy of orchestrating a state-sponsored attack on actor Allu Arjun. Well, BJP says that Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi are trying to target Allu Arjun and there is an ulterior motive which is clearly visible here now. Listen into these reactions from the political parties.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी किसी को इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर रहे, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो इश्यू है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखेंगे तो अल्लू अर्जुन को बुला के पुलिस स्टेशन में उनके ऊपर इंक्वायरी हो रहा। आज वो लोग बोलने को बड़े बड़े बातें बोलते हैं, ये उनका सोच समझ कर राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनसे ये इस तरह के बातों में तेलंगाना के लोग आने वाले नहीं है। और जो बीजेपी और बीआरएस का जो गठबंधन है, ये पूरा एपिसोड में मालूम पड़ रहा है कि दोनों भी किस तरह से डिफेंस करने के मतलब साथ में मिलके एक सिचुएशन को डिफेंस करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
The way that the Chief Minister of Telangana, this gentleman Revanth Reddy, and working with this rabble-rousing MLA called Akbaruddin Owaisi are targeting a movie star seems to me something that is suspicious, something that has an ulterior motive. These politicians have made it a business. Many politicians have made it a business of extortions and putting these kinds of pressures on people. That there is this dubious collaboration between Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi when it comes to this particular gentleman actor Allu Arjun.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है। उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को, लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
So after nearly 4 hours of questioning, actor Allu Arjun has been sent home, and we are being told that he will possibly receive another notice for coming in for questioning once more, because not just the completion of the statement, there is also the process of taking him to the scene of offence to reconstruct the sequence of events, all that also waiting to be done by the police. What I also understand is that Allu Arjun's team has conveyed to us or shared with us that Allu Arjun and his lawyer, Mr. Ashok Reddy, were seated in a special room where the police, the investigating officers had in fact questioned him, and there's a list of questions that were possibly asked to him, whether he knew that permission had been denied for the arrival of the hero, heroine and the production unit for the premiere show, whether who took the decision to go ahead despite the denial of permission. Was it conveyed to him that the permission has been denied? Did his own team members try to contact the police and tell them what kind of arrangements they would require at the site where he was to go, which is the Sandhya Theatre where the premiere was to take place, and also whether he was approached by any policeman, police officer to leave the premises or to leave that area because permission has been denied. When he was already seated inside the theatre, did a policeman speak to him and ask him to leave? And did he continue to stay there inside the theatre? How long he was there inside the theatre before he decided to leave? Allu Arjun, of course, has made statements in the public domain talking about the fact that he said that no police officer had approached him, and it's only that managers of his own team had told him, and that's when he decided to leave the theatre. And he's also on record saying that he did not know about the death of Revati till the next morning, after which he had released a video. So that is also something that has come up for questioning here inside the Chikadpalli police station. This of course has become a very high profile case, and therefore a lot of interest in what is happening with Allu Arjun. But of course there are others accused in the same case as well. Allu Arjun himself has been slapped with sections of the BNS, including culpable homicide not amounting to murder, voluntarily causing grievous hurt, and also acting along with others with a common intent to cause harm. All of those sections applied, and he is of course accused number 11 in this particular case. And yes, the theatre owner, one of the theatre owners, a manager of the theatre, Mr. Nagaraj, as well as a floor manager who was manning in fact the lower balcony of the theatre, all of them were taken into custody, and subsequently they were also received bail or got bail. We also understand that the police has an intent to challenge the bail that's been granted to Mr. Allu Arjun by the High Court, and they are proceeding on those lines, getting legal counsel as well.
All right, so serious charges have been slapped against Allu Arjun, and a political fight has erupted here. Kartik Indra Reddy, a spokesperson of the BRS, joins us on the broadcast. Political analyst and supporter of the Congress party, Syed Abbas, joins us on the broadcast. We also have spokesperson of the BJP Telangana, NV Subhash, here on the broadcast with us. Thank you so much to you all gentlemen for joining us here on NDTV. Let me go across to Mr. Kartik Indra Reddy first. Mr. Reddy, why does the BRS say that the Congress is targeting Allu Arjun and it's a witch hunt against the Telugu actor?
Isn't it obvious right now? Well, anybody who has his ears very close to Hyderabad, eyes and ears very close to Hyderabad, now they know this is no more a political vendetta case. It is a personal witch hunt. It is so obvious. You know, what happened on that day in that Sandhya theatre is an unfortunate accident. And I'm sure all the cases which have been booked against the actor, the movie team, and the theatre, the court will take its course. And obviously, neither you, me, or the Chief Minister cannot be the judge and decree that Allu Arjun is the culprit in this. But that is what is happening. The Chief Minister has taken upon himself, and he took up at least 2 to 2.5 hours in the state legislative assembly, trying to pin down the crime on Allu Arjun and Allu Arjun only. This is not a political vendetta. This is something which has gone very personal right now. And it is, and you know, we all know why this is happening. This is just because a petty reason that Allu Arjun forgot to mention or forgot to recollect the Chief Minister's name in an event.
Allu Arjun forgot to take his name. And that is the reason you're saying that the Chief Minister is getting personal here.
Yes, this is as petty as it sounds, as shallow it sounds. That's the reason. That is the only reason. The actor forgot to recollect the Chief Minister's name, and that is the reason why the Chief Minister's ego is hurt, and he's taking it too personally.
Okay, he's taking it personally. All right, let me go across to the BJP spokesperson also. Mr. NV Subhash, you're saying that the BJP continues to say that it's not just CM Revant Reddy, but also Akbaruddin Owaisi, and both are trying to target Allu Arjun. It's in both parties in collusion that they are trying to, take out personal enmity against Allu Arjun. Why is that so?
Yeah, see, from past 1 year, what we are saying that, after Revant Reddy, the government has come to power in Telangana, certain sections of the society have been targeted, especially, the students, the employees, and the farmers. Now it's the turn for, the businessmen and, the builders. Now it is going for the film actors. When we see Mr. Nagarjuna's, the structure, the building, the convention center has been raised down. And of course, Mr. Mohan Babu, another senior actor, he's, though it's a family feud, but now Allu Arjun has been targeted. And this is nothing but Bharatiya Janata Party, accuses the Congress government that they are targeting. And, they are doing the witch hunting for the film fraternity on that. If the situation is so bad that, the police could not control, or if the police hasn't given any permission for Mr. Allu Arjun to enter into the Sandhya Theatre premises where the stampede has occurred, then the police would have really arrested them instead of dilly-dallying and then watching, things to happen and going out of the hands. And the vandalism and targeting and the stone pelting of the Congress party leaders who are very close to Mr. Revanth Reddy and his team is not acceptable, because there are children in the house, there are women in the house, there are elders in the house, and we demand an apology from the Congress party, because the person who has pelted stones, happens to be very close to Revanth Reddy's, the Congress party. So this situation where they are scaring away the film fraternity, which will ultimately lead to leave the state and then go to other state, because Andhra Pradesh is already having the film just infrastructure development.
But sir, why do you think, why would Revanth Reddy want that?
See, well, Revanth Reddy, he must have has some kind of a personal enmity on that, and there are situations what we have, the reports from the circles, that Allu Arjun, while addressing the press conference and the event, where he has forgotten the name of Mr. Revanth Reddy, and people in all walks of life are not taking Revanth Reddy as a serious chief minister. So he wanted to show with arm twisting tactics so that people will come into their line on that.
You're saying that he's being arrogant. The chief minister is being arrogant here, and because Allu Arjun forgot to take the name of Revanth Reddy at an event and forgot to thank him that point in time, and that is why Revanth Reddy is getting personal here. Okay, that's the allegation from the BRS and the BJP. Okay, let me take a point from Syed Abbas. Mr. Abbas, the Chief Minister also leveled a fresh charge against Allu Arjun, saying that even after the death of the woman in that stampede, he refused to leave from the event, and he also went on to do his roadshow. It prompted the police to force him out. What's the basis of this charge?
Well, ma'am, what deeply pains me is how the BJP leaders and BRS leaders are trivializing the death of a 35-year-old woman. Her son has been orphaned, who is still battling for his life, 9-year-old son, but they do not speak of that. KTR Garu, honorable leader of the BRS, did not even once come to the hospital, but he has all the time in the world to use his social media, Twitter, and post about it. If you're really concerned, respected sirs of the BJP and BRS, please go meet the deceased families and do something about it, rather than politicizing this issue. I'd also like to know from my good friends of the BJP and BRS, how is Allu Arjun, apart from being an actor, my profession could be political analyst, your could be a politician, how is he any different from you and I, sir? Why should he be dealt differently? The fact of the matter, let us understand, the aegis and the constitution, the law and order of a beautiful country, be it a chief minister, be it a prime minister, they're all the same. Allu Arjun ho, or maybe Amitabh Bachchan ho, ya Amir Khan ho, they are all human beings like you and I, sir. They have all the rights as a citizen. So therefore, had Revanth Reddy ji or the Congress government or the Telangana police dealt with him any different way, or you'd have used kid gloves in a soft way, they would say, oh, Revanth Reddy supports VIP culture. Revanth Reddy stands for celebrities. No, sir. Revanth Reddy is an honorable chief minister of the beautiful state of Telangana, and he will do whatever it takes to bring in justice for the 35-year-old woman. Ma'am, just give me 30 seconds to complete, please.
That he's an arrogant man, and there is this personal vendetta that he's taking out against Allu Arjun and against film fraternity in Telangana, and soon they'll have to move out of Telangana. They might have to shift to Andhra Pradesh.
I will answer that, Kitty ji. Who on earth, I would say even KCR Garu was the chief minister of Telangana. There have been several dozens and hundreds of chief ministers in the beautiful states of India. Would they, only because of not remembering a name of a leader, would they do this? The fact of the matter, what is sacrosanct here? 35-year-old Revanth Reddy's death, she must be brought to justice. The 8-year-old boy is still in the hospital battling with coma for the last 20 days. Allu Arjun ho ya koi bhi ho, they are answerable under the purview of the law. Now the second point, the BJP leader, ma'am, on your channel, let me name him, Raghunandan Rao is a BJP leader of Telangana. Can we question Mr. Subhash? Do you know what he said? Oh, this is a small case. A death of a woman, 8-year-old boy in coma for the last 20 days. Is this a small case?
Absolutely
the fact is, why is BJP, BRS supporting this VIP culture? And now, final point, ma'am. The fact of the matter, are they even aware that there has been security beefed up, stepped up at the home of Allu Arjun? By whom? The state police on the orders of Revanth Reddy. Not just that, when vandals attacked, they were arrested and put in jail. Later, they were released on bail. But what did he say? He ordered the State Deputy General of Police to give full security. Any laxity by the police will not be tolerated.
Okay,
That
okay.
is
Let
the
me take
leader
a
of
question.
Revanth
Okay,
Reddy.
let me take a question from Mr. Karthik here. Mr. Karthik, the Congress also says the Chief Minister himself has said this, that Allu Arjun did not heed to the request of the police when this incident happened, when the death of that woman happened in this stampede that broke out at Sandhya Theatre. He had to be pushed out. He had to be forcefully taken out of the theatre. He even waved at the fans after he left from his car. I mean, I haven't personally seen those visuals anywhere, but this is the charge from the Chief Minister. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Reddy?
The Chief Minister's reputation is at the lowest in his career ever. Right now, none of his words are taken seriously by anybody here in Telangana or anywhere else, because the Chief Minister is now lying through his nose. And let me ask Syed, who kind of now takes sympathy for Revathy Dest, and as I told you, it is unfortunate. I'll also, let me ask him about another death. There are two cases right now in Telangana right now, Kitty, that is in discussion. One, because now that we are covering the death of Revathy, the unfortunate accident, and we all know Bunny was there. He was not directly involved. He did not push or did not provoke anybody to have a stampede. Yet Bunny is booked or Allu Arjun is booked. Yes, he should be. Now Syed keeps asking me, do you approve of this VIP culture that we should not book him? No, we should absolutely book him and let the court take its course. But there is another case. Let Syed answer me. Let him give me an answer to that. There is one gentleman called Sai Reddy. He killed himself. In the suicide note, he mentioned the Chief Minister and his brothers. He knows brothers.
Okay, Mr.
Now,
Abbas wants to
Revathy's
respond to
death
that.
is
I won't
bad.
have
Can I
much
answer
time.
that,
Yes.
please?
Sai Reddy's death is
Mr.
not
Reddy, I'm
bad.
Can
sorry,
I
I won't
answer
have
that,
much
please?
time. Let him respond. Quickly here, Mr. Abbas.
Quickly, let me respond to you. From the day one since of this incident, since December 4th, I've been having my good friends of BRS, including Karthik or Sridhar Reddy Garu or even Krishang Mane Garu, who are going all guns blazing, supporting the actor for what? Beats the gentleman
Can you
who
not
dies of
beat around
suicide.
the bush,
There must be,
please?
allow
Can
me
you
to complete, sir. There must be a complete. Beat the Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. He's not under the over the purview of the law. He is answerable to law. Yes, go ahead and book him, punish him. Go ahead. But Allu Arjun is no different, sir. The fact of the matter is, the times that the BRS leaders, led by your KTR, the way you're defending the starry VIP culture because of his friendship with actors is not okay, sir. We stand with the common man.
Let me
Revanth
take
Reddy
a
is standing with the
last
common
response
man
from Mr.
and will
NV
do
Subhash
so.
also. Well, I don't have much time. Mr. NV Subhash, before I let you go, why did the BJP leaders say that it was a small issue, that it's a petty issue? Mr. Subhash, if you're able to hear my voice, well...
Can I close it?
Yes.
Can you be a little bit louder, please?
Yes. Why did the BJP leader say that it was a small issue, that the Sandhya Theatre stampede case death is a small issue? That is what has been said by Mr. Raghunandan Rao.
No, see, everyone will take a permission before, going there, but the police doesn't give any written permission in that. So if there is, that place happens to be most crowded place, because this is not the first time where Allu Arjun has visited, the cinema theatres. Other cinema actors also, they go there. This is the 30th time, as far as I recollect in that. It just never happened in that. If the police is aware of that so much crowd is coming on that, the police should have taken just initiative
Okay,
on
all
that.
right, all right.
And there
Well,
is
charges have been leveled against Allu Arjun also, that he did not listen to the police, and also the cops are also being, questions are also being raised on the manner in which the cops handled this case. Of course, both sides have to be looked at, of course. Thank you so much, meanwhile, to all my guests, Karthik Indra Reddy and also Syed Abbas, as well as Mr. NV Subhash, for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your inputs there. Well, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Allu Arjun seen leaving from the police station in Hyderabad, where he was taken for questioning in the stampede case. Politics speaks over Pushpa stampede death. BJP PRS allege its political vendetta against Allu. Congress moves Supreme Court over election rules tweak. UP CM Yogi Adityanath slams Congress on Ambedkar issue.
I've been been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Welcome back after the break. A scuffle broke out between Congress and the BJP councillors over B.R. Ambedkar during the General House meeting of Chandigarh Municipal Corporation today. Nominated councillor Anil Masi had slammed the Congress party, calling Rahul Gandhi a leader out on bail in the National Herald case, after which a heated argument broke out between the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP members. There were fist fights, corporation members punching each other and also sloganeering in the house. Those visuals on your TV screens there. Well, my colleague Gurpreet joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Gurpreet, any action that has been taken so far in this regard?
Well, all the officers, they are discussing and mulling that what type of action they can take against them. But as of now, we have seen this ruckus which has been created inside the house that has become one of the major political issue in Chandigarh. We have seen one side, the councillor, when they attacked Anil Masi, who is a nominated councillor, saying that he is the vote chore. After that, this argument had been initiated between both the councillor and some of the councillor, even including the nominated councillor Anil Masi. He has come into well, saying that even the Congress leader is also on the bail. So now, let's see what type of action they are going to take against them, and whether on the floor of the House, the way they had also indulged into the manhandling on these issues, and especially the statement which has been issued from both the sides, that has become one of the major political issues. Now, let's wait for more time to understand what type of action they are going to against them.
All right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai.
New Haryana on December 6th. A new elevated road will open in northeast Delhi, and that's the latest that we're picking up at the moment. The new line of Delhi Metro Phase 4. The foundation stone of it will be laid on December 6th, and Prime Minister Modi will be doing that. All right. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The Election Commission has sent a strong rejoinder to the Congress party over allegations of manipulation in voting during the Maharashtra Assembly polls. In a 66-page reply to the Congress party, the EC said that election data was impossible to manipulate and that the credibility of Indian elections is result agnostic and recognized worldwide. Well, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh.
Welcome back. After the break, the Congress party has approached the Supreme Court after the centre tweaked an election rule to prevent the public inspection of certain electronic documents such as CCTV cameras, webcasting footage and video recordings of candidates to prevent their misuse. This has led to the opposition accusing the government of allegedly eroding integrity of the electoral process. Well, the EC officials have said that misuse of CCTV camera footage from inside polling booths could compromise voter secrecy. They've also said the footage could be used to generate fake narratives using artificial intelligence.
The Congress party has filed a plea in the Supreme Court challenging the recent amendments that were made for the rules for the conduct of elections 1961. In this particular petition that has been filed by the Congress party, it has been mentioned that the recent amendments that have been made, which restricts public for important election material and also restricts to electronic data, including the CCTV footages, is something that Supreme Court should intervene and they should restore the entire election code of conducts. It is the Congress party which went on to say that by restricting the public to access the important documents as well as the electronic footage of the election is something which the Election Commission might be charged of free and fair elections, and also this cannot be allowed unilaterally and without public consultations. Amend such a vital law in such a brazen manner is something that the Congress party wants the integrity of the Election Commission to be fixed. Hopefully the Supreme Court will restore is something that Congress has demanded. Remember, yesterday as well the Congress party did a press conference and highlighted that how the Election Commission has been working in a biased way as far as different elections are concerned. The Congress party had been time and again raising the questions over the EVM, the data that had been published as far as the electorals are concerned, and now finally when there had been recent amendments that had been made, the Congress party had gone out and now reached out to the Supreme Court to restore the rules that had been amended recently.
All right, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heart.
Hi there, a very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Behead. Let's start this edition with the headlines at the top of this hour. Actor Allu Arjun questioned for over 4 hours at Chikatpalli police station in Hyderabad today in connection with the stampede death case. Politics speaks over Pushpa stampede death. BJP and BRS allege it's political vendetta against Allu Arjun. The Congress says there is no witch hunt against the Telugu star. Congress party approaches Supreme Court after the centre tweaked an election rule to prevent public inspection of certain electronic documents to prevent their misuse. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath slams Congress party on Ambedkar issue. UP CM says the Congress party insulted Ambedkar in Parliament.
कांग्रेस कभी नहीं चाहती थी कि बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर संसद में जाएं, दलितों की आवाज बने, वंचितों की आवाज बने और सदैव उन्हें अपमानित करने का काम करती थी।
Manu Bhaker reacts to Khel Ratna snub. Manu Bhaker says it could be a possible lapse on my part. Awards are not my goal. And over 300 roads, including 3 national highways, have been shut in Himachal Pradesh amid a massive snowstorm. 4 people died in the chaos. We're starting this edition at 5 with our top focus. Telugu actor Allu Arjun was questioned by Hyderabad police today for over 4 hours after a stampede at a city theatre this month killed a woman and left her 8-year-old child with life-threatening injuries. Allu Arjun was seen leaving from the Chikatpalli police station in Hyderabad a while back, where he was taken for questioning earlier for the stampede death case. Now we are learning security has also been stepped up at his residence. As per information, Allu Arjun has been questioned about what happened on the day of the stampede. Did he have permission to go to the Sandhya theatre? Did he have permission to interact with the fans then? And also the charge against him that he refused to leave from the theatre even after the stampede took place. Now, political fight has also intensified between the BRS and the Congress party in Telangana, with the BRS saying that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy was targeting Allu Arjun and it's a witch hunt against the Telugu actor. Meanwhile, the Congress party says that the BRS was lying through its teeth and they were trying to politicize the issue. Congress leader Anil Kumar Yadav has said that Revanth Reddy was not trying to influence anybody and the law and order is being handled in the state. Meanwhile, the BJP has also jumped in. The BJP has accused Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy of orchestrating a state-sponsored attack on actor Allu Arjun. The BJP says that Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi are targeting Allu Arjun and it's an ulterior motive that they have, which is clearly visible now. And the BJP also went on to say that politicians in Telangana have made it a business of extorting from people. There's a dubious collaboration between Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi. Listen in.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी किसी को इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर रहे, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो इश्यू है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखेंगे तो अल्लू अर्जुन को बुला के पुलिस स्टेशन में उनके ऊपर इंक्वायरी हो रहा। आज वो लोग बोलने को बड़े बड़े बातें बोलते हैं, ये उनका सोच समझ कर राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनसे ये इस तरह के बातों में तेलंगाना के लोग आने वाले नहीं है। और जो बीजेपी और बीआरएस का जो गठबंधन है, ये पूरा एपिसोड में मालूम पड़ रहा है कि दोनों भी किस तरह से डिफेंस करने के मतलब साथ में मिलके एक सिचुएशन को डिफेंस करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
The way that the Chief Minister of Telangana, this gentleman Revanth Reddy, and working with this rabble-rousing MLA called Akbaruddin Owaisi are targeting a movie star seems to me something that is suspicious, something that has an ulterior motive. These politicians have made it a business. Many politicians have made it a business of extortions and putting these kinds of pressures on people. That there is this dubious collaboration between Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi when it comes to this particular gentleman actor Allu Arjun.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है। उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को। लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
Well, serious charges have been slapped against Allu Arjun and the Chief Minister also went on to say that even after the stampede happened that very day and the woman was killed in that stampede, even after that Allu Arjun had refused to leave from the theater. He wanted to watch the film, but the police had to forcibly take him out. All right, more details now coming in. We have Uma Sudhir, my colleague, joining us on the broadcast here. Uma, we believe the questioning went on for over 4 hours and Allu Arjun must have reached his home by now. Security also has been stepped up at his residence. Any more information that's coming out about the questions that were asked to Allu Arjun today?
So the questioning was for less than 4 hours, and yes, he is back home, and we were told he had lunch with his family as well and is resting now. And we do understand from the police that he is likely to be called in for questioning again, and the process of taking him to the scene of offence, which is Sandhya Theatre, to reconstruct the sequence of events. That will also happen eventually. So another notice can be expected summoning him to the police station. When that will happen is not yet clear, but the police also is intent on filing the legal papers in order to challenge the bail that has been granted to Allu Arjun in this particular case. So three things that I must point out in this context is that one, Allu Arjun and his lawyer Ashok Reddy were the only two people present from Allu Arjun's side when the questioning was done by the investigators. What we do presume, because whatever is being floated around saying that these are the questions asked, that would be in the area of conjecture. And I would tell you that if the sequence of events is being reconstructed the way Allu Arjun has spoken in the public domain, the critical questions that were asked of him would be, did he at all know that permission had been denied for his arrival at the theatre to watch the premiere show along with the heroine of the film Rashmika Mandana and his family members, and also the production unit. Second, did the Sandhya Theatre management convey to Allu Arjun's team that the permission has been denied? So who took the call to go ahead with the appearance of the star at the premiere show, even though police had denied permission for it? Three, did the police at any stage tell him when he arrived there that he should return and not proceed with going into the theatre, because already for the last 2 to 3 days the police had been saying that things were out of control because the premiere show was to happen there and everyone was so anxious or eager and excited to get the tickets, and therefore there was such a huge rush outside the theatre that they did not expect that things would be under control. The fourth question to ask is whether Allu Arjun was actually approached by any policeman to leave the venue, because he has specifically said that only his own managers had approached him to say that because things are getting out of control, he must leave. And he has also said that he knew about the death of the woman Revati only the next morning, whereas the police seemed to suggest that even though they had conveyed to him about the death, he had continued to stay there. That is something that's been denied by Allu Arjun. So all these are questions that are asked, and Allu Arjun for the first time, should I say, getting an opportunity to present his version of the story to the investigators, because so far the police has spoken, the Chief Minister has spoken, Allu Arjun has spoken, and several other political voices and film personalities have spoken. But what is the sequence of events as it unfolded according to Allu Arjun? That is something that was recorded as part of the statement today that the police took from Allu Arjun, and we can expect more on that front once again.
Okay, so
is
this
all this
also,
even as the Chief Minister has very strictly told the spokespersons not to speak about this issue anymore. So what it means is that the government also from its part does not want to escalate matters, and Allu Arjun's close team has also told us that today's meeting or today's questioning went off in very cordial terms, in a cordial atmosphere, and therefore the actor also felt comfortable answering those questions. Back to you.
All right, so you've been saying that now Allu Arjun has got a chance today to represent his side, of course, to represent himself, and also, well, is this also on the basis of this statement or the information that came in from the cops that Allu Arjun continued to sit in the theatre, refused to leave even after the incident had happened, that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy later made this statement that Allu Arjun also went on to wave at the fans when he was forcibly taken out by the cops that point in time. And now Allu Arjun, you are saying, has said that seems to have, well, we do not have any confirmed information at the moment, but that's the latest that we're picking up at the moment, that he's represented his side and also seems to have clarified that he got to know about the accident the very next day itself.
So it's like this. The Chief Minister was going by the statement that was given to him by the police commissioner, and that seems to suggest that there was a message sent to him saying that there is uncontrollable crowds outside and he must leave the venue. And according to the police version, they had to make the request multiple times before he left the venue. It is not that he was forced out in that manner. Allu Arjun's version has been that his managers had conveyed to him that things are getting out of control and he must leave, and that is when he decided to leave the theatre halfway, and that he had only learnt about the death of the woman the next morning after he reached home. It is a matter of fact and recorded on video as well that he did open the sunroof and wave to his fans, but that is understandable because whenever an actor is there and he would be seen as perhaps arrogant, and he was also in a sense reaching out and connecting with his fans when he opened the sunroof of his vehicle and actually waved to them. The police contention was that he did that even on his way out, and they seem to suggest that indicated his insensitivity, whereas Allu Arjun has denied not that he did not wave, that he did not even know that such a incident as in a death of a woman had taken place because of the kind of overcrowding that happened. The second question was about the bouncers, the role of the security team, whether they themselves decided to make arrangements for the security without waiting for the police, because the police commissioner has found fault with the bouncers and the private security team pushing people around and clearing the area and also opening or closing the gates without waiting for the police to do so. And the commissioner has in no uncertain terms said that any celebrity will be held responsible for any acts which may be considered as wrong that are committed by his private security team. Back to you.
Okay, all right. So, first round of questioning has happened today, and Allu Arjun could be called again as per information coming in for questioning once again. But we do understand he's already at his home. He was allowed to go back to his home by the cops today after about more than 3 hours of questioning today. But what about his family? We do understand his children were moved out of his residence earlier. Is his family still in that safe location that they were taken to?
So the family has in fact decided not to speak about the incident or about where the whereabouts of the different individuals are. I did speak to a person in Allu Arjun's team who confirmed to me that he went straight home from the police station. Nearly 4 hours of questioning, that it was in a very cordial atmosphere that the questioning happened, that he and his lawyer Ashok Reddy were present inside the hall when the questioning happened, and that he went home and he had lunch with his family, and then he is resting is what I was told by the team. And we are also being told that his legal team is in constant touch with him about their next course of action, and they also expect that possibly next summons may come in, but they do believe that there is an attempt to de-escalate the tension and what Allu Arjun has called as misunderstanding that has erupted or crept up between the police and administration on the one side and the actor and his team on the other. And therefore the strategy, in a sense, should I say, is to lie low, cooperate with the investigation and allow the law to take its course without making any comments on it adversely or otherwise that may be seen to either flexing their muscles in public or in a sense trying to influence any of the witnesses or the course of the investigation. So both the Chief Minister as well as Allu Arjun's team, Chief Minister has already told all spokespersons, he has issued a diktat, should I say, that no one is to now comment on the Allu Arjun issue, even if they are questioned by the media. And Allu Arjun's team has also told me that they would like to lie low and cooperate with the investigation and allow it to run its course. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we continue to track and get you more. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're picking up. As per the information that's coming in, we do understand Allu Arjun has already reached his home after close to about 4 hours of questioning that took place today, and he could be called again by the cops for further questioning in this matter. Meanwhile, that's what we have. We'll keep an eye on the development. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking here. India's ace shooter Manu Bhaker, who made history in the 2024 Paris Olympics by winning 2 bronze medals, failed to make it in the 30-name shortlist for the nominees of the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award. Now, Manu Bhaker has reacted to the controversy going around and said that there might be lapses on her part While filing the nomination, she has also added that winning awards are not her goals. Well, listen into what she said.
बहुत शॉकिंग लगा कि खेल कमेटी ने जो रिकमेंडेशन में मनु भाकर का नाम नहीं शामिल किया, उस पर डिस्कस नहीं किया। इवन एक दो पुराने खिलाड़ियों ने उसके बारे में बात करने की कोशिश की, तो भी जो खेल विभाग के जो बाबू बैठे हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स बैठे हैं, उन्होंने ये कह के चुप करा दिया कि नहीं वो जिसने एप्लीकेशन नहीं डाला उस पर डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे। मुझे लगता है सरकार की छवि खराब करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हैं इस तरह के अधिकारी। तो यही कहना चाहूँगा कि इस तरह की कमेटी में खेल के लीजेंड होने चाहिए।
All right, we have my colleague Abhishek Datta also joining us on the broadcast here. That's the first reaction coming in from Manu Bhakar's. Well, after this controversy now broke out, we do understand, Abhishek, take us through the details here. We do understand Manu Bhakar has said that there could be lapses on her part while filing the nomination.
Yes, Kitty. So Manu Bhakar is someone who created history in the last 2024 Paris Olympics by winning 2 bronze medals, which is done by a first athlete after after the independence. So after that, it was very evident that Manu Bhakar will be included in the shortlist of the prestigious Khel Ratna Award. So when the 30 athletes' name came in the shortlist made by the Sports Ministry for the prestigious Khel Ratna Award, there Manu Bhakar's name was missing. So after that, there a lot of controversy went on, and then Sports Ministry also said that there are some lapses in the nomination filed by the Manu Bhakar. But to which Manu Bhakar has responded via an Instagram post where she said that with regards to the ongoing issue for my nomination for the most prestigious Khel Ratna Award, I would like to state that as an athlete, my role is to play and perform for my country. Awards and recognition keeps me motivated but are not my goals. I believe there has been a lapse maybe on my part while filing the nomination, which is being corrected. Irrespective of that, the award, I shall remain motivated to win more medals for my country. It's a request to everyone, please do not speculate on this matter. To which her father also reacted and said that such mistakes shouldn't be happen on the part of the Sports Ministry. And Manu Bhakar's coach, Jaspal Rana, has also slammed basically Sports Ministry, saying that how can somebody miss Manu Bhakar's name, who has created a history for the country and win 2 simultaneous medals in the same edition of Olympics.
Absolutely. Manu Bhakar had become the first Indian to win the 2 medals at a single edition of the event. Well, she was not shortlisted for the prestigious Khel Ratna Awards, and after that, these reactions now coming in. That statement also came in just a while back from Manu Bhakar, in which she said that there could have been some lapses on my part in filing the nomination for the nomination, but her father did say that he was quite shocked at what really had happened, and she should have been included. She should have been nominated at least for the prestigious award. All right, thank you so much, Abhishek, for getting us all those details there. Well, we have more news that we're tracking at this point in time after the BJP had moved Delhi High Court seeking a direction to the government to send 14 CAG reports to Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena for presenting the same before the Legislative Assembly. Delhi government said in the court that it has sent CAG files to Delhi Secretary of Legislative Assembly. The High Court had issued notice and sought response from Delhi government over BJP's pleas to convene a special assembly session to discuss the CAG report. Well, it was the second time the BJP MLAs had moved High Court. Well, that's the latest that's coming in at this point in time. My colleague Nupur Dogra also joins us on the broadcast here. Nupur, it's Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP face-off that we are looking at this point in time over the matter of CAG report. Take us through the details.
Hi, so today the Delhi High Court has issued notice on BJP's petition that has sought a direction, basically an issuance of a mandamus to the Speaker to place these 14 CAG reports in front, to convene a special assembly session and to place these CAG reports for discussion in the assembly. Though the High Court has disposed of the other petition, which had, because our government today informed the court that they have already sent, in the morning they have placed the 14 CAG reports to the Secretariat. The reports are already there in the Legislative Assembly. and they pleaded that the pleas by the BJP MLAs be quashed. But today the High Court, in fact, disposed of the previous petition, but it did issue a notice to the Delhi government, to the Speaker, and to other authorities seeking their response on whether a special assembly, they will be convening a special assembly, or whether the court can order them to convene a special assembly session to discuss the 14 CAG reports that the BJP has been taking up. BJP, on the other hand, says that AAP, in fear of court order, today has placed these reports, 14 CAG reports, with the Legislative Assembly. Okay. While AAP's lawyer had informed the court today that this is BJP's petition is purely politically motivated, and they are just waking up the issue for politics.
All right. So, thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this story. Well, it's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Welcome back after the break. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has hit out at the Congress party over the Ambedkar issue and said that Congress has always insulted the underprivileged in the country. He has also further blamed the Congress party for partition and said that Jawaharlal Nehru did not want Baba Saheb Ambedkar to be a part of the Constituent Assembly. Listen in.
कांग्रेस जिसका इतिहास देश के अंदर भारत के दलितों और वंचितों का अपमान करना, जिसका इतिहास तुष्टीकरण के आधार पर दलितों और वंचितों को उनके अधिकारों से पूरी तरह रोकने की एक कुत्सित चेष्टा का हिस्सा रहा है। कौन नहीं जानता है कि पंडित नेहरू नहीं चाहते थे कि बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर संविधान सभा का हिस्सा बने।
We have some breaking news now coming in. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has spoken out of the no trust motion against him in the parliament. Jagdeep Dhankar has said, and I quote, never use a vegetable cutting knife for bypass surgery. The notice for removal wasn't even a vegetable cutting knife, it was rusted, unquote. Well, he's also said that orchestrated efforts by forces inimical to the interest of this country were trying to destroy brick by brick our constitutional institutions. Well, a strong response that has come in from Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Well, that's the latest that's coming in at this point in time. Remember, the opposition had moved a notice earlier for a motion of no confidence against the Vice President, who is also the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. And this notice was rejected by the Deputy Chairman of the Upper House on several grounds. It also said that there were technical flaws in the notice that was given. The Deputy Chairman of the Upper House had described this move as casual and also had said that Mr. Dhankar's name was misspelt. Well, on technical grounds, the notice was rejected, and now Vice President Dhankar speaking out on the no trust motion against him in Parliament, saying that never use a vegetable cutting knife for bypass surgery, and the notice for removal against me wasn't even a vegetable cutting knife. Well, my colleague Himanshu Shekhar also joins us on the broadcast here. Well, a strong response, Himanshu, from the Vice President.
That's right, and he has very categorically said that the notice that was issued in a haste, and he has said that and I quote him, when I read it, I was astonished. But what surprised me more was that none of you read it. If you had, you wouldn't have been able to sleep for days. We clearly are very strong rebuttal from the Vice President, who has repeatedly been admonishing the opposition parties and has repeatedly rejected the allegations leveled by Mallikarjun Kharge and other senior leaders against him. And I think this notice, of course, was rejected on the last day of the winter session of Parliament, and now Vice President, for the first time, very categorically showing his anguish and anger at the manner in which the no confidence motion was sought to be moved against them. And in that context, he has also said that there have been orchestrated efforts by forces which are inimical to the interests of the country, who are trying to destroy brick by brick our constitutional institutions. So a word of caution and a very strong rebuttal to all the allegations and the fact that opposition had in fact moved a very ill-conceived no confidence motion against him.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the big breaking news coming in at this point in time. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. It's Prime Minister Modi's pre-poll gift to Delhi. That's the new line of Delhi Metro Phase 4. Prime Minister Modi will lay the foundation stone of the metro line between Delhi and Haryana on December 6th. With this, new elevated road will open in northeast part of Delhi. Well, shifting our focus now, the Congress party has approached the Supreme Court after the centre tweaked an election rule to prevent public inspection of certain e-documents such as CCTV cameras, webcasting footage and video recordings of candidates to prevent their misuse. It has led to the opposition accusing the government of eroding the integrity of the electoral process. Well, the Election Commission officials have said misuse of CCTV camera footage from inside the polling booths could compromise voter secrecy. They've also said that the footage could be used to generate fake narrative using artificial intelligence.
The Congress party has filed a plea in the Supreme Court challenging the recent amendments that were made for the rules for the conduct of elections 1961. In this particular petition that has been filed by the Congress party, it has been mentioned that the recent amendments that have been made, which restricts public for important election material and also restricts to electronic data, including the CCTV footages, is something that Supreme Court should intervene and they should restore the entire election code of conduct. It is the Congress party which went on to say that by restricting the public to access the important documents as well as the electronic footage of the election is something which the Election Commission might be charged of free and fair elections, and also this cannot be allowed unilaterally and without public consultations. Amend such a vital law in such a brazen manner is something that the Congress party wants the integrity of the Election Commission to be fixed. Hopefully the Supreme Court will restore is something that Congress has demanded. Remember, yesterday as well, the Congress party did a press conference and highlighted that how the Election Commission has been working in a biased way as far as different elections are concerned. The Congress party had been time and again raising the questions over the EVM, the data that had been published as far as the electorals are concerned. And now finally, when there had been recent amendments that had been made, the Congress party had gone out and now reached out to the Supreme Court to restore the rules that had been amended recently.
All right, shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. A scuffle broke out between the Congress party and the BJP councillors over B.R. Ambedkar during the General House meeting of Chandigarh Municipal Corporation today. Nominated councillor Anil Masi had slammed the Congress party, calling Rahul Gandhi a leader out on bail in the National Herald case. After which a heated argument broke out between the Congress and the BJP members as well as the Aam Aadmi Party members. Now, there were fist fights, corporation members punching each other and also sloganeering in the House. All right, that's the latest that we're picking at the moment. Whether any action has been taken against the corporation members in this regard or not, that remains to be seen. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Meanwhile, those are visuals that came in a while back when this scuffle broke out inside the municipal corporation today. All right, Gurpreet joins us on the broadcast here. Gurpreet, any more updates that have come in? Any action that has been taken against these members of the corporation who were engaged in this fist fight and, seen slapping or punching each other?
Well, we have seen all the officers, they are mulling and they are discussing at the length to understand what type of action they are going to take against those who had created ruckus on the floor of the house. We have seen the huge drama had been played today when one of the councillors, he has raised a statement against nominated councillor Anil Mati. He is saying that he is the vote chore, and after that we have seen the other side of the councillor. They had also come into well, and even the nominated councillor Anil Mati, he has also come into well, where he has putting a question mark over the Congress leader, saying Rahul Gandhi is also on the bail. So we have seen the blows were being exchanged between all the MLAs, and finally what we have seen, this is a video recorded. The whole incident had been recorded. Now they are trying to mull over this whole incident to just understand what type of action they are going to take against these people who have created this high drama on the floor of the house in the municipal corporation meeting, which has been held in Chandigarh.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now. Over 300 roads have been cut off and over 3 national highways shut due to massive snowstorm in Himachal Pradesh. 500 vehicles have been stuck in the snow and at least 4 people have died in the last 24 hours in the ensuing chaos.
ये सड़कें पूरी तरीके से जो है वो ठीक है और हमारी करीबन 350 सड़कें बंद हुई थी, जिसमें से 235 आज खोल दी जाएगी और कल करीबन 80-85 और खोल दी जाएगी। हमने करीबन 270 मशीनरी पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट ने डिप्लॉय करी है, जिसमें जेसीबी मशीन्स है, टिपर्स है, बुलडोज़र्स है, तो कोई भी ऐसी असुविधा ना हो इसके लिए हम पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं। मैंने आज ही ऑनलाइन बैठक सभी अधिकारियों के साथ पूरे प्रदेश में करी है और हमने पूरा जायज़ा लिया है। जहाँ पे एडिशनल कोई मैन पावर की ज़रूरत है, एडिशनल मशीनरी की ज़रूरत है, उसको भी ऑन प्रायोरिटी डिप्लॉय किया जाएगा। इसमें कोई भी असुविधा ना टूरिस्ट को आएगी और ना ही जो हमारी क्षेत्र की प्रदेश की जनता है उनको आएगी।
Well, my colleague Gurpreet joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on this news as well. Well, 4 people have died in the last 24 hours as per information. Gurpreet, is action being taken on the ground as has been promised by the Himachal government?
Well, what we have learned, one alert has already been issued to all the administration officers, specifically the deputy commissioner of all the district, to just see that where the traffic chaos is happening. At the same time, all the help should be provided to the people who have been stranded on the various roads of Himachal Pradesh. We have seen around 300 roads have already been affected because of this heavy snowfall, and now they are trying to find out what is the way out for this thing, and they had already given a very clear instruction to all the deputy commissioners that they should take a stock of the situation on the ground, so that these passengers and specifically the tourists who have come from various locations of the country, they should not be affected because of this chaos which has been created in the various locations of Himachal Pradesh. So let's see that whether they are going to provide them a proper help at this point of time or not, and these roads which have been affected, they will be able to find out any solution for this problem or not. That is yet to be seen. Back to
all right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details there. Now, even as the snow in Himachal has led to logistical nightmare in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand we do understand tourists are now enjoying the snow. There are visuals coming in from Chamoli in Uttarakhand where tourists could be seen enjoying the pre-Christmas snow.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम जन्नत में गए, हेवन। अभी सच में माउंटेन्स कॉलिंग।
पूरे ओली जो कि जितने भी यहाँ अभी आने वाले टूरिस्ट हैं या जो आज से पहुंचेंगे क्रिसमस और न्यू ईयर की छुट्टी के लिए, उनको प्रकृति ने एक बहुत शानदार उपहार दिया है जिसमें कि पूरा ओली बर्फ से भर गया है।
All right, we have more news that we're tracking now. Back to the Allu Arjun case. Telugu actor Allu Arjun was questioned today by the Hyderabad police for over 4 hours after a stampede at a city theatre this month killed a woman and left her 8-year-old child with life-threatening injuries. Allu Arjun was seen leaving from the Chikatpalli police station in Hyderabad earlier, where he was taken for questioning in the stampede case. Now, security has also been stepped up at his residence. He has already reached his house. As per information, Allu Arjun has been questioned about what happened on the day of the stampede. Did he have permission to go to the Sandhya theatre? Did he have permission to interact with fans? And also the charge against him that he refused to leave from the theatre even after the stampede took place. We have political reactions also coming in. Listen in.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी किसी को इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर रहे, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो इश्यू है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखेंगे तो अल्लू अर्जुन को बुला के पुलिस स्टेशन में उनके ऊपर इंक्वायरी हो रहा। आज वो लोग बोलने को बड़े बड़े बातें बोलते हैं, ये उनका सोच समझ कर राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनसे ये इस तरह के बातों में तेलंगाना के लोग आने वाले नहीं है। और जो बीजेपी और बीआरएस का जो गठबंधन है, ये पूरा एपिसोड में मालूम पड़ रहा है कि दोनों भी किस तरह से डिफेंस करने के मतलब साथ में मिलके एक सिचुएशन को डिफेंस करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
The way that the Chief Minister of Telangana, this gentleman Revanth Reddy, and working with this rabble-rousing MLA called Akbaruddin Owaisi are targeting a movie star seems to me something that is suspicious, something that has an ulterior motive. These politicians have made it a business. Many politicians have made it a business of extortions and putting these kinds of pressures on people. That there is this dubious collaboration between Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi when it comes to this particular gentleman actor Allu Arjun.
रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है। उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को। लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
So the questioning was for less than 4 hours, and yes, he is back home, and we were told he had lunch with his family as well and is resting now. And we do understand from the police that he is likely to be called in for questioning again, and the process of taking him to the scene of offence, which is Sandhya Theatre, to reconstruct the sequence of events, that will also happen eventually. So another notice can be expected summoning him to the police station. When that will happen is not yet clear, but the police also is intent on filing the legal papers in order to challenge the bail that has been granted to Allu Arjun in this particular case. So 3 things that I must point out in this context is that one, Allu Arjun and his lawyer Ashok Reddy were the only 2 people present from Allu Arjun's side when the questioning was done by the investigators. What we do presume, because whatever is being floated around saying that these are the questions asked, that would be in the area of conjecture. And I would tell you that if the sequence of events is being reconstructed the way Allu Arjun has spoken in the public domain, the critical questions that were asked of him would be, did he at all know that permission had been denied for his arrival at the theatre to watch the premiere show along with the heroine of the film Rashmika Mandana and his family members and also the production unit. Second, did the Sandhya Theatre management convey to Allu Arjun's team that the permission has been denied? So who took the call to go ahead with the appearance of the star at the premiere show even though police had denied permission for it? 3, did the police at any stage tell him when he arrived there that he should return and not proceed with going into the theatre, because already for the last 2 to 3 days the police had been saying that things were out of control because the premiere show was to happen there and everyone was so anxious or eager and excited to get the tickets, and therefore there is such a huge rush outside the theatre that they did not expect that things would be under control. The 4th question to ask is whether Allu Arjun was actually approached by any policeman to leave the venue, because he has specifically said that only his own managers had approached him to say that because things are getting out of control he must leave. And he has also said that he knew about the death of the woman Revati only the next morning, whereas the police seem to suggest that even though they had conveyed to him him about the death, he had continued to stay there. That is something that's been denied by Allu Arjun. So all these are questions that are asked, and Allu Arjun, for the first time, should I say, getting an opportunity to present his version of the story to the investigators, because so far the police has spoken, the Chief Minister has spoken, Allu Arjun has spoken, and several other political voices and film personalities have spoken. But what is the sequence of events as it unfolded according to Allu Arjun? That is something that was recorded as part of the statement today that the police took from Allu Arjun, and we can expect more on that front once again. All this, even as the Chief Minister has very strictly told the spokespersons not to speak about this issue anymore. So what it means is that the government also from its part does not want to escalate matters, and Allu Arjun's close team has also told us that today's meeting or today's questioning went off in very cordial terms, in a cordial atmosphere, and therefore the actor also felt comfortable answering those questions. Back to you.
Well, we have some breaking news now coming in. This is from the world of sports. We are learning now Champions Trophy schedule has been announced. India versus Pakistan match will take place in Dubai on Feb 23rd. Well, the schedule has been announced finally. There has been a lot of controversy around the Champions Trophy. And we are learning now the 9th edition of the ICC Champions Trophy will take place over 19 days. The fixtures and groupings have been announced by the ICC, with the tournament set to begin on 19th of Feb. My colleague Osama joins us with more details there. Osama, so the schedule has been announced now. Take us through the details here.
Well, Kitty, it was expected that the ICC would announce that schedule in just a couple of days after announcing that India will be playing their matches in Dubai instead of Sri Lanka. The schedule has come out, and what we can understand is there are 4 matches that are going to be played in Dubai, including the big one, India versus Pakistan, that is going to be played on the 23rd, along with the other group matches that India will play in Dubai. Also, the semi-final, the first semi-final will also take place in Dubai. Now, there have been speculations about whether if India does not qualify for the semi-finals, will that first semi-final spot go back to Pakistan, will be hosted in Pakistan? That is still to be seen at the moment. But this tournament, which has been under the limelight for quite some time, especially after India refused to travel to Pakistan, it has now come. It has basically now been finalized. India will be playing their 3 group matches in Dubai, along with the semi-final if India qualifies. And the good news is that India's the entire trophy's schedule has now been announced, with a big one, India versus Pakistan in Dubai on the 23rd of February.
All right. So in Pakistan, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Karachi are going to be the 3 venues that would be hosting the tournament play. And as you've been informing us here, Osama, the information that's coming in is that Lahore is where the final match is going to be played, unless India qualifies. All right. So unless India qualifies, Lahore is the venue where the final match will be played on 9th of March, we are learning, in which case if India qualifies, it will be played in Dubai. Remember, there has been a lot of controversy around the ICC Champions Trophy, after which it was decided to hold the Champions Trophy in hybrid mode. And now the 8-team tournament will feature 15 matches as per the information coming in. It will be played across Pakistan and in Dubai. All right, Osama, my colleague, still with us on the broadcast here. Any reaction so far that has come in here?
Well, we are still awaiting. Reactions from both the sides, from PCB as well as BCCI as of now. But from what we understand, there is, there has been a lot of back and forth between the BCCI as well as the PCB, along with ICC, over finalizing the venues and finalizing the schedule. Like you mentioned, this has been the entire thing came to a conclusion after the PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi and his UAE counterpart Sheikh Al Nahyan. They met on Saturday evening in Pakistan, and was then finalized that the hybrid model will go ahead, and India will be playing their matches in Dubai. There have been in a way, a stalemate between India and Pakistan for a long, long time. Remember, the last time India played a bilateral series was in 2012, and that is a long gap that has, India had not traveled to Pakistan since 2008 Mumbai terror attacks, in which 150 people had died, and that status quo was maintained by India and Indian government as well as the BCCI.
Yes, but this does bring an end to that dilemma with now the match, if the final, of course, is going to happen in Lahore, but if India qualifies, it could be played in Dubai. This does end that dilemma.
Absolutely, absolutely. So in case India does not qualify for the knockouts, the knockout matches, including the final, will take place in Pakistan because they are the host country, and that has been the agreement. But if India does qualify for the knockouts and for the finals, the entire knockout tournament will be taking place in Dubai.
All right. Osama, for the benefit of our viewers who've just joined in, take us through the details once again. There will be 15 matches and they're going to be played in Pakistan as well as in Dubai. Absolutely. So, just to give a background to this entire tournament, the official fixtures, they were basically announced just a couple of minutes ago by the ICC. This is for the ICC Champions Trophy, and remember, the last time an ICC tournament took place was in 2017, which Pakistan won. This is the 50-over format, the ODI format tournament that is taking place after 2017. This tournament is being hosted by Pakistan in its entirety, but because India did not agree to travel to Pakistan, the hybrid model came into place where India will be playing their matches in Dubai and Pakistan will be playing that big match, India versus Pakistan, in Dubai on the 23rd. Remember, this entire tournament, there are going to be 15 matches over the course of time, and Pakistan, Rawalpindi, Lahore as well as Karachi, these are the venues. In Pakistan, Rawalpindi, Lahore and Karachi, these are the venues that will be hosting the tournament in Pakistan along with Dubai. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, Osama, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest that's coming in. Well, the official schedule now has been announced and the India-Pak match is going to take place on Feb 23rd. Of course, all eyes will be on that. It's time to quickly wrap this bulletin. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently.
I really want to work and do something for my people because they have.
And welcome to NDTV. It's time for news break on the broadcast. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines we're tracking at 6. Actor Allu Arjun questioned for over 4 hours at the police station in Hyderabad in connection with the Stampede death case. Politics speaks over Pushpa Stampede death. BJP BRS call it political vendetta against Allu Arjun. Congress says no witch hunt against the Telugu superstar. Congress has approached the Supreme Court after the centre tweaked an election rule to prevent public inspection of certain electronic documents to prevent their misuse. ICC Champions Trophy 2025 schedule out. India versus Pakistan in Dubai on 23rd Feb. Manu Bhaker reacts to Khel Ratna snub. Manu Bhaker says possible lapse on my part. Our father speak exclusively to NDTV. Hits out at the bureaucrats. Telugu superstar Pushpa 2's main protagonist Allu Arjun today once again was questioned by the police in Hyderabad for over 4 hours. Allu Arjun, in fact, reached the police station at 11 this morning, and then for 4 hours he was questioned by the police. Questions were raised about whether he knew what had happened, and the police, in fact, says that the questions were necessary part of the investigation which they are conducting in the Stampede case, which happened on December 4th, in which a woman died and her son was left grievously injured, still battling for his life. Now, there is a lot of politics, ladies and gentlemen, being played in the name of Allu Arjun. It is being seen as a straight fight between the Chief Minister, Revanth Reddy. So, a superstar Chief Minister versus superstar of the movies there, the Telugu cinema, Allu Arjun. In fact, when the protests broke out outside his residence, both the Congress and the BRS traded charges of the accused being close to each other by sharing photos of the accused, once with Revanth Reddy and then also with KTR. The BJP and BRS have hit out at the Congress party, calling it a witch hunt. On the other hand, the Congress says the rule, in fact, of law is being followed to the T, whether it is Allu Arjun or a common citizen.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी किसी को इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर रहे। जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो इश्यू है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखेंगे तो अल्लू अर्जुन को बुला के पुलिस स्टेशन में उनके ऊपर इंक्वायरी हो रहा। आज वो लोग बोलने को बड़े बड़े बातें बोलते हैं, ये उनका सोच समझ कर राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनसे ये इस तरह के बातों में तेलंगाना के लोग आने वाले नहीं है। और जो बीजेपी और बीआरएस का जो गठबंधन है, ये पूरा एपिसोड में मालूम पड़ रहा है कि दोनों भी किस तरह से डिफेंस करने के, मतलब साथ में मिलके एक सिचुएशन को डिफेंस करने का कोशिश करें।
The way that the Chief Minister of Telangana, this gentleman Revanth Reddy, and working with this rabble-rousing MLA called Akbaruddin Owaisi are targeting a movie star seems to me something that is suspicious, something that has an ulterior motive. These politicians have made it a business. Many politicians have made it a business of extortions and putting these kinds of pressures on people. That there is this dubious collaboration between Revanth Reddy and Akbaruddin Owaisi when it comes to this particular gentleman actor Allu Arjun.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्होंने आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है। उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को। लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
So the questioning was for less than 4 hours, and yes, he is back home, and we were told he had lunch with his family as well and is resting now. And we do understand from the police that he is likely to be called in for questioning again, and the process of taking him to the scene of offence, which is Sandhya Theatre, to reconstruct the sequence of events. That will also happen eventually. So another notice can be expected summoning him to the police station. When that will happen is not yet clear, but the police also is intent on filing the legal papers in order to challenge the bail that has been granted to Allu Arjun in this particular case. So three things that I must point out in this context is that one, Allu Arjun and his lawyer Ashok Reddy were the only two people present from Allu Arjun's side when the questioning was done by the investigators. What we do presume, because whatever is being floated around saying that these are the questions asked, that would be in the area of conjecture. And I would tell you that if the sequence of events is being reconstructed the way Allu Arjun has spoken in the public domain, the critical questions that were asked of him would be, did he at all know that permission had been denied for his arrival at the theatre to watch the premiere show along with the heroine of the film Rashmika Mandana and his family members, and also the production unit. Second, did the Sandhya Theatre management convey to Allu Arjun's team that the permission has been denied? So who took the call to go ahead with the appearance of the star at the premiere show even though police had denied permission for it? 3, did the police at any stage tell him when he arrived there that he should return and not proceed with going into the theatre, because already for the last 2 to 3 days the police had been saying that things were out of control because the premiere show was to happen there and everyone was so anxious or eager and excited to get the tickets, and therefore there was such a huge rush outside the theatre that they did not expect that things would be under control. The fourth question to ask is whether Allu Arjun was actually approached by any policeman to leave the venue, because he has specifically said that only his own managers had approached him to say that because things are getting out of control he must leave. And he has also said that he knew about the death of the woman Revati only the next morning, whereas the police seemed to suggest that even though they had conveyed to him about the death, he had continued to stay there. That is something that's been denied by Allu Arjun. So all these are questions that are asked, and Allu Arjun for the first time, should I say, getting an opportunity to present his version of the story to the investigators, because so far the police has spoken, the Chief Minister has spoken, Allu Arjun has spoken, and several other political voices and film personalities have spoken. But what is the sequence of events as it unfolded according to Allu Arjun? That is something that was recorded as part of the statement today that the police took from Allu Arjun, and we can expect more on that front once again. All this, even as the Chief Minister has very strictly told the spokespersons not to speak about this issue anymore. So what it means is that the government also from its part does not want to escalate matters, and Allu Arjun's close team has also told us that today's meeting or today's questioning went off in very cordial terms, in a cordial atmosphere, and therefore the actor also felt comfortable answering those questions. Back to you.
So Allu Arjun now, in fact, in the movie there is a confrontation between the Chief Minister, fictitious confrontation, but in real life this is very different from how it happens in the films. Let's move on to the other big story that we are tracking at this moment. India's ace shooter Manu Bhaker, who made history in 2024 Paris Olympics by winning 2 bronze medals, failed to make it in the 30-name shortlist for the nominees of the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Awards. Now, Manu Bhaker has reacted to the ongoing controversy over this and has stated there might be lapses on her part while filing the nomination. She has also added winning awards are not her goal. Right, let me now at this moment, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, go across and bring in live at this moment. We are being joined by Manu Bhaker's father, who is in fact, though it's traveling, as Manu Bhaker is also traveling for her training. He's joining us at this moment. Mr. Bhaker, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us and speaking to us on phone line at such short notice. सबसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, ये जो लिस्ट में उनका नाम नहीं है खेल रत्न का, देश का सबसे बड़ा अवार्ड है, मनु बाकर, आपको लग रहा था कि कम से कम उन्हें इस बार खेल रत्न अवार्ड जरूर मिलेगा, निराश है इससे?
देखिए, नॉमिनेशन रिकमेंडेशन तो इंडिविजुअल के ऊपर होती है कि वहां पे ना 12 लोग थे, एक रिटायर्ड जज था, एक दो तीन ब्यूरोक्रेट थे। तो रिकमेंड करना ना करना तो उनका पर्सनल इश्यू है, पर्सनल विषय है कि वो किसी को रिकमेंड करें। बहुत से कुछ खिलाड़ी भी थे जो बिल्कुल चुप बैठे थे, कोई खिलाड़ी बोल भी रहा था, कोई किसी को रिकमेंड कर रहा था। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य ये है कि उस पर डिस्कस नहीं हुआ। अवार्ड कहीं नहीं जाएगा, अवार्ड तो मिलेगा, लेकिन पॉइंट ये है कि उस पर डिस्कस नहीं हुआ। और ये कह के ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को ये कह के बंद कराना, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स वहां पे या तो होने ही नहीं चाहिए उस मीटिंग में। वहां पे खेल की हस्ती होनी चाहिए। जज ब्यूरोक्रेट्स ये क्यों होनी चाहिए वहां पे? अरे आप किसी को किसी ने जज ने आपको वो कर दिया, उसको वो करने के लिए खेल में डाल दोगे क्यों भाई? खेल खिलाड़ी कम है क्या देश में? बहुत खिलाड़ी हैं जो डेकोरेटेड है। अंजलि भागवत है, अभिनव बिंद्रा है, पीटी उषा है, बहुत खिलाड़ी हैं। तो जो बड़े बड़े जिन्होंने मेडल जीते हुए हैं, ओलंपिक मेडल जीते हुए हैं।
पर रामकिशन जी, क्योंकि जैसे आपने बताया कि वो ढंग से अपना केस को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर पाए, मनु ने भी अपना एक पोस्ट डाला है, उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि कुछ लैप्सेस रह गए। तो क्या कमी रह गई सर?
वो इसलिए कहा कि उसने उसको गोल्ड लाने भेजा था, वो ब्रॉन्ज लेके आई है, तो गलती है ना। वो गोल्ड लेने के लिए बोला था कि गोल्ड आना है, तो रह गया, तो अगली बार गोल्ड भी करनी चाहिए।
लेकिन गोल्ड तो नहीं जीत पाए, लेकिन उसके बाद भी इतिहास उन्होंने रचा। पहली महिला खिलाड़ी हैं, देश की पहली एथलीट है जिन्होंने एक ही ओलंपिक में 2 मेडल जीते हैं।
तो ये कोई नौकरी थोड़ी है कि कोई आवेदन करेगा, ये तो कंट्रोवर्सी जानबूझ के कराई गई है। ये कोई नौकरी थोड़ी है कि भाई आप आवेदन करोगे, आप किसी होंगे, आप हस्ताक्षर होंगे। ये आपको अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है सरकार की तरफ से, जिसमें कोई नॉमिनेशन का तो नाम ही नहीं होना चाहिए। और नॉमिनेशन तो पिछले 4 साल से मैं देख रहा, हर बार भर रही थी। पापा भर तो देती हूँ, देखते हैं, पापा भर तो देती हूँ, देखते हैं दे कि ना दे। मैं कहा बेटा जब तक कुछ बड़ा करो ये अपने आप मिल जाएगा, हम तो ये कहते थे।
रामकृष्ण जी, मैं आपसे ये भी सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा, मनु भाकर के जो कोच हैं जसपाल राणा साहब, उन्होंने भी कहा कि ये बड़ा डीमोटिवेटिंग है और इस तरह के जो खिलाड़ी जो इतना बड़ा अचीवमेंट करते हैं उन्हें तो ऑटोमेटिकली नॉमिनेट कर देना चाहिए, उन्हें ऑटोमेटिकली अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं वो, और ये बात तो बिल्कुल सही है। और ऊपर से क्या है कि ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट, नॉट ओनली मनु, ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट सबको खेल रत्न का सीधा डायरेक्टली अवार्ड होना चाहिए कि भाई ओलंपिक मेडल जीतने बड़ा मेडल है देश के लिए, और उसको खेल रत्न दिया जाना चाहिए। कितने खिलाड़ी हैं जो ओलंपिक में अभी मेडल नहीं लेके, और वो इसमें उसको खेल रत्न भी मिला हुआ, और ऊपर से वो इस कमेटी के मेंबर भी बने हुए हैं। बताओ, उनको भी दिया हुआ है, तो कम से कम उनको तो दो जो अचीव करते हैं। उनके अलावा आपकी अनुकंपा है, आपके अपने पर्सनल खिलाड़ी, उनको और दे दो, कोई इश्यू नहीं है। या लगे कि यार दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण था उनसे ओलंपिक मेडल नहीं आया, लेकिन एशियाड में जीता हुआ है, या कॉमनवेल्थ में जीता हुआ है, या और बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म में जीता हुआ है, वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी जीता हुआ है, 2 कम से इतने बड़े तो मत करो जो ओलंपिक मेडल बहुत मुश्किल से।
जी सर, मैं एक सवाल आपसे जाने से पहले और पूछना चाहूंगा रामकृष्ण जी, बड़ी कंट्रोवर्सी उठ रही है और ये भी बार बार कहा जा रहा है कि क्योंकि मनु भाकर बहुत देखी गई, आप लोग राहुल गांधी से मिले, दीपेंद्र हुड्डा के साथ बहुत देखे गए, उसका आपको कहीं लगता है कुछ रिएक्शन है, कहीं लगता है पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है उनका नाम ना होना?
दीपेंद्र हुड्डा, राहुल गांधी या सोनिया गांधी या पोजीशन में तो एक ही चीज कहूंगा, इस अवार्ड से कोई संबंध नहीं है। तो ये था कि अवार्ड मान लिया मेडल जीत के है, उससे प्यार से रिस्पेक्ट, और बहुत लोगों ने उनके साथ में उनको लंच पे, डिनर पे, ब्रेकफास्ट पे बुलाया है, उनको कुछ भेंट दी है, कुछ उनके साथ फोटो खिंचाए हैं। तो वो एक देशवासियों की तरह प्रेम था। और ये इससे नहीं पता, इससे कोई होता है क्या है कि कुछ बाबू लोगों को सरकार की इमेज खराब करने में मजा आता है, वो कर गए बस।
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए, जुड़ने के लिए। दैट वाज रामकृष्ण भाकर, फादर ऑफ मनु भाकर, हिटिंग आउट एट द ब्यूरोक्रेट्स एंड सेइंग दैट it is them who has spoiled the image of the government by not including Manu Bhaker as far as the list of the nominees for the Khel Ratna Award is concerned, also saying that Olympians like her achievers like her, a double medal winner in one Olympic, should automatically get the Khel Ratan Award. Thank you for joining us with all those details. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and to the other big story that we are tracking at this moment, the schedule for the Champions Trophy 2025 is out, and the most watched match, India versus Pakistan, the date is now out, 23rd Feb. This is when India takes on Pakistan. The venue is going to be Dubai. That's the big story which is coming in. India versus Pakistan clash is going to be in Dubai, which eventually would mean if India and Pakistan do meet again in the tournament, let's say in a quarter, semi or a final, then also that will take place in Dubai. My colleague Osama joins us with more details on this. Osama, though the entire the schedule is out, but both the people in India and Pakistan anxiously waiting for that date, 23rd Feb, when both these arch rivals meet in Dubai.
Absolutely, Ankit, and 23rd, mark your calendars, everyone, because that is the big day. The clash of the titans is going to happen on the 23rd of February. India versus Pakistan will be played in Dubai. This is after much speculation that the schedule has now come out. India, like you mentioned, India will be playing all their matches in Dubai, all the group matches, including if India qualifies for the knockouts, all their matches will take place in Dubai. And just to give a context to how this entire thing has unfolded, remember Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi, he met with his UAE counterpart Sheikh Al Nahyan on Saturday evening, and that is when it was decided that Dubai will be the one of the venues for in order to incorporate the hybrid model. There were speculations about whether it is going to be Sri Lanka, whether it is going to be Dubai. But after that meeting, it was finalized that Dubai will actually be the place where India will be playing all their matches. There had been a stalemate since 2008, and India has not traveled to Pakistan since then, and this is right after the Mumbai terror attacks in which 150 people had died. And BCCI as well as the government of India both had maintained that status quo that, look, we are not going to travel to Pakistan in any case because of security concerns there. And they had maintained that status quo. The only time there was a bilateral series between India and Pakistan was in 2012 when Pakistan traveled to India. Remember, as far as the ICC Champions Trophy is concerned, Pakistan are the defending champions. This is the 50-over format, the ODI format tournament that is going to return after 2017. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on Pakistan as well, being the host nation as well as the defending champions. But all eyes will be on that one match on the 23rd of February, where India is going to clash with Pakistan, and every time, irrespective of form, irrespective of venues, irrespective of the team that are playing, it is always a heated battle. It is always neck to neck between the two countries. So it will be interesting to see how that match unfolds. Remember, this is a 15. It is going to be a 15-match tournament. India will be playing their matches in Dubai, and most of the matches are going to be taking place in Pakistan, that is Rawalpindi, Lahore, as well as Karachi, except for India's matches. And one of the semi-finals that has been decided as of now, that is going to take place in Dubai. But all eyes will now be on the kind of reactions that come in. We are still waiting for people to react on the schedule, and we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold as of now.
All right, Osama, thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. All right, so that was Osama, my colleague, telling us in detail about what and how, in fact, this match has been decided now, will be played in 23rd of Feb. So book your tickets, ladies and gentlemen, to Dubai if you want to witness this match. Moving on now, Delhi High Court's landmark order. The Delhi High Court has said there will be free treatment for rape victims, free treatment for acid attack victims at the hospitals, and the hospitals cannot refuse free aid. In a landmark order, the Delhi High Court has directed the victims of rape, acid attacks and sexual assault and survivors of the POCSO, in fact, cases are entitled for free medical treatment at government and private hospitals as well as nursing homes. A division bench comprising of Justice Pratibha M. Singh and Justice Amit Sharma ruled that all central and state governments funded institutions as well as private hospitals, clinics and nursing homes must comply with the directives to ensure survivors of rape, acid attacks and POCSO cases receive immediate medical attention and necessary services without any charge as far as the victim is concerned. Meanwhile, the BJP has moved the Delhi High Court seeking directions to the government of Delhi to send 14 CAG reports to Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena for presenting the same before the Legislative Assembly of Delhi. The government said in the court that it has sent CAG files to the Delhi Secretary of Legislative Assembly. High Court has issued notice and sought response from the government of Delhi over BJP's pleas to convene a special assembly session to discuss the CAG reports. This was the second time the BJP MLAs have moved High Court regarding the Aam Aadmi Party government. Right, some breaking news coming in at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. What we are getting to know at this moment is that there is a massive technical glitch which is being reported in the United States of America. All American airlines at this moment, what we know, are at this moment grounded. Flights have been grounded due to a technical glitch. And, you know, in the holiday season, just on the eve of Christmas, this is going to create a lot of harakiri as far as American travel is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Vishnu Shobh, who's joining us with more details. Vishnu, now this is going to impact a lot of people and their plans as far as Christmas and holidays are concerned.
I think this is a very large issue. It concerns American Airlines. American Airlines is the world's largest airline. It operates approximately 6,800 flights a day to more than 45 countries. The reason for this glitch, as it has been reported, is unspecified. It is a technical glitch. It was reported by American Airlines to the US regulator, the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, and on the basis of an FAA agreement with the American Airlines request, all flights of American Airlines have been grounded. Now, the possibility of this continuing for an extended period of time is at this juncture unclear. But for the moment, as you mentioned, no Christmas cheer for those potentially lakhs of passengers around the world booked on American Airlines who would likely face delays immediately.
Vishnu, is it been attributed to some internal glitch? Is it a cyber attack? Any clarity on that?
No clarity whatsoever. There was a situation impacting a large American carrier a couple of years back as well, which resulted in all flights being grounded. Is this similar? Is this a technical outage? Is this a cyber attack? Is there a security concern? These are questions which we'll need to get to the bottom of. But I think in a breaking news situation, which is now all we do know, Ankit, is that the world's largest airline, which operates 6,800 odd flights every day, has been grounded on Christmas Eve. That is something which will impact lakhs of passengers around the world. An unspecified technical factor has caused American Airlines to be grounded.
Thank you so much, Vishnu Shobh, for reporting on this story, which is coming in from the United States of America at this moment. Let's move on to the other story that we are tracking at this moment. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has spoken on the no trust motion which was moved against him in the parliament by the opposition. Reacting to the opposition's move, Dhankar, who is the Rajya Sabha chairman, said, and I quote, "Never use a vegetable cutting knife for bypass surgery. The notice for removal wasn't even vegetable cutting knife. It was rusted." Unquote. He also added that orchestrated efforts by forces inimical to the interests of this country is trying to destroy brick by brick our constitutional institutions.
क्या कल्पना लोक में ऐसा लगता है कि वर्तमान उनकी डिक्शनरी में नहीं है। बेहतर होता कि तो
My colleague Himanshu now joins us with more details on this story. Himanshu, the Vice President remains defiant, also hits back at the opposition.
And he actually issued a very strong if you just look at his quote, he has look at the notice against the Vice President. It wasn't even a vegetable cutting knife. Trusted. There was haste. And you know, this I think is a true accusations that were leveled by Mallikarjun Kharge and several other.
Facing some problems there with Himanshu's line. We'll try and reconnect with him. Let's go back to the other story that we are tracking at this moment. Amir Hussain Lone, a para-cricketer from Jammu and Kashmir, is overjoyed. His dream of opening a cricket academy for children is finally coming true. This has been made possible with the support of the Adani Group. Earlier this year, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani saluted his never-give-up spirit in a post on X, formerly Twitter. He stated the Adani Foundation would provide every possible support in his unique journey, recognizing his struggle as an inspiration to all. Now, a cricket academy is coming up in Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag with the financial support of about 70 lakh rupees from the Adani Foundation. Amir, who is an inspiration to many, is elated. His struggles were finally rewarded after the Adani Foundation reached out to him with financial support, which helped him revive his life and career. He has thanked Gautam Adani for opening doors of opportunities for budding cricketers in Jammu and Kashmir.
पहले तो मैं शुक्रिया अदा कहना चाहता हूँ अपने देश के महान व्यक्ति को, गौतम अडानी सर को, प्रीति अडानी मैम को और जीत अडानी सर को, अडानी फाउंडेशन को, जिन्होंने मुझे इससे पहले भी हेल्प किया और आज भी जब मुझे ज़रूरत पड़ी इंडोर की, जिसमें कि 70 लाख की ज़रूरत थी और छोटी सी मैसेज मैंने की और तुरंत गौतम अडानी सर ने मुझे वापस रिप्लाई दिया कि आप अपना काम जो है शुरू करो। और स्पेशली मैं थैंक यू कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये सपना जो अगर पूरा हो रहा है वो बस गौतम अडानी सर के कारण से। स्नोफॉल ज़्यादा पड़ता है और बर्फ़ के कारण से हमारी जो प्रॉब्लम हो रही है अब वो प्रॉब्लम जो है दूर होने वाली है। क्रिकेट एकेडमी आमिर क्रिकेट एकेडमी में उसमें फीस किसी बच्चे का नहीं होगा, फ्री ट्रेनिंग होगी, सब कुछ होगा, बैट फ्री होगा।
All right, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कैशबैक है स्लो, करते नहीं इम्प्रेस, लाइफ हुई इजी, कितना कुछ फ्री, ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी। ये भी फ्री, वो भी फ्री, कितना कुछ फ्री, ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी। गेट इट फ्री विद सिंगल आईडी। कितने सारे ऐप्स से मुझसे जुड़े, ब्रांड्स मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े। Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Time for our section on MPs. Meet your MPs. And this time my colleague Aishwarya caught up with Ernakulam MP from Kerala, this member of parliament from the Congress party. Hebe George, in fact, Eden, it represents the Ernakulam constituency. He spoke to my colleague about, just not politics and also about his life.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs. And today I'm being joined by a very special guest, Behead. Thank you so much for speaking to us. He's a member of parliament from Ernakulam, Kerala, from the Congress party. Hebe, so in this segment, we get to know about our MPs, how their political journey started and how they've reached to New Delhi, to this parliament complex. Please tell us about yourself. How did it all started? From where it came into your mind that I want to join politics and I want to reach the parliament?
First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I always wanted to speak something beyond politics, and I've always been a student activist all my life. I started my journey in the Kerala Students' Union. I've contested many a times in my college union. I was a district president, state president of Kerala Students' Union, and the national president of the National Students' Union of India, NSUI. So from 2008 to 11, I was in Delhi. I was heading the student organization of Congress. I traveled across. was very fortunate to be a part of the team of Rahul Gandhi when he was the General Secretary. So we did the organizational elections across the country for the NSUI in every state. Later, in 11, I had an opportunity to contest in my assembly. In 11 and 16, I was elected in the Kerala Legislative Assembly. After which, in 19 and 24, I was fortunate to get a ticket from Ernakulam and come here.
Many of the young politicians, when I've been speaking to them, they said that they had some political leaning or political background. Did you have any political background in your
I have a political background. My father was in politics. I was a member of parliament, but he passed away when I was in my college, when I was 19. And I was there always in politics, in student politics, as I said. And the culture of student politics is extremely different in Kerala and West Bengal. So student movements have a lot of importance. And we always have a student turf when it is into agitations or creative interventions. Kerala government itself has a huge history of student politics. Vailara Viji, A.K. Antony ji, all were the founders of the Kerala Students' Union. So it's a very historical organization. I was very fortunate enough to be a part of, to become the president when we celebrated our Golden Jubilee, the 50th year of chaos. So a person like me, the youngest MLA in 2011, I was 27 when I got elected to the House in the state. Both are two extremely different platforms. This is a much bigger platform. We get to understand friends from across the country. And it's a much larger platform.
Being a young MP, we've seen a lot of young MPs in this parliament as well. But how life changes when you are a member of parliament representing lakhs of people out there. Did the life change from being a student leader to now being a member of parliament?
There are many changes.
Yeah.
Student leader is extremely different. Being an MLA is extremely different. Being an MP is extremely different. So MLA is in a very small place, very effective, very coordinated, very inside the constituency. MP is everywhere, but sometimes you don't feel that sometimes you feel that you're even powerless. But it is the kind of activities you do, it's the kind of involvement you do, the way you nurse your constituents. And again, your people in a state like Kerala where people are educated, who knows the laws of the land, they expect your voice to be heard, taking out their problems. Being vocal, and again the party gives you a lot of responsibilities. You see every day we shouting slogans and taking up issues. So the party expects a lot, people expects a lot. So it's hard to meet the expectations.
If Ivy would not have been a politician, then who would be?
So this is a secret which I haven't shared. So I wanted to become a pilot when I was in school. But later I understood that mathematics was needed, which I was not very fond of.
Okay.
So later my ambitions changed when I became a teenager, and into college I wanted to join for MBA, which again, due to my father's death and many things, I couldn't. Again, I was in politics, so things changed. After graduation, I joined for law, and things had pretty much changed because I became the district president of the Ernakulam Kerala Students' Union. So I was involved there. Again, moved to Trivandrum, moved to Delhi. So life took a turn.
Let's also talk about your constituency, Ernakulam. It's a beautiful place in Kerala. What's your vision for Ernakulam in next 5 years? What do you want to see making a change in your constituency?
Ernakulam is a very beautiful constituency, like you said. It's a port city historically. We have one of the biggest shipyards in the country, which built the INS Vikrant. We have a huge coastal line. Again, fishermen has a lot of issues related to that I'm working on. It's an urban constituency. We have the metro rail, only metro rail in the state. So urban plus coastal plus part of rural, farmers, weaving, hand weavers. So it's a blend of culture and modern amenities. So like every modern city, Kochi has its own problems. Environmentally, we have a lot of challenges because it's 1 meter below sea level. And as a young parliamentarian, I've taken many issues related to climate change, related to the expansion, development of my constituency. Infrastructure, of course. Railway is a major priority. National highways again. And apart from that, I have a reach out program which take care of health and education for students and underprivileged.
Okay.
So we did a program called A Auto, which is a very famous Malayalam movie. So we had 1,000 of my auto rickshaw drivers who took part in a wellness camp.
Okay.
So every year I have a super specialty medical camp. I did one of the biggest menstrual hygiene drives, which was called the Cup of Life, which entered into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Okay.
It was covered by BBC, all the major channels. So this is another part of my constituency. This is something which gives me more happiness.
And that one thing that gives you a kick as far as being a member of parliament representing lakhs of people of Ernakulam who voted for you, what is that one thing that literally gives you that, I want to do this?
See, whatever highways or railways or networks of roads, whatever you do, I think every parliamentarian can do that. Sometimes it might take a little more time, but it will be done in a course of time. But for me, when a person who's not privileged to get something, who did a heart surgery, where an autistic kids get the medicine, or like I said, Cup of Life, it's a double-edged sword. When somebody like me take up some menstrual behavioral change issue, sometimes it backfires, but it's the courage and confidence you have in your people to take up such issues. Such things won't be taken up by any other member of parliament or a people's representative. So I always find happiness in apart from the big projects or the infrastructure. It's a kind of happiness index ratio I'm looking upon, or kind of sustainability and inclusivity I'm looking upon in developmental activities.
I will last one thing that I want to ask you before I end this segment. When you enter this parliament complex, what changes?
It's a kind of gratitude. It's a kind of satisfaction. There are lakhs and lakhs of workers, party workers, who have worked for the party tirelessly, who are much more capable than me. But fortunately, I am the one who has been selected by the party, who have given me multiple opportunities to represent in the state and in the country. So this is a very a moment of gratitude for somebody like me can reach here. There are many people who haven't achieved anything in their 40, 50 years of life. So I think that this is a very important platform where I shouldn't be failing my constituents.
Beyond politics, what's next? Something else you want to do, or any thoughts by next 10 years, 5 years, 25 years down the line?
I want to spend more time with my family. I would like to travel across. I would like to do something very adventurous. Would like to play, like to be part of games. So ambition, bucket list is on.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Behead speaking to NDTV and our special segment, Meet Our MPs. Thank you for watching.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
Well, it's a Christmas cheer all around, ladies and gentlemen. Eve before Christmas and celebrations. What a lovely time of the year it is, isn't it? Post-Diwali, then coming into Christmas, going on to the New Year's, and tomorrow, of course, is the big day. But markets across India are all set up. In fact, people are celebrating Christmas. There is that special feeling, in fact, in the air. And whether it is Ayodhya or other parts of the country to Chennai, there are people singing Christmas carols. Let's bring you a sense of the festivities, how people are celebrating Christmas this year. I'm being joined by my colleagues Tanushka and Anuj. Anuj, smartly in that Santa cap there from Mumbai. Tanushka is in the national capital. Tanushka, you know, I can see a lot of decorations behind you. Just bring our viewers, how is the mood and the festivities in the national capital?
Merry Christmas to our viewers. First of all, I am at Sacred Heart Cathedral in New Delhi. This is the oldest cathedral church in the capital. As you can see, there's a complete festive cheer around here. It's decorated beautifully, and despite a heavy downpour that just happened out here, there's still a lot of people still present here to attend the midnight mass, which will happen shortly. And as you can also see here, there is the statue of Mother Mary. There is a big Christmas tree also to the other side. So this is a festive and Christmas cheer out here in this cathedral, which was built in the 1930s during the British Raj. Let us see if we can get talking to some people here. Hello, ma'am. So, you know, how is the feeling? Tomorrow is Christmas. Do you come to this church often?
Yes, for the last 15 years we are coming every year, and we really like the ambience of here, and slice decoration. And
you tell us now, you know, will you stay on for the midnight mass? Is it a yearly ritual for you and your family?
We may not stay for the midnight mass, but yeah, we have stayed in the past, but like not this time. But yeah, definitely, it's a very nice thing. We always come here for Christmas. It's like #1 thing we do when we, you know, this time is around. And yeah, it's really nice. This was my old school, so I have a lot of memories attached to this place also.
Beautiful. So you also tell us that, you know, what usually do you do for Christmas, during Christmas? What are the things you do as a family apart from coming to church, of course?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, we always have the, you know, the regular Christmas tree with all the decorations. That's something we do. We also, have the Christmas cake ritual, which is a must. We like to have, a good dinner, and as my son was saying, we have been coming here in the past. We really love this place. I also happen to be from this school.
Right.
Yeah. So and my son. So
as we clearly hearing from the people here, they're all jammed up with their Christmas rituals, not just coming to church, looking forward to the midnight mass, but also with their own things that they do back at home. Christmas is, of course, this beautiful time of the year for people across the world.
Absolutely. And, red splatter all over. It's not a snowy Christmas Eve, rainy Christmas Eve here in Delhi. Slight chilly as well. If you want a white Christmas, you will possibly have to go to Simla or somewhere. And Santa Anuj is in Mumbai, away from the chill of Delhi. And it's all lights and color behind you, Anuj. Fantastic visuals.
It's very pleasant out here in Bandra. This is the Mount Mary Church, and I'll just ask my friend Yash to pan and show you this entire place. Now, this is one of the oldest churches here in Mumbai city, and it is known, it is famous for various reasons. Firstly, because it is located on this beautiful hill in the Bandra West region, very close to, Bandstand and just behind Shah Rukh Khan's bungalow here, which is why it provides a very good opportunity for the tourists to come and have a good time as well. And secondly, the church here is known for fulfilling people's desires and fulfilling people's mannat is what is referred to as locally. And I've got a few people who've come here to enjoy their Christmas Eve. Let us try and talk to them about what the vibe actually is. Sir, tell me, are you from Mumbai? Are you from outside?
I'm from Mumbai.
How often do you come here? Are you a regular visitor to this particular place during Christmas?
No, it's always for Christmas. Okay. I'm always there for Christmas. And the vibes there are so good. It's fun.
It's fun.
It's a lot of fun to be around.
Okay. So you tell me.
I come here for Christmas only. We have come regularly here currently for Christmas photo walk.
Okay.
And we enjoy the photography here regularly every year.
It's a desire for every photographer to find areas like these so that they can get good visuals. How would you describe, or in your opinion, how is the Christmas celebration in this particular part of the country is different from the rest of it? We can see that this is not just a normal Christmas festival. We've seen that it's also a mingling of people from different walks of life, different religions, different cultures. How important do you think that is for the fabric of Mumbai city?
Very, very enjoyable. We get good photographs, good exposure, we enjoy photography here every year.
So how would you like to differentiate this Christmas in Mumbai than what is the case in the rest of the country?
The best part about Mumbai is all religions, all people of every walk of life come together. It's not just a segregation of the rich or the poor, a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian being separate. We're all together, and Mumbai is known for that. That's how we enjoy all the festivals are enjoyed together.
Well, that's a beautiful thing. And the place where I'm standing at, right behind this particular structure, you have the gigantic Arabian Sea, and towards the right hand side, you can see this is the mammoth church that we are talking about, and this is the church where which is currently under restoration at this particular moment. But it has been here, it has been standing tall in this particular place for a very long time. The conceptualization of this particular church happened in the 1500s, and then it was built and around 1640. Of course, it was destroyed by invaders in the 18th century. But then the locals here, they came together to make sure that the cultural symbolism of this particular place through this church is kept alive. And till date, we can see that hundreds, if not thousands of people come to this particular place on Christmas Eve, of course, tomorrow as well, until the 31st of this month, where we can see celebratory vibes across this particular street on the occasion of Christmas and New Year.
It's absolutely fantastic atmosphere where you guys are. Merry Christmas to both of you, and thank you for bringing us that report. Let me end by saying, ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas. And as the message on the church was, peace on earth is what all of us would be hoping for. That's all the time that we have in this edition. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Himachal's capital, Shimla, comes alive as light snowfall blanketed the region, bringing a wave of excitement to locals and tourists.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav, and our focus this Christmas Eve remains on Allu Arjun case. High drama in Hyderabad as the actor is questioned by the police. A special panel up ahead to discuss the issue, whether it's an ego clash, what's the politics behind it. But first, the headlines we're tracking this are: nearly 1,300 crores reported lost to cyber fraudsters in the last year in the city, says the Bengaluru police. A meager 10% has been recovered. The latest victim is a techie who lost nearly 12 crores. People need to know there's nothing called digital arrest and shouldn't fall for such scams, is a desperate appeal from the police. The Congress takes its fight against the centre's decision to tweak election rules on public inspection of election documents to the apex court, files a petition seeking withdrawal of restrictions on public access to CCTV footage. The world's largest airlines, American Airlines flights, were grounded briefly due to unspecified technical reasons on Christmas Eve. Nationwide ground stop has been lifted now, but there were delays that were caused because of it. Over 300 roads, including 3 national highways, shut in Himachal Pradesh amidst a massive snowstorm. 4 people are reported dead in the chaos. But first, this evening, the action around Allu Arjun refuses to die out, both with the Hyderabad police on the one side, which questioned the star today, and at the box office with Pushpa 2 continuing to rake in the money. The fierce debate, though, is over the stampede case in which the actor was questioned for over 4 hours today. Remember the stampede in Sandhya Theatre on the 5th of December that led to the death of 39-year-old Revati and her 8-year-old son Shritesh with life-threatening injuries, who's recovering from those. They were from a family of fans of Arjun and had come to watch the movie. The police reportedly quizzed Arjun about the exact sequence of events that day, what transpired when he came to the theatre and who took what decisions which could have potentially led to that stampede. He has been charged, remember, with serious sections under the BNS, such as intentionally causing grievous injury and involuntary manslaughter. The police also released CCTV footage from the site of that stampede. Meanwhile, the boy who was injured, Shritesh, is still recovering, as I mentioned, from his injuries at the Hyderabad hospital. The big question has this become more about optics and an ego clash and less about the case itself? A special panel up ahead, but first on the reactions that came in from Hyderabad earlier in the day.
रेवंत रेड्डी जी किसी को इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं कर रहे, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो इश्यू है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं। आज भी आप देखेंगे तो अल्लू अर्जुन को बुला के पुलिस स्टेशन में उनके ऊपर इंक्वायरी हो रहा। आज वो लोग बोलने को बड़े बड़े बातें बोलते हैं, ये उनका सोच समझ कर राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनसे ये इस तरह के बातों में तेलंगाना के लोग आने वाले नहीं है। और जो बीजेपी और बीआरएस का जो गठबंधन है, ये पूरा एपिसोड में मालूम पड़ रहा है कि दोनों भी किस तरह से डिफेंस करने के मतलब साथ में मिलके एक सिचुएशन को डिफेंस करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
I think he's trying to compete who's the superstar in Telangana. He's trying to show that he's a superstar than Allu Arjun. If Mr. Revanth Reddy thinks he's a superstar, right now also he's acting in Congress party. Congress is making pictures after pictures. He's the main actor in Telangana. Now the people who came inside, threw stones, flower pots, everything, got into ruckus, and 2-3 people came from his own constituency. 2-3 people. Of course, they have a forum saying that I come from this university and that university, which very clearly any common man will know it's politically motivated. What is happening in the whole case is a clear case of victimization and a clear case of bullying. Is Allu Arjun had an intention when he come to the theatre that somebody will die? Did Allu Arjun had a motive somebody will die? Did Allu Arjun knew for a fact somebody will die? When everybody says it's a mistake, should not have happened, it has happened, everybody feels sorry for it.
आज रेवंत रेड्डी के सरकार ने वो मनमना कर रहे, जो चाहे उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे, जो चाहे उनको छोड़ दे रहे। इन्हें ने आज 2 घंटा असेंबली में बहुत सारे स्टेट में इश्यूज है, किसानों का इशू है, लेबर का इशू है, दलितों का इशू है, माइनॉरिटीज का इशू है, उसके लिए बात करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है रेवंत रेड्डी को। लेकिन 2 घंटा एक फिल्म एक्टर के पीछे पड़ के वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड टारगेट करके जा रहा है। देखिए, मैं वो केस के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. अगर से तुम केस रजिस्टर करना है तो करो, जो लॉ करना है करो, लेकिन सबके साथ क्यों नहीं करते?
Well, so many questions continue to be raised around this case. Has this become an ego clash? Is this about optics? Is there an underlying political undercurrent which people are missing? What's led to this kind of a confrontation? Also the important question of the accountability of stars as well as the governments in preventing such stampedes, which is common on first day, first show. So several questions here. We have a special panel lined up, including with my colleague Uma Sudhir, who will again do a special discussion 7:30 to 8. She's joining us live from outside the Sandhya Theatre. We have Saeed Asad Abbas, political analyst, joining us here, who's taken a pro-Congress position. We'll also have actors Kasturi Shankar and Sanjana Galrani join us to give us the film industry point of view, and former Director General of Police of Jharkhand, Nirmal Kaur, joins us as well. Before I get to the panel, quickly to you, Uma Sudhir, fast-paced developments today. Has this become more about optics? Is there something more than what meets the eye in this case? Because the kind of confrontation we've seen is in many ways unprecedented.
I would actually think that there is an effort now to start de-escalating the tension, because even as a lot played out in the last few days, ever since the arrest of Allu Arjun, of course, it all started here at Sandhya Theatre, where in fact the asphyxiation was the cause of death of Sandhya because of the overcrowding that happened on that day during the premiere show of Allu Arjun's Pushpa 2. Of course, the theatre is continuing to run its shows, even as the police has issued a notice to it asking them why their license should not be cancelled for a list of about 10 violations that they have listed out. But what you're saying is right. Yes, this is played out not so much in the court of law as it has played out in the public domain, in the social media space, and also almost out in the streets, because everyone from the public to commentators on social media plus political leaders have spoken about it, jumped into it and given their opinion. And you know, whether it's the government or the police or Allu Arjun, they have also spoken up about it. But right now, I would think there is an effort on the part of the government as well as the actor to start to de-escalate, because the Chief Minister has very specifically given a diktat to everyone to not respond on any questions on the Allu Arjun issue, specifically after he of course spoke for an hour in the assembly. That became a new controversy again, that the political parties, opposition parties raked up. But on the other hand, Allu Arjun's team also, when I spoke to them this evening, they said that right now things were a little more smooth and they do not want to escalate this any further, and therefore want to lie low and not make unnecessary provocative comments of any structure.
Uma, we will pick that debate up with our panel. Thanks very much for that update. We just have a bit of breaking news, so I request my panelists to hold their thoughts for a bit on it. An army vehicle met with an accident, according to reports coming in the forward areas of Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. Several soldiers are reportedly injured in the accident. The army truck, what we understand, fell into a 300-feet gorge. Rescue operations launched there. Remember, it's winter time. I believe Nazir Masoodi, my colleague from Jammu and Kashmir, joins me on the phone line. Nazir, what's the latest you can tell us at this stage?
Well, it is the general area of Mankot in the forward area of Poonch district in Jammu and Kashmir, where an army truck carrying over a dozen soldiers, some say 18, it fell into a gorge, 300 feet deep gorge. And there are reports several injuries. Rescue operation has been launched. Quick action reaction team of the army, besides Jammu and Kashmir police, they are rushed to this accident site. They are trying to evacuate the injured as soon as possible and take them to hospital. Cause of the accident is not known, but in the evening time, and it is and also a forward area. But it is a sad news that an army truck carrying several soldiers, over a dozen soldiers, has met with an accident, and there are reports of injuries to several soldiers, and rescue operation is on. This is an area which has witnessed series of militant attacks over the last 3-4 years, while the militancy has been contained to an extent, but the forests and the forward areas in this particular Poonch Rajouri area, they pose a huge threat. A massive security deployment has been made to deal with the situation, and troops are always on the patrol, on duty, and they've patrolled. This army troops were also in that area. They have 12 duties: one to maintain the guard along the line of control on the border, and then the duty to counter militancy, and particularly highly trained militants who appear to be well entrenched in the forests of Poonch and Rajouri over the last 3-4 years. Now the same troops who were on the duty, they were in that forward area in the larger Manakot area. In the this exact place is Balnoi Gora Post. So this vehicle carrying troops has fell into a gorge which is deep, 300 feet deep. So the rescue operation is underway. So this is a ongoing rescue operation there. We have to wait for more update and the details what exactly has happened in this incident.
Thanks very much there, Nazir. Obviously, the weather also a matter of concern at this point of time. We'll wait for you to get us more information on this. We hope the soldiers there in that accident are safe and that the rescue operations are carried out. For the moment, we'll go back to our discussion on the Allu Arjun controversy in Hyderabad, which we started with, but we'll keep getting you updates on that bit of breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Back to my panel here on the Allu Arjun controversy. First to you, Ms. Nirmal Kaur. As a police officer, as a former police officer, when you see the kind of action and the drama and the focus on this case, do you believe that it is normal, or do you feel that there has been some kind of extra focus on this, something that could mean that this is not being treated purely as a case of stampede involving a star? What's the first sense, prima facie, that you get from the news reports?
Right from the day of the stampede, you can see that the conduct of the police has been thoroughly unprofessional. They have not followed a professional approach to the thing. Even in the first place, when they held Allu Arjun responsible for it and arrested him, where is the need? He's neither the organizer, nor is he, the police on their own would have assessed the situation, the law and order situation, the bandobasti, the crowd situation, what is the crowd size going to be, and then, provided for it. The police failed in its own assessment, and then on top, he's not the director of a film, he's not the organizer of the event, he's just gone there. It could be anyone, tomorrow you can arrest anyone at the stampede, just because a stampede has taken place. There was that huge stampede in that Baba's place, where the Baba was directly responsible, and no one was arrested there. Even the Baba was not arrested. Here, Allu Arjun definitely is not responsible for the stampede. Whoever could be, it's a matter of investigation. And I think, from miles off, you can sense that the conduct of the police has been thoroughly unprofessional. On the day of the stampede, on the day of the arrest, then he got bail. Even now in his questioning, calling him, I don't know whether it's, at one point it is said that because Allu Arjun did not meet the commissioner, where is the need for him to meet the police commissioner? Is it like, the two are very different things? The commissioner is a professional officer. He's a cop. He's a police officer. He has to provide for all the arrangements of all the crowd management that is possible. These days, there are so many, so many aids.
Okay.
His intelligence failed. Maybe he did not assess the crowd size. Police is definitely not acting in a professional manner.
You're making strong points here. You're making strong points here as a former police officer. Syed Asad Abbas, you heard those points. In the intricately intertwined world of Telugu cinema and politics, there are several conspiracy theories that are doing the rounds. Is there something more than what meets the eye? Is there an underlying undercurrent or personal equations that are manifesting itself in this case? That's one of the key allegations that have been made. How do you respond to it?
Well, Veera Sahab, I certainly do hear of those as well. There are personal equations involved. There are political parties who do have their vested interest, who are trying to go along with this VIP culture. Now, with all due respect to Kaurji, who's got great wisdom. She's been a former IPS police officer. Let me bring a couple of facts to her notice. Well, Korji, are you even aware, ma'am, that even the right permissions was not taken, the due protocol by the organizers, Mr. Allu Arjun
But that
team
is
was
not
not even
Allu
formed.
Arjun's fault. Allu
Ma'am,
Arjun was not supposed to be
can
getting
I
the
please
permission.
just complete my point, ma'am? I heard you. Just give me 30 seconds. The fact of the matter, when holding an event of such magnitude, the organizers are supposed to meet the circle inspector or the assistant commissioner of police or the deputy commissioner of police. None of the officers were met by the Allu Arjun's team or the organizers. Second point, all they did was took a letter, left it in the invert section. Now, let me bring in our sources to NDTV what they've said. As per the conversation between Deputy Commissioner of Police of the Central Zone, Mr. Akansh Yadav, and Mr. Allu Arjun, clearly the DCP asked Allu Arjun, did you know police permission had been denied for you to come to the premiere? The next question which was asked, who took the call to proceed with the plan despite denial of police permission? Did any police officer inform you about the stampede outside? And when did you know about the death of the woman? As per the sources, these were the questions asked. And Veera Saab, just 30 seconds. The fact of the matter, I believe it's absolutely unfair to blame the police. Police are human beings like you and me. They're not Avengers with superpowers to do everything. Despite denying the permission, Mr. Allu Arjun came with a car.
Let Kasturi make a point. Syed, you made your point.
Bodyguards push the people.
You made your
away,
point
which aggravated the
emphatically.
situation.
Kasturi, please make your point. Please respond to what Syed is saying.
Yeah, Mr. Abbas said that police are humans as well, and I completely agree, and which is why we expect them to display some humanity when they are dealing with an issue such as this. You were talking about the statement that they elicited, the investigative questions that were thrown at Mr. Arjun, and those are in the public domain today. And as a lawyer and as somebody who has interacted with the cops very recently in a confession statement issue, I can tell you that confession statements are drafted, the questions are drafted with a very favorable bias to the prosecution and to the police. And really, when we, as advocates, if you've ever been to a police station and if you've ever had to sign a confession, you will know that most of the time you are saying, no, I disagree with the question. I disagree with the questioning. I disagree with the question. This didn't happen. Most of the time, that's what we are having to write. So when you start by giving leading questions, there's no way to answer them because it didn't happen. You don't say, when were you informed of the death? And, then the next question is, well, your Allu would have said, Arjun would have said, I was not informed. That I think that would have been his answer. I was not informed until the end of the movie. And then the next question is, who do you think hid it from you? This is how confession statements are worded. And it is up to the person under investigation to watch out for themselves. So don't even start taking one side of your information. Your information is completely based on police information. Sir, 1 month ago, police said Kasturi, that's me, was in hiding. I had gone underground.
No, I got it.
I was shooting. So I'm just saying, you cannot take media reports, you cannot take police reports as sacrosanct. The fact is, nobody goes to it.
I'm just going to play. I get the point you're making, Kasturi. I think you made your point emphatically. Let's just play the bite of this Congress MLA who said that Allu Arjun needs to mend his ways. If not, they will continue to act against him. Let's just play this Congress MLA soundbite before we go further on this discussion.
100% మేము హెచ్చరిక జారీ చేస్తా ఉన్నాము. ఇంకా మన ఇంటి ముంగట కొంతమంది వాళ్ళు జాయింట్ యాక్షన్ కమిటీ వాళ్ళు ఏదో చేసినట్టు కానీ ఖచ్చితంగా ఇట్లనే ఇదే పద్ధతిగా మార్చుకోకుంటే తప్పదంగా కాంగ్రెస్ శ్రేణులు కూడా తెలంగాణలో మీ సినిమాలు కూడా ఆడనీయం కొడుకని చెప్తాం.
Sanjana Galrani, I want to get your point across on this issue. This is, on the one side you have the film fraternity, on the other side there is a large section of the society which seems to be demanding that film stars be made accountable for such fan frenzy. How would you respond to a Congress MLA who says that stars need to mend their ways?
This is not the very first time somebody has died in India in a stampede. Of course, I feel very bad for the family, but this has happened many a times. Just tell me one thing: if there was a politician and a stampede has happened, would the politician be behind the bars right now? There was a Baba and there was a stampede which happened, which had group of people who died. Did that Baba get arrested? No. This is very crystal clear case. He got the bail on the very same day when he was arrested. This entire case has been made up. He was not even in the situation in the entire frame where this particular stampede or death happened. Clearly, he's come out the very next day of the stampede and he's told in media that I got to know only about this the very next day. He went, he celebrated his film as if nothing happened, and he happily came back waving at people. So where can you account him of being irresponsible? And Andhra Pradesh and Telangana has always, worshipped their fans like gods. This is like a festival. It's bigger than a birthday. It's bigger than any occasion. A film release is the biggest festival in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. These people have temples on their names. So this is the kind of a fan following they have. So if people are ill-mannered in the fans, how can you sit and monitor their mannerisms or what is their body language like? And how can you blame Allu Arjun for it? He's not pushed anyone.
Right.
His security guard has not pushed anyone. He was not even present over there, for God's sake. He was inside the theater watching the film. Somebody who's not even present over there. So clearly this is a case where he's been made a scapegoat, just so that you make Allu Arjun a scapegoat and the whole country will know and the political vendetta can be fulfilled.
Unfortunately, Sanjana, I am completely out of time because this discussion was curtailed. I'm sorry, Syed Asad Abbas. I wish I had more time, but obviously the conversation around this will continue for the next few days. But for the moment, on the Southern View, we're completely out of time on this discussion. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV, including this conversation on Allu Arjun with my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's coming up next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The Breakfast Show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Hello and welcome. We come to you from outside Sandhya Theatre in Hyderabad, where in fact 20 days ago exactly, when a premiere show of Pushpa 2 was being held here. This is where actor Allu Arjun had come in along with his team, along with the heroine and other production unit members. And this is where a stampede-like situation happened, after which a woman died, 39-year-old Revati, who had come along with her 9-year-old son Sritej, a younger daughter, as well as her husband had come here, and she died in the kind of overcrowding that happened here, and her son has been in hospital for the last 20 days. The entire issue has escalated into not just something that is looking like a face-off between Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and actor Allu Arjun, but also a standoff between the film industry and the government, and it has actually snowballed into a huge political controversy as well, with both the BRS and the BJP talking about the issue and speaking about this as something that the state government has mishandled. To discuss all this and more, I have with me as a guest here Mr. L. Ravichandar, who is an advocate, as well as someone who has been a film critic as well, watches films very closely. I have with me Vijay, who in fact has been was an eyewitness to what happened here on the night of December 4. We are also joined on Zoom by Mr. Dr. Shravan Dasoji, who is a spokesperson for the BRS party. We also have Kasturi Shankar, social activist and actor, joining us, and also Arun Chidambaram, who is a filmmaker, joining us on Zoom on this show. First, let me go across to Vijay first. So many versions have now come across about what happened on that particular day. You were here for the premiere show. What was the situation looking like that day? Because we are right here outside the gate of the theatre, and this is where the tragedy unfolded.
Firstly, I'd like to mention that it was very unfortunate that what has happened, that we have lost a life due to this incident. And honestly, none of us were expecting that kind of crowd here. So I had no idea that there were going to be close to 2,000, 3,000 odd people. So wherever you see right in front of the theatre on this road, and even on the other side of the road, it was filled with people. And I could hardly find any police. Right from day one, that's what I've been saying, that I could hardly find any police. And Chikatpalli police station, surprisingly, is less than a kilometer away. So there was no law and order being maintained at that point, and there was no private security of the theatre on ground. And all the private security and the police were doing was to make way for the VIPs to go through. So they were using their...
Were you aware that actor Allu Arjun was expected here? Did people here seem to know that he was going to be coming?
Yes, that was the only reason why people showed up here. And the PR team had already released it on their Instagram and Facebook and social media handles that Allu Arjun is going to visit the theatre. And otherwise, nobody else would show up to the theatre. They came here to watch the movie, not to watch the walls of the theatre, right? So why would 3,000 people show up at a theatre if they didn't have tickets? The only reason they showed up was to watch Allu Arjun. I honestly didn't have any idea, but I got to know that later. So the police must have not given a permission, but they had a clue that Mr. Allu Arjun was going to visit the theatre. So honestly, and the police was only trying to make way and use the lathis so they could let the cars through the gate. So if they didn't give any permission, why did they even allow him in the first place? I understand Mr. Allu Arjun should have acted with utmost care, knowing that, there are a lot of people, but completely throwing the blame on him is not fair. He has to be charged, but he has been charged under culpable homicide, which I don't think is a fair charge. I think he should be charged under harsh and negligence act of 305. So nobody...
We have here a lawyer as well, advocate at the High Court. What you're telling us, Vijay, is something very significant, because while the version of the police and the actor have been suggesting something else, you are suggesting that since it was advertised widely on social media, everyone would have known that the actor was coming here. So why wasn't the police force prepared either to deploy their security forces on the ground or to stop him from coming here and creating that kind of a chaos? Is that what you read into this situation?
Well, I'll start off saying I'll go with everything that the official version of the story is. A, that the theatre had not met the commissioner, and therefore they ought not to have done the premiere show. Not correct, because the letter was with them. If they were sitting on an ego platform as to they should come and sit at the CP's office, wait on him before they get permission, that's not done. Two,
but there is a written denial of permission that the circle inspector has given, because that is a local police station where the letter was initially addressed asking for permission, the local police.
The local police said that no time for no premiere show will be given. then there's a violation by these people. I get
Premiere show was allowed, but the actor coming in was not given permission.
Was
the
it even sought?
It was sought. The theatre management had sought permission for the actor to come in and participate in the premiere show along with the fans, but
then there are two aspects to it. One aspect is, should the theatre ask for permission at all for somebody to come in here? I'm making a film, my film, it's a film with high stakes. I would definitely like to be a part of it. On what basis is the police saying that you will not be permitted to meet your fans? Because I can't manage the crowds that are coming to see you, one. Now, don't forget, down the street at the other end, a similar problem came up when the Da Vinci Code was being released. The then government said, we will not allow Da Vinci Code to run in the theatre because we see the likelihood of a law and order problem. The High Court struck down that defense and said, no, your job is to maintain law, your job is to maintain order. The challenge for the police was, is, and ought to have always been that if you're getting a huge crowd, how do you manage it?
Since we don't have a police representative here nor a government representative, I will mention this to you that the Circle Inspector, Mr. Ravi Nayak, in the letter that he addressed to the theatre management in response to their application, has mentioned that this theatre in fact has a 70 mm and a 35 mm. It has a single entry gate and an exit gate. There are multiple theatres in the vicinity, and this is a very busy crossroad, and therefore it will not be possible for us to manage the crowds, and therefore we advise you not to come to the theatre. That's what was conveyed to the theatre guest as such. But
they advised him not to.
Not advised. They denied permission for him to come here.
Okay. Then the point is this. The next question, que Allu Arjun, is, did Allu Arjun know about it? Did Allu Arjun know about it? Because in the complexity of the scenario, there's the distributor, there's the film theatre, the actor, the producer, and all and sundry. Now, there are repeated stories said in the media about videos showing the police talking to Allu Arjun, police asking Allu Arjun not to come. Okay, let me ask you this. Whenever there are these rallies going on, you stop Rahul Gandhi somewhere, you stop some other politician somewhere. Why could you not stop Allu Arjun somewhere?
Yeah. Okay, I need to go to my guests as well. While your point is well taken about saying, can you put the onus on the actor, or could you have stopped the actor from coming here in case there is a problem? I must go across to Mr. Arun Chidambaram. You're a filmmaker. In this particular case, there has been this talk that perhaps the actor has been singled out for punishment. Of course, there are others who are mentioned as part of the FIR, but because he happens to be a high-profile person. But the debate has once again come up about a celebrity having to take responsibility for what happens when he goes to a crowded situation. As someone from the film industry, how do you view this? Obviously, he is not the one who is responsible for law and order in that area, but he does have an onus of the responsibility of ensuring that things don't go wrong, knowing fully well that there is a craze for an actor who has been delivering super hits.
Yes, for sure. I certainly believe that, every celebrity, being a celebrity adds more responsibility. And as I told earlier, in another debate as well, is one single point, which is whenever a celebrity shows up in public, he has, his bodyguards accompanying him, right? So when he has bodyguards, why does he have the bodyguards? The only reason is to protect himself, and to safeguard himself. So when he is safeguarding himself, when a celebrity is being safeguarded, so should the public also be. So that brings the case that a celebrity should have should be even more responsible. And that being said, as everyone says, right, I'm also with the same opinion that he is not alone at fault over here. But there is also one more thing that needs to be taken under consideration. Me being from the film industry, I certainly believe that everyone is trying to get mileage out of the situation right now. Every political party is trying to do this. Everyone is trying to do this and forgetting the core problem. And and I think that is really very important. And I think we are deviating from the core problem here. Agree that there was negligence, And there needs, and I agree. I also agree with Mr. Vijay, who said in what section he should have been, an FIR should have been with him, okay, or he should have been there should be a case with him. But on the other front, right, I think since he's being a bigger star, we are focusing only on the celebrity, and we shouldn't deviate from the core problem. And I think we should focus what the core problem is, and how, and the lessons learned out of it, and how we ensure that this doesn't happen again in the future, and what are the disaster management plans which we are going to have in place. So that needs to be there, and also what about the family? So who's going to take care of that, And so if I think if we just focus on that, that should be good.
Right now, because a lot of attention on the family after the Chief Minister pointed out, and I do realize that from the day the child got admitted at the hospital, when there were very, very few visitors, yesterday or day before or in the last few days, we have had dozens of visitors, which is creating its own problems for the hospital as well as for the child in terms of the infections that they carry into the ICU and also for the patients. But I must reassure everyone that all parties involved here have extended their support to the family and said that they are going to support the family in every possible way, financially at least. But I'm going to go to Kasturi next. Kasturi, in this entire issue, there's been a lot of mix of politics that has snowballed this into something much, much bigger than the accident itself. Of course, it was a very, very tragic and unfortunate event that happened. You have been at the intersection of politics and films as well. Do you believe this is unavoidable when something like this happens for the opposition parties to make their stance clear in this issue and for the government to then come forward and start justifying their actions, all that in a sense also muddling up the entire issue in the court of law?
No, there have been many other controversies in Andhra and Telangana, even nationwide, Uma, and many a time the government has shut it down. And I'm not talking about this particular instance. I'm saying we have seen many, many instances where people don't say a word about burning problems. Opposition cried itself hoarse over Manipur, and the government maintained a stoic silence about it. In Telangana itself, there is a burning problem of narcotic drugs being sold at even schools. And this particular commissioner himself used to be in charge of busting those narcotic peddlers. So there have been times when this has been questioned and the government says the law is taking its course, the police are taking its action, the government will not interfere. There has been a spate of food poisoning happening in Telangana, and the government has chosen not to comment on it. So it's very, very unusual when the Chief Minister of a state goes for a 1-hour tirade against an individual in his state, blaming him squarely, belittling him, denigrating, generalizing people from the film industry, giving interviews when a matter is sub judice. These are all very peculiar. And now it has, so it's not
Kasturi,
being
I must also point out here, while you are talking about the Chief Minister talking inside the State Assembly, Kasturi, I must point out, because we do not have a Congress spokesperson, that yes, the debate was initiated by another member, the MIM leader, Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, who in fact said that he had heard a particular version, he wanted a clarification from the Chief Minister, after which the clarification or the elaborate kind of a sequence of events that the Chief Minister lined out, while also saying in the same breath that he is conscious that he is the Home Minister and the Chief Minister, and what he says could have an influence on the investigation as well. I'm also going to bring in Shravan Dasuju into the debate now. You're a Briara spokesperson. You have been, in a sense, at the core of this issue also because your leader, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, has chosen to make social media posts during the arrest, even prior to the arrest on several issues, because of which, in many senses, should I say, this issue seems to have escalated out of all proportions. And now your party continues to say that, you know, all this should be only in a court of law, and why is the Chief Minister talking in the Assembly?
Uma, I think I wish the conversation that the discourse that has happened in this show is heard by Mr. Revant Reddy, and then probably would have gained some wisdom from the conversation of Vijay and Senior Advocate Mr. Ravichandra and the other gentleman and the lady who spoke. This, unfortunately, there is a very blatant negligence of the government in terms of not being able to conduct a screening of a small show in a small club. It's a blatant negligence and incompetence that they could not provide the number one. Number two is there is a very serious manipulative intention of the government to gain the undue advantage, victimizing one individual called Mr. Allu Arjun, ignoring to extend empathic support to Ms. Ruti and to Mr. Teja. Even
Mr. Shravan, we seem to be having some problem with your Zoom line, and therefore we are not able to get your audio. I'm going to go across to Ravichandra again just to ask this question, that at a time when now there is an investigation ongoing and it is going to go to the court of law, it's already in the court of law, and yet you hear these voices, political parties commenting on it, you have the government itself commenting on it, the police speaking about it, and the actor as well, who is an accused in this particular case. How does this complicate it inside the court of law? Can they really remain immune to what happens outside?
I would hope that the judge hearing the bail whenever it comes next is immune. I think systemically they are trained to keep away from most of these voices. Human as we are, sometimes some kind of pressure does work somewhere in your psyche, but I'm sure she will eschew it all and hear the matter on its merits. To me, it's such an open and shut case. It is such an open and shut case that in case the judge tomorrow comes to a conclusion otherwise, I'm inclined to believe that pressure has begun to work. Otherwise,
when you're saying an open and shut case, what do you mean by that?
I mean that in a case of this kind, he necessarily needs to get bail. He's called, he's come, he's cooperating with the matter. He's not a flight risk person. It's not anybody's case that he planned the killing. So everything is pointing against him except negligence. The worst scenario.
So what Vijay pointed out in terms of the sections of law seem to be a little inappropriate.
Yeah, he seems to have done his homework and come. I believe that the worst scenario would be negligence, culpable homicide, none of which would require him to be in jail pending prosecution, pending investigation. And how much judges, the prosecution and the lawyer who's arguing the case, the lawyer arguing the case is an extremely accomplished lawyer, Mr. Niranjan Reddy. We have a very, very, very committed public prosecutor in Palli Nageshwar. And we have a perfect judge in Justice Sridevi. Let's see if it works out as it should.
Okay. So I will just go back to Mr. Shravan to complete the point you were talking about. Mr. Shravan.
You know, this government has been completely failure in terms of not being able to provide appropriate security measures at the theatre so that there is no stampede, number one. That's an absolute incompetency, number one. Number two, in order to cover up their failure of not being able to provide the security, they are only victimizing and targeting that Allu Arjun is the only sole responsible person here. Just as if at all Arjun is responsible, whether it is negligence or whether it is any other section that is applicable to him, they are also equally applicable to Mr. Revant Reddy, he is a Home Minister, or to the police, number two. Number three is that they are not only showing their manipulative intent, but they are misleading his entire legal discourse also. On the floor of the assembly, when the matter is subjudized, almost for about 1 hour, 1.5 hours, Revant Reddy has the audacity to make mudsling and insult and make all kinds of allegations against Mr. Allu Arjun. The other thing is, we are all talking about the letter submitted by Sandhya Theatre to the police and the police rejecting. On 4th, the stampede incident happened. On 11th, Arjun got the bail from the court. And on the day of the legal proceedings in the court, the police never produced this handwritten letter to the court. They have not produced. They only produced after Arjun got the bail.
I must point out here, Mr. Dasuju, that Mr. Shravan, I must point out to you that while you are suggesting that the letter of denial of permission to the Sandhya Theatre management had not surfaced in the public domain earlier, but I do understand that it was submitted as a court document. But I would reckon that there has been some gap in the communication strategy of the police, it would appear, because of which that letter was not put forth in the first.
Uma, I am very sorry about it. I think Senior Advocate Ravi is there, Ravichandarji is there. In fact, I have watched the entire court proceedings where Mr. Niranjan Reddy and the public prosecutor were arguing. The judge has very categorically asked, do you have any evidence to present to the court where you have rejected the permission to Allu Arjun? They said that they have not produced any document. Now they are misleading. Now their misleading and manipulation has gone to such an extent where police also is involved in it. They only make accusation. Now, when the matter is subjudized, they conduct a
Okay, you are making an allegation for which we do not have a police representative or a government representative who can counter that. But I did speak to the circle inspector this afternoon, and I've spoken to some senior police officers and lawyers as well, who did say to me that the letter denying permission had been submitted in court as a document, and that will be a matter of record that we can check out. But we are running completely out of time. Shravan, sorry if I will have to interrupt you there, and thank our guests, Kasturi Shankar, Arun Chidambaram, Vijay here, who has in fact put forth a very, very important point about the deployment of forces, and Mr. Ravichandar here, who was able to tell us about the legal aspect of it and why he thinks this should have been an open and shut case as well. We will continue to monitor this case, report to you the twists and turns that it seems to be taking as of now. There seems to be an attempt on the part of the government as well as the actor to try and de-escalate this entire issue, with the Chief Minister issuing a kind of a diktat, asking spokespersons not to comment on it. And the actor's team has also said that they will not want to right now comment or make any provocative comment that can escalate matters in a different direction altogether. But picture abhi baki hai, because the police is going to issue summons once again to Mr. Allu Arjun, and he is expected to be brought to this theatre for the reconstruction of the scene. And yes, the police also intends to challenge the bail that has been granted to Mr. Allu Arjun in court, and they're getting legal advice for it. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks all my guests for joining us with your valuable inputs.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith. The world